Okay, they're saying good morning to the lawyers, so we're just gonna pop it on and unmute it. Only early today, Ashley, because the hearing for Brian Walshe was set at 9. Usually I have to give myself more time because I only have like 15 minutes at 9 o'clock after I put my kid on a bus to, do everything I need to do before I can go live. So
with the court's permission,
that's usually not enough time.
Would you feel comfortable if Mr. Walsh remained uncuffed, at least his hands during the proceedings, so we can take notes?
No.
Check that with the court officers. I defer to them. I don't have any, as you probably know.
Okay.
I don't have any objection to that.
Okay, I'll check with them. Thank you.
I'll check with them when they come back in with them.
They've said no in other instances for other people to take notes. And it's funny because Brian Walsh's attorneys have asked this before for him to be uncuffed for him
I
to take
certainly
notes.
don't intend to have his hands cuffed during the trial, so.
Of course not.
Some people's hands are cuffed during a trial in other states. They don't have the option of not having it cuffed during trial. They will have them cuffed during trial, which is, again, that's a state-by-state sort of thing. Mostly the judges let them not have their hands cuffed because it's kind of a bias towards the jury to just automatically assume they're guilty,
But thank you, Madam Clerk.
I know. No, I was asleep by 8:30. I literally have not even got to listen to your voice messages yet. I saw them this morning and I was like, God damn, I had to get my little ready for school. I just put her on the bus and I had to do this. So I haven't even had a chance yet, Benny, to even listen to them. I have not even had 10 seconds to listen to them yet. I fell asleep at 8 o'clock. I've been sick and I'm on a new med that basically the doctors described to me as chemo for the liver. So it makes you tired and gives you headaches and makes you sick. And so I'm in rough shape lately. All right. But I'm pushing through here. His hands are cuffed right now. He's got a fresh haircut. Get that freshie in jail there, bud. Good morning, darling. Yeah, they usually do the shackles on the legs still, so they can't run away. They just take the handcuffs off the, see, front.
All set?
Thank you.
For the record, the handcuffs have been removed from the defendant so that he can fully participate in today's hearing. So,
no, I want you
to.
To
today really is to go through the motions and
I just apologize for not being quick to get back to you yet because I haven't listened to it.
Give you
I hate
some
Mondays.
rulings and some expected rulings.
Like Garfield.
I always say expected rulings
Thank
because
you for being here.
I like to think of a trial as a living, breathing thing that evolves, not something that is pre-planned. So these are my best guesses. Sometimes I'm making actually affirmative rulings because I know enough that I don't think anything will change, but if it does change, I'll let you know. So I'll just start. I'm going to go through those motions that we went through a couple of weeks ago in the same order as they're listed. Instead of,
I love you.
I'll start first with the pretrial motions. And what we have left over there are the following. And before I move to the motions and limine, I'll give you an option to check in on others that you think that I might have missed. So the first motion that I think needs tending to is paper number 184, which is the Commonwealth's motion for use of streaming platform to prevent juror exposure to extraneous matter with an affidavit in support. The defendant did not object. The request is to use the standard Zoom format. The court intends to do that. And so that motion is allowed. There will be no other streaming platform used in this trial other than
what?
Any questions about that?
Your Honor, just briefly, there's the standard Zoom platform in which remote users are able to unmute themselves, and then there's the other version where they can't. I don't know what the name of that is. Are we using that version?
We're using the version that they can't unmute themselves.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's weird. I mean,
Paper
Zoom can
number
be streamed
185
anyway.
is the Commonwealth's motion
so
for an order to prevent
weird.
juror exposure. This is a, whatever, called the stay away, no contact order, so to speak. I don't know that we're going to need
A public
it.
trial.
It's hard for me to
public
judge
trial.
or what is going to be the appetite for either demonstrators in this case. I don't see anybody
gonna happen.
outside yet. And I'm hoping it stays that way, frankly.
Your Honor, I think the parties are all also hoping it stays that way. In the event that there's any information suggesting that there might be any sort of demonstration outside, how could we communicate that best to the court, information that we might?
Through the clerk, the best point of communication always is Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So if things change outside, and I have a skewed version of it because I sit out on the back, so I don't see what's going on out on the front of the building, but if it
There's nothing
changes, you
happening
let
in the
us
front.
know
This
and
isn't the Karen Reed trial.
I
Stop it,
won't
you
hesitate
guys.
to order that because
There's no turtle boy with a bullhorn
premier
out
importance
there.
to me is keeping
Come on.
that jury that we pick in their fair and impartial state throughout the entire term of the trial.
You mean like sequestration?
So the
That's an
supplemental
option.
questionnaire, I'll get that to you today. I did add in, as requested by the defense, I changed those 3 questions to be 3 separate questions. I added in the additional question that the defense asked. I think we, at the side of the bench on Friday, the Commonwealth indicated to me that it didn't have any additional edits to that. And I did see some motions came in this morning. I can't say that I spent a lot of time looking at any of them, but I did see that there was a revised witness list, which the Commonwealth eliminated witnesses that it no longer intends to call, and added a few witnesses. Which reminded me, so I'm going to, that witness list as abbreviated, we talked about cutting
Who
out
the hell would show
custodian
up
of
for
the
this trial
records
outside?
and adding in the defense witnesses to the appropriate subheading. And not on Friday, but previously, I think I said
Like my
to you
opinion,
that,
guilty, obviously.
said to the defense to take a look at where I put them to make sure that I put them in the right bucket, so to speak. Have you had a chance to do that? And are you content with where I put them?
I know I looked at it, Judge. I can't remember, but I think that it was fine, and I'll take a look at it before I leave today, but I think it's fine.
Okay. So what I'm probably going to do is take the new witness list from the Commonwealth and then add those people back into the same spots that I put them on the prior version, rather
That's
than
my
try to
mom.
figure out who the Commonwealth.
Wallflower's
off.
my adopted mommy, and I love her very much.
But sometime this afternoon, you're going to get the questionnaire and you'll get the attachment that I intend to, and just take a look at it for the final. We can always make changes in the morning. And while I'm on the topic of questionnaire, I think I told you, I think it's the most efficient
Oh,
way
that
to
makes
get the
sense.
information to you, and
That
the
makes
least logistically challenging way is the way I've done it really in almost every case that I'm using a questionnaire now, which is those questions are designed in a particular way such that a yes response requires further follow-up. And so when that person comes in, and I'm pretty sure now that we're going to be impaneling
Take a little
in this
stroll.
courtroom. I didn't think that the last time I talked to you, but based on what's happening in the other courtrooms, I can't get a clear courtroom somewhere else. So we are going to impanel in this courtroom. We'll be using the whisper technology for strikes. And
Whisper.
when the
I hate
person
that
comes
stupid
in and
thing.
is seated, I will follow up on any missing information on the statutory questionnaire and any yes answers to the questionnaire. And then I have
You have to
a few
think.
more follow-up questions if the person's still standing and is still a viable potential juror. One of the questions that I think I'm going to ask in that
I'll tell you guys my thoughts in a
individual
second.
voir dire is to tell the prospective jurors
That if you lie to get on a jury.
During the course of the trial, they need to agree not to be on any social media, and they need to agree not to watch the news in any medium. That's a big ask, but I think it's a necessary ask given the level of publicity, media coverage on the case. Anyone have an objection to that?
No objection. Objection, Judge? Could I just ask a question, Judge? I looked at my notes from our last discussion. I read my notes to say you weren't going to give us copies of the questionnaire.
That's right. So how do I
So
do
that they couldn't leak.
Yes.
So you'll have a blank questionnaire, of course. And so what I do is I have the person come in, I tell them in the impanelment script, you fill that out, give us your honest answers to the questions, you fold it together, and you keep that document in your possession. Don't show it to anyone until you hand it to me. So they will come up to the side of the bench, they will hand me the questionnaire. I will then recite. Juror number 40 answered yes to questions blank, 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 and blank. So you'll know what questions they answered yes to. And occasionally people don't answer, and they'll put a question mark, or they'll write something. And if that happens, I read literally what they wrote and where they wrote it. And if you at any point want to look at the questionnaire, that's fine with me too.
Just can't have a
Just wanna
copy.
Prevent the, both the time and the paper that's involved. Jury selection is so paper intensive anyway, the last thing you need is more questionnaires. But if you want to look at the questionnaire at any point, that's fine. And then at some point, the very last question, as you know, on the questionnaire.
Judge is trying to
is
save the trees over here.
Whether this would disclose anything that would be personal to you. I presume that some number of jurors are going to answer yes to that question. At some point, typically at 1 o'clock, I will have the required hearing under URIP to seal those questionnaires. And you have to give, under the rule, you have to have a hearing. So it'll take about 2 minutes, but we will have that hearing at some point during the early stages of the trial.
Thank you, Judge.
Interesting. Yeah, I heard the same thing about this
Commonwealth
judge.
filed a preliminary request for jury instructions. I just want to bring that to the defense's attention with regard to the elements of all of the crimes, so that if there's any objection to that, the murder one is really the SJC's, and I don't know that you're going to be dabbling with that, but with regard to the others, just take a look at those so that we're all on the same.
You guys
page
wondering
with
why
regard
I'm
to
looking
the
this way? It's because I have
elements,
2 screens and it's
that
bigger for me to watch the judge
pertaining
on this
to
one.
the
She's
other
smaller on
crimes,
the
all
screen
right?
that you guys see me on,
We
so
have,
I'm just
Judge,
sort of watching
and
the same
at
thing you are
appropriate
over
time,
here.
We do have an objection to some of their requests, but we'll deal
Interesting.
with that when that wants to.
Okay. I think we're a little before that point, but I'll be happy to hear you whenever you want to bring it to my attention.
Yes. Well, you know, I'm from that area, from the South Shore originally. So yeah, this is, everyone knows this case.
We've dealt with on Friday the motion for change of venue. And we also,
That was denied.
I guess implicitly, if not explicitly, have addressed the defendant's motion for leave to conduct attorney-conducted voir dire to the extent that the defense is asking for panel. I'm not going to exercise my discretion. I'm going to do the traditional individual voir dire.
Smart.
And of course, you play a big role in that.
Smart that way. Instead
That's
of a
all I
panel,
have
voir dire.
for non-motion in limine pretrial motions that I think that I could give you some rulings on. Just before I move to the motions in limine, is there any other non-motion in limine pretrial ruling that you're looking for?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth did file a motion for reciprocal discovery.
Okay,
The defense did provide us with a notice of intent to call a Dr. Banerjee and an outline of Dr. Banerjee's opinion if she testifies. The Commonwealth is requesting
Supplemental information.
the proposed potential testimony of Dr. Lakin and Joel Scoletti of Safos Corporation, who are identified as potential experts by the defendant. And also Dr. Dan Feria and Steve Verino of MVP Forensics, also identified as potential defense experts. And also Tim Creamer has been identified as an investigator. Commonwealth is requesting any statements that Mr. Creamer has obtained, and also the substance of any testimony he may offer.
Smart.
We have no opinion, we have no reports, we have no statements. I will, though, provide them with
You have none?
a summary
At
of
this
what I
stage?
anticipate the other experts would testify to.
No, that's not good enough.
I'll do that. And I'll
All
do-
right, when can you get that to them?
Pardon?
When can you get that to them?
Wednesday?
Seems reasonable.
Does it? At this stage of trial? Seem reasonable? I don't know.
Any other
Come on.
non-motion and limine motions? All right. So I'll move to the motions and limine, and
Hi, Holly. It's nice to see you, my friend.
I'm going to
I know the time difference is
take them
wonky
in
for you.
order, I think, with the exception of maybe one of them. When we get to it, I may pull that to the end. So paper number 187 is the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate number 1. It's to provide the jury with a means to review electronic exhibits during deliberations. And the defendant did not object to that as of at least 10:31. Same position today, right?
Yes.
It's allowed. The Commonwealth needs to ensure that the laptop that is in the jury deliberation room is, contains no other information other than the information that's necessary,
Trial.
the software that's necessary for the
No, am I frozen? I
jury
better not be.
to review the
Am I frozen?
material evidence.
We will do that, Your Honor. There is a special laptop that will be used for that purpose, and it will be provided to the defense to inspect it.
All right, and that was the second part of my order, which is the defense is ordered to review that laptop before it goes in to make sure that we don't have any glitches. Paper number 188 is Commonwealth's motion in limine number 2. It's to notice of any visual aids defense intends to display during opening statements. The defendant objected to that. Is the defendant still objecting to that?
It is.
What are you objecting to?
The motion is allowed.
Yeah,
As
you have to.
opening statements, I want to see any chalks that you're intending to use. It's for your own good. Because if I determine that there's something on that chalk that
That
is
shouldn't be.
inadmissible, you are not going to be able to use it because you're not going to be able to turn it
makes sense.
around.
That's right.
Go right ahead and state your objection on the record.
Well, Judge, I would just like to explain something. I object to it for a very simple reason. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've
And you
never had
always
an
have to do it.
objection in either my openings or my closings when I've used visual aids.
Yeah, that's
Secondly,
weird.
I only include visual aids that I know are going to be exhibits that are admitted.
Okay,
If
she
I have
can't take
any
your word.
question about anything that I would use
She can't-
visually
she
for the
can't
jurors,
take your word.
I approach the DAs, I approach the court, make sure that we're all in agreement that's an exhibit. I don't use
Then why are
charts.
you objecting to it then?
Because it
Right.
gives, if I give it to the Commonwealth before I make my opening, they have a roadmap, they have a preview of what we're going to say.
Everyone's
Yeah,
supposed to be getting
everyone
a
does that.
preview of the evidence.
That's the whole
Not
point.
of my opening and not of my thoughts.
All right, I'm not going to engage in a discussion about this.
It's
Any
bottom
chalks
line.
that you
You have
intend
to.
to use that are not agreed to exhibits need to be shown to the court and to.
That's how it works, bud.
opposing
You know
counsel.
that.
Okay,
Come on,
Judge,
stop
just
it.
so I
And
understand.
it can be the morning of, but it's going to be before you're holding something up in front of 16 jurors that we spend 2 weeks picking a jury for.
That's
Not
right.
happening.
And I don't want it to happen, but let me just clarify something. I understand the court's ruling so far. Chalks, but not what we know to be exhibits.
If you have, and I know you have, agreed to exhibits, then you don't need to address that. Those are agreed to. You know it's agreed to. You can show those. If you have chalks, different thing, that you want to put in front of the jury, I am not letting you stand up before the jury without me seeing it first. and the Commonwealth say it first. It can be the morning of, but I do not want you showing a chalk to our impaneled jurors without me seeing it first.
I understand, Judge.
It's how it works. He knows how. You've been doing this for 20 years. You don't know how it works? Come on, defense counsel.
All right.
Do better.
Paper number 189 is Commonwealth's number
He understands.
3.
He should understand
It's for
20 years
notice of
ago.
any
Come on.
third-party culprit evidence. The defense has indicated that he understands what the rules are and you're going to abide by them. There's no ruling necessary. Paper number 190 is Commonwealth's number 4, notice of any proposed
isn't.
reputation testimony. It also relates to, I have them in my notes, see paper number 193 below. 193 refers to any bad character, bad reputation of the victim or any of the witnesses, and alleged prior bad acts of the victim or any witnesses. The defense has objected to that, arguing
Shocker.
that he intends to bring in evidence of general
victim.
reputation evidence. Is that right?
Your Honor, at this point, we don't have any notice of specific reputation evidence that we'd either offer through cross-examination or in any case in chief for us.
But they want to
Okay.
retain their
The
right.
concern I do have is the Commonwealth has indicated they expect to introduce evidence, quote unquote, that Anna Walsh was a loving mother who would never have abandoned her children and was a dedicated employee. So I'm sure the government is aware of the restrictions on how this evidence will come in, but that may or may not be relevant. And so I'd ask the court to revisit this before they seek to put this information in.
All right, Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the Commonwealth does plan to call witnesses who will testify as to their observations of the victim at her employment. Her employer will testify, as well as her former employer, who was the New Year's Eve guest, will testify as to her.
Is it Metlu or Mutlu, or how do you pronounce his last name?
Mutlu, Your Honor.
Mutlu?
Mutlu.
Okay, I'll try to remember that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The Commonwealth will be
Just write it down.
introducing evidence to
Moot-lu.
those persons
Yeah, she's
regarding
annoyed.
the victim's work ethics and,
Observations or interactions with the children?
yes, Your Honor, observations and interactions with the children.
All right. I'm not going to give you any firm rulings on it. You raised your objections at the time. I will tell you generally that I probably will allow observations of her, not to an excessive amount, whatever that in my mind becomes excessive. But
That's my
general
problem with the legal
observations as to
system.
the
That's
victim's
judge by
interactions with their
judge
children is permissible.
deciding what's enough and what
Just
isn't.
add that
I don't like
the
that.
law is clear on this. They can't have specific acts, so an observation would be a witness giving their opinion or testimony on a specific act. And so that's not admissible. What they're allowed.
You're right, opinion or testimony.
So observations, how are observations of her with her children relevant, which I suspect may or may not be relevant once we start? And it can't just be a limited number of people. So
Gee,
one
I don't
person
know.
from her work saying that she had a good work ethic, the case law says you cannot do that. It has to be the general reputation of a community. And so I guess we will
Okay.
just raise the objections at the time. I just wanted to put the court on notice that
Right.
any of this testimony could just be inflammatory and prejudicial and invoke
No,
sympathy of the
it's not
jury
gonna
here,
happen.
that she was a great mother and a great employee.
Well, that's kind of the point. She's the victim.
I hear your objection, and I
But-
encourage you, and I know that you don't need
Raise the
any
objection
encouragement to make the real-time objection at the time of the trial, and I'm just trying to give you some basic guideposts of what my present thinking is with regard to that evidentiary issue.
I know Tipton.
Anyone want
Not sure
anything
who
more on
she
that
is.
particular motion?
She's decent.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Commonwealth's number 191, motion to eliminate number 5, is to allow in-court identification the defense asked for, and the Commonwealth has now given, I see this morning, a list of the witnesses who will so identify. Any issue that I need to be aware of with regard to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So that motion is allowed without objection, and the Commonwealth has satisfied the defense's request to provide names as of this date. Number 6 of the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate is to preclude reference to or introduction of irrelevant conduct of testifying and non-testifying police officers and agencies. The defendant objects, and I'm happy to hear further argument on this if you wish, but the defense's objection to me was, I wrote in my notes, it depends on what the Commonwealth does in its case in chief. And so you've alerted me to the issue, and we'll take it as we go along. With regard to a preemptive ruling in that regard, nor do I think that it would be part of your opening statement, because the opening statement is supposed to be a preview of what the evidence in the case will be. And so the defendant may not open on this without raising it with the court. It wouldn't be expected testimony at this point based on your opposition, or seek to introduce that evidence without readdressing it with the court affirmatively.
Kelly
at the time that
Porges,
you're
got
going
it.
to
I
do
remember hearing the last
All
name.
right. Commonwealth's number 7 is paper number 193.
Yeah. Ask for forgiveness,
I think
not
we just
permission.
went over that with the other one, so I'm going to bypass that. Paper number 194 to Commonwealth's number 8, to admit photos of digital devices rather than the actual devices, and the defendant did not object, and that's current today. That motion is allowed without objection.
Cool.
Let me pause on 195, because I think we're going to have to go through. Let me just say, first of all, Commonwealth's number 9 is to admit the defendant's 4 recorded interviews with the police.
4.
I saw this morning, but I haven't really had a chance
wait
to
to
look
see
at
those.
it. The Commonwealth supplemented its legal briefing with regard to statements of Miss Minor and of the minor child. I want to look at that, and I want the defense to have an opportunity to look at that. I looked the case over quickly this morning, but I frankly didn't have much time to deal with it. But I'm going to circle back to that motion, because I think we're going to have to go sort of on the micro level and start going statement
by
by
piece.
statement,
Mm-hmm.
which is going to take some time. So I'm going to put that towards the end of this
Makes sense.
hearing. Paper number 196 is Commonwealth number 10, to admit NCIC missing person form for Anna Walsh. Defendant didn't object, correct?
NCIC is the National
It's allowed.
Center.
Paper number 11 of the Commonwealth's motion in limine to admit photos and a
It's
short video.
The
of
National Center
Anna
for like
Walsh
missing
as she
people,
normally
basically, that they
appeared.
enter all the information
Defendant
into.
objected. So I haven't seen the video. Does the Commonwealth have a way to show me the video?
I believe we could email it to you, Your Honor.
I meant like right now.
Your Honor, I have it on my computer if you.
Right now.
And I can walk up to the bench.
That'd be great.
National Crime Information Center. Thank you. The FBI.
Generally, what is the
runs
video
it.
of?
It's her with her 3 children
help
on
track
the rug
missing
in the living
persons.
room of the home.
And why is it important?
The rug, an identical rug was found in the dumpster outside of the defendant's mother's home.
Your Honor, I-
Bingo.
But just what might make it easy is the video is
Grainy.
unnecessary. They could do a screenshot of the video which portrays the rug in question.
Or they could play the video because they have that right.
Yes.
Sure.
I don't know why the Commonwealth would agree to that. If I'm the Commonwealth, I'm not agreeing to that. I want to play the video. The video is evidence. I want it in evidence. It's an exact replica of the same rug. Now it's found in the dumpster near his mother's house, which is the stupidest thing. Why would you put it anywhere near? You should have drove to somewhere random, Brian Walshe. Somewhere no one you know lives, and like, how dumb can one criminal be? I mean, I don't get it. How stupid do you have to be? Thank you, Jesse. We'll put that on the screen. These are the attorneys for Brian Walshe, Larry Tipton, and Kelly Porges. He's taking notes. He's taking notes, everyone. He's taking notes.
I think it's incredibly inflammatory. And
Of
if
course you
their
do.
sole reason for introducing that is to simply show that that rug was in the home.
They have the right,
they
though.
can do that with a screenshot.
But they don't have to screenshot it. They don't have
Right.
to do. Oh, wait,
That's
the
the ruling you
Commonwealth's
were gonna
agreeing
get,
to it.
So it's good that you, there is no reason that the video needs to be played.
Why not?
So just
Hard
take a
judge.
shot of it, show the shot. Now,
Not a smooth
regard to the
criminal.
other photos.
Smooth criminal.
you need to use, it's sort of like autopsy photos, in my view.
Oh boy.
Use the least number you can use
Possibly.
to get, I understand that's one picture she's wearing a necklace and one more picture
Bingo.
she's showing the watch or something else. But use the least number that you can use.
Well, if you have 15 items that they found, you have to
Yes.
use 15 pictures. Sorry.
So I agree with that, and we tried to cull it down. So there's one with a jacket,
Bingo, Sarah.
there's one with a watch.
The black jacket,
Yes. There's one with a watch, and there's one with a necklace. We can probably take away one or two from what we submitted, because I
Don't
believe that
do
there's
that.
one.
It's your
where
case.
she's with Mr. Mutlu wearing the watch, so maybe we can delete that one. So we're talking probably about 4.
That's more
The
than
other issue
reasonable.
is Those photos can also be cropped, and there can be a stipulation
Ugh.
that the cropped photograph showing a person wearing the necklace, the coat, is in fact a photograph of Anna Walsh. So they have sent a parade of photographs. I think that there's other ways to serve that purpose. and some
Bingo,
might be
Jane.
Stipulations, so this,
well, I'll let you work out whether you have any stipulations, but even if you want it that way, doesn't mean that the Commonwealth wants it
Correct.
that way. And the Commonwealth gets to,
Decide what they want to do in their case in chief.
hold on one second.
If they want to use 4 photos or 6 photos, they have the right to use the 4 or 6 photos. If those are the 4 or 6 items that were found in the dumpsters that belong to her. Uh-oh. Interesting.
No, I'm fine.
He speaks. I remember the pocketbook. But I wonder if they don't have any pictures of her with the purse, because that, in my opinion, that's bigger than a necklace, or, you know what I mean? Like, okay, the necklace she could have not been wearing, you know? The purse is something you carry every day. At least most women on a jury would know that. I change my purses, but not often, you know? I've been using my same purse for about a year now. And as a matter of fact, it was a really nice birthday gift. One of the first times people actually like got together and got me a birthday gift. It wasn't like separate from separate people. It was last year, and it was, you know, some of you. And people sneakily talked to each other and threw in and got me this really nice side sling purse, which is cool because mine had literally just broken like 2 weeks before my birthday. And that's the one I like to use, you know, hands free. I'm a mom, dude. I need my hands, and I like the side, you know. So I've been using that one for about a year now, and I absolutely love that purse. I can't put too much stuff in it because it's just the right size, and I don't have to use my hands. And it was that purse, and I think it was an Amazon gift card, and it was a great gift. Amazon gift cards can be used for freaking anything. It's like a Visa gift card, you might need groceries or something, you know, light
All right,
bulbs
I
or toilet
think I was
paper.
saying that
It's awesome.
you may be able to reach a stipulation. I don't know if you can, if you can't. But I think I was just about ready to say that the
But
Commonwealth
I haven't
gets
changed
to,
my purse in a year.
within the bounds of the evidentiary bounds, gets to present their case.
Their case in chief.
I appreciate the analogy to autopsy photos, and so let me go back and see if I can do something that's more palatable to the defense.
That's frankly how I see it. I mean, I understand the significance of the various items that we've just listed. to
They're
the
very
Commonwealth's case, or
significant.
I think I
Come on.
understand generally what the significance is to the Commonwealth's case. So
Yeah,
I'm
for
inclined
ID.
to let them have the photos that they're going to need to make those
Prove
arguments.
their case. Yeah.
But they don't need to be inflammatory. And so, yeah, just look through the lens of an autopsy photo.
Just crop them.
Thank you, Ron.
That's
I
it.
I
Comparable.
appreciate that, and I'll work on it.
All right. Commonwealth's motion number 12
loved
to
to do
admit
that.
evidence concerning
crazy.
defendants' federal charges.
I love to go to the places like that. We need to do
And
one of
the
those field
defense
trip
is
days, Jesse,
Opposing in part. I'll hear from the Commonwealth first on this
where we
one.
go and visit some scenes
Your Honor, we have
for up and
actually
coming
attempted
cases.
to develop a stipulation. The Commonwealth had sent it to the defense, and we haven't heard back as to whether that is something they wanted to stipulate to. We had been working on potentially reaching an agreement as to what information about the federal charges would come in.
All right. Well, to aid you in your discussions, it seems to me, and this actually overlaps with regard to the one of the other motions with regard to the interviews. I understand the importance of the federal case in terms of the Commonwealth's argument with regard to motive, and particularly the timeliness of certain information vis-a-vis the time that the Commonwealth indicates that they believe the defendant did the acts that he's charged with. And the one area that I wanted to probe so that I have the information firmly in my mind, what the evidentiary significance of it is, the weight of it versus the prejudice, is the GPS. So my memory from prior proceedings on this case is that the GPS was not the way that the Commonwealth found out that Brian Walshe was at various places.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All
It
right.
was not a GPS bracelet.
What was it?
It was a radio frequency bracelet that would go off if he went a certain distance from the
Away
home,
from the house.
and he would
Yep.
have allotted amount of time to leave the home to perform errands and drive the children.
Okay. So there's no evidentiary, there's nobody coming in and saying, based on his bracelet, he was at X, Y, and Z. They found that from the phone, right?
That is correct, Your Honor. They found
All
it
right.
through the two phones.
So that seems to me to be both in the transcripts and also just to the extent that it's in any of the federal papers as a condition of release, highly prejudicial. And I'm not inclined to let the jury hear about that. It's not relevant to their decision-making, and they may, even if I give them a limiting instruction, may make it difficult for them to accept the limiting instruction. It doesn't have any evidentiary value.
Okay.
So anything with regard to both in the interviews, which I know we're tabling for later on, and/or in the federal records, that seems to me to have very little evidentiary value to the Commonwealth and has a potential for prejudice to the defense. So that won't be in.
Understanding you've made a ruling, can I make an attempt to change your mind?
Sure.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate
important
appreciate
piece.
you giving me this opportunity. So with the defendant's ability to have windows of time that allowed him freedom to leave from the house, it allows the Commonwealth to show the premeditated nature of this crime and that he had windows to clean up after the crime.
That's a huge piece
That's a
of this.
different thing, though. The fact that he has windows of time that he, or certain parameters that he has to be at home, and that comes up in the interview at one point when Attorney Minor makes mention of
Yes,
that. And I don't know what we're doing with that yet, but
okay.
putting that to the side, I don't think that what you just said about windows is the same thing as I'm saying about being on an electronic bracelet.
Okay, okay. Because
But how
I
do
have
you
to think
know
there's
that they
different
know that,
prejudice
though? That's the
attaches to
problem.
those two things. The fact that he had restrictions, that he was on federal supervised release, and that he had some restrictions is going to be known to the jury. It's integral to the case. But the fact that he's on an electronic monitoring bracelet
Why not?
is a different thing,
Okay.
in
Why?
my mind.
Though
Thank you, Your Honor. I
it
understand.
isn't,
But
because
keep
he
on
has to be home.
objecting, as I know you will, but that's sort of the dividing line that I'm drawing in my mind's eye right now.
Yeah, I don't agree with the judge there. Sorry. How would the jury know what times he's supposed to be home?
And
or
keep
would
on
be
working on
home
the
if They don't know
stipulation.
that he's on the bracelet, right? It proves that he had to be home between this time and this time because the bracelet.
Paper number
fell off.
199 is Commonwealth's motion in limine number 13. It's to admit the victim's out-of-court statements, evidence of her
girls.
state of mind,
We're gonna
and
educate
the
you.
defendant's motive to kill her. Defendant is opposing it in part. I'll hear from the Commonwealth first.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would seek to introduce the victim's out-of-court statements to Alyssa Kirby and to Mr. Mutlu and to Mr. Fastow as to her state of mind, which was known to the defendant. Your Honor, certainly the defendant, the evidence will show that the victim had a meeting with a friend, Miss Kirby, on the 29th of December and told her about the big argument they had had over Christmas.
Give me a timeline because I want to have this in my head. She comes home on Christmas Day.
Yes.
Anna comes home on Christmas Day. She drives.
Pay attention to this,
Because she
Christy.
missed the flight. She spends much of the day driving, and then she gets there on the afternoon, evening of the 25th.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it'd be around 8 o'clock.
When did she drive back?
She leaves on the 26th of December,
Okay. And she drove back to DC.
and she drove back to DC
And then she returns back to Boston by flight on the 30th.
on the 30th.
All right, that's helpful. All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, on the 29th, when she's still in DC, the night before her return to Boston, she goes out to dinner with her friend Alyssa Kirby and talks about the big fight that she and the defendant had, and tells Alyssa Kirby,
She'd been home for Christmas.
yes, over the Christmas break, or the day that she was home. She tells her about that big fight, that she gave the defendant an ultimatum, that she had learned that the reason the children weren't with her was because of the defendant and his attorney, and that she had told him essentially to just resolve the case, even if it meant taking jail as a result. And I know Your Honor has reviewed the paperwork, and it is a little more detailed, some of the
I have.
statements at grand jury. Your Honor, I would suggest that this is admissible because certainly it shows the victim's state of mind, that she is prepared to do what she needs to do to take her children down to DC to be with her. She had a very highly compensated job, and I know Your Honor is familiar with the circumstances of her moving to DC without the defendant and the children. I suggest that that is certainly known to the defendant. He acknowledged and alluded to a big fight over Christmas in the recorded interviews, and indeed said that he had learned after fighting with the victim previously over Christmas, and I believe he said Thanksgiving, that he was not going to fight with her over her alleged need to return to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Suggests this is highly probative of the victim's state of mind and the defendant's motive to kill her. It also shows that he is aware of this. He's searching Mr. Fastow's name. He's searching for divorce, and he is conducting those searches in between. I believe the search for Mr. Fastow was on December 25th, and then he's searching for divorce, I believe, on the 27th. His
It
mother
is.
then hires the private investigator to investigate Anna's, whether she's behaving appropriately for a married woman. That's on the 28th. Certainly suggested all of this is highly relevant to the victim's state of mind and the defendant's motive to kill her and what happened in that home on the 1st of January. And with Mr.
Right.
Mutlu, there is some testimony about Anna Walshe had some conversations with him, I believe, on the 28th. And Mr. Mutlu's testimony is a bit indicating in some of his statements that some of it he might have learned from other people, but some of it he did learn from Anna. And certainly the Commonwealth would be very careful to make sure that we were only eliciting what he learned from Anna, not something he had heard from somebody else. And I would suggest that that should all be admitted in this case.
All right. Defense?
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the problem I have is the Commonwealth is also cherry-picking parts of these conversations. The dinner that they're speaking about, her and her
job.
friend were out until 1:30 in the morning.
Like,
and
they're
then
not gonna
it
talk
ended
about
in a
when they talked about
karaoke
bread.
bar. So there was
So?
probably copious amounts of alcohol, I would assume.
So,
That goes to the weight the jury chooses to
It
give
does,
to it.
But in the
Correct.
context, I think it's important. The other thing that the Commonwealth didn't seek to introduce is the fact that Alyssa Kirby at the grand jury, at her grand jury testimony, said that they had a very open and honest relationship, and that Anna wanted him to do whatever he had to do so the family could be together. And further, she didn't say that she wanted a divorce or was going to leave him with this ultimatum. Specifically, Anna supposedly said to Alyssa Kirby that she wanted him to choose life because he had been so depressed. And even if he had to go to jail, that will be waiting for you when you get out. So I think they're not only cherry picking what portions of this conversation they want to put in, they're overstating the relevance, especially in light of the case law. When you look at the cases that talk about state of mind, they cite Castano. That was a situation in which the witness had told the defendant, in that case, that she wanted to end the relationship, that she had rejected his anniversary presents, not only was ending the relationship, but has packed up his bags. And when the police responded to the scene, there was in fact a packed suitcase of the defendant's items at the door. That is not what we have here, let alone to that level. In Martin, the statements that the government was seeking to introduce were basically statements in history of physical abuse, violence, of her trying to take the children from him. That is not what we have here. Half of the conversation to Ms. Kirby was how she wanted her family together. They had an open relationship. Couples fight. So to say they had a big fight on a date, she was late for Christmas and they had 3 children. This was not earth-shattering motive to kill information. So I don't think it's fair that these conversations with Alyssa Kirby come in. And certainly if the court does see value in those statements as the case develops, then the doctrine of verbal completeness would force the court to allow all those statements to come in, because this was one conversation. So that would.
The court
be our
doesn't
position
say you
with
have to tell
respect
the
to
entire
Alyssa Kirby.
conversation.
With respect
That's the way
to
it works.
Jem, I think there needs to be either a voir dire
Bingo.
versus clearing up of what he heard.
I agree,
from
Jesse.
other witnesses and what he specifically heard from Anna. And again, Mr. Mutlow was with them on New Year's Eve into the 1st of January until about 1:30 in the morning. And he's also described the night is joyous, that they had a happy marriage. The federal case had been going on since 2018. They had been weathering this storm. And so again, if they're seeking to introduce statements, I think that the full conversation would come in to show the context, and we need to figure out what exactly Mr. Mutlow heard directly from Anna.
All right. So let me give you some guideposts. The defense in its opposition cites to Qualls, which is sort of one of the earlier and seminal cases on state of mind evidence. And, but I'm not persuaded by the defense's argument with regard to what Qualls stands for in light of Castano. And in light of which, for the record, Castano's at 478 Mass 75, a 2017 case, and also look at Commonwealth versus Bins, B-I-N-S. That can be found at 465 Mass 348, a 2013 case, at head notes 17 through 22. Under that case law and other cases that I looked at, it is very likely that I'm going to allow Anna Walsh's statements to Alyssa Kirby, the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill his wife, to the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing his defendant's prior bad acts. His federal case on his statements will be admitted, and with a limiting instruction that it is limited to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any other criminal offenses. There's limiting instruction that is posited by the court, the SJC and Bins. It's on the bottom of top of page 419. Take a look at it. That's what I'm likely going to give you. I think that the parties need to do a little bit more work with Jem, and they will, as the Commonwealth gets ready to prep him for his trial testimony, and obviously be in touch with the defense with regard to what that pretrial
I like the judge too.
work reveals with regard to statements that were made directly to him from
Got great
Anna,
hair.
as opposed to third-party other evidence that would not be admissible.
Yes, Your Honor.
With respect to William Fastow, there's one notable exclusion or sustained you're going to hear. The statement that she makes to Mr. Fastow about she doesn't know what the defendant would do if he were to find out about the affair is not her state of mind evidence and is not admissible and is prejudicial. So don't go there.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, of course, with regard to the doctrine of completeness, I think the defense has an argument there. And so I'm inclined to let them bring in the other statements. And you can oppose it if you want, but that's sort of the guidepost that I'm setting right now.
Understood.
All right. Paper number 200 is Commonwealth 14, to allow the admission of text messages conversation as of 11/12. I wrote, the defendant had not filed a written objection. I think I invited that at our last hearing, and I'm guessing that you didn't because it's 801D2 stuff, but you let me know if it's otherwise.
So, Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, I think maybe we have some objections to some of the portions of the text messages, but specifically, and I did talk about this in
Another paper?
defendant's response to Commonwealth motion in limb 13. The William Fasto text messages, I don't think that any of them are admissible and the jury should not receive them.
You don't think anything's admissible, lady, do ya?
About state of mind in them.
Good luck, Ash. Love you.
Text messages about two friends who are having an illicit sexual
Right? It's a
romantic affair.
conspiracy.
There's no evidence by the government other than speculation that Mr. Walsh ever even saw these messages.
Is it speculation? I mean, he says in his own words in the interview
Bingo.
that
It's not
somehow
speculation.
her text messages are showing up on my phone or something to that. And I'll go back and listen specifically, but we did
Bingo.
cross this issue once before, and that was my recollection. Maybe
Jesse.
it's a failed recollection.
No, the statement that you're referring to, there is a conversation between Mr. Walsh and the police where in the same paragraph, he says, "I'm messenger," not "I message." And then there's talk of Facebook messages popping up on its phone. So I don't think it's clear. And even if the
It's
court
clear.
were to
Stop
infer
it.
that iMessages came to his phone, there's no indication that those came to his phone. The text messages with Anna Walsh
That's
and Will
stretch,
Fasto
counselor.
ended at about 10:30 on New Year's Eve. Mr. Mutlow was at the home until 1:30. He specifically said, either during an interview or his grand jury, that at no point did he see Mr. Walsh on his phone. He didn't see Mr. Walsh on his wife's phone. He, again, described jovial, happy, up until the time he left at 1:30. So I think it's a very thin speculation that he saw these messages. If a foundation is laid during trial that indicates that he did see them or he did know them, it would be different. But otherwise, these text messages are hearsay and they're not admissible for any purpose.
Disagree, but okay.
How are they hearsay?
Yep. How are they hearsay?
In order, in what I'm
Came
focusing
from the
on
victim or the defendant's
is
not
what
hearsay.
in them, is to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, then
I guess we'll have to look at each, and that's sort of where we're going to end up with the transcript, I suspect.
Well, then that's it. So it kind of reverses the question back to the government. Why are they seeking to put this text message history in?
Their case
They're
in
putting
chief.
it
They
in
have a right
because they
to.
want to wave it around and say she was having an affair and he knew and he killed her. That's what they want to do. And I think
Even if they did,
there was
that's their right.
actual evidence or proof, other than speculation, that he had seen these messages, was angry about them, we'd be in a different posture. But that is not the case. And so why are they trying to put them in? And hearsay, her messages, her statements are hearsay. So what other purpose is it coming in for? I don't see a purpose other than to just wave this in front of the jury. Mr. Fastow is going to testify. He can certainly testify to the relationship between him and Anna, the duration, the time, but those text messages should not go in front of the jury.
All right. Kamal?
Yep. No, it did show those back then.
Your Honor,
to
in
see-
addition to the defendant making statements
They
about
should've.
her text, her
By
by
then.
messenger appearing on his phone, he also told the police that her phone was upstairs on New Year's Eve. He told police about some quarrel she had had with someone over text message and then had been, put her phone upstairs in their bedroom.
Abdullah?
Yes. That's different than Mr. Mutloo's testimony that she was using her phone all night. So I suggest that's certainly,
Let me ask you this. Based on the forensic work done on the defendant's phone, is there any evidence that he was on his phone that night?
No, Your Honor, there's not.
Okay.
That's the phone that was
Missing.
misplaced.
Right, but you do have evidence, so this has been the subject of other motions, that on the first and into the second, that there was some manipulation of that phone to unlock it. So I
Same
guess what
along
I'm
with the Lindsay
asking, what I
Clancy
asked you, and it
case.
was a sort of a void in my
yeah,
mind
3
of
that were in
whether
our
there
area.
was any evidence that he was on his
Same, girl,
phone on the
same.
31st, and the answer to that is no.
The first time his phone was manipulated was at, I believe, 7:35.
In the morning of the 1st. All right, just trying to get the facts in my head.
That desk is pretty
Well-
beautiful, Jesse. Mine's that same
More
color.
to follow on this as
Bake
to
it.
individual text
But
messages, and I
it's
want you to be
exactly like
focused
that. I
on
love
whether
it.
or not they are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and if they are, what your positions are, and see if you can make some headway on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, the only other thing with respect to the messages, and this could be an email instead of, I just wanted to, we can certainly check, but if I could have the government verify if the messages they are proposing to introduce between Mr. Walsh and the other witnesses, if they have been edited at all, because.
They were bad.
we
They were so
have,
bad.
Like pages of text
How to-
messages over
how to
a couple days
dismember
to
a body,
various
all sorts of-
witnesses, and I don't know
On his kid's
if that is
iPads.
just the chunk that they are taking, or
Not
if they
good.
went in and cut out any messages.
They were wild.
And by the way,
I'll
Google
talk to
searches.
counsel afterwards.
Okay.
By the way, this motion that I'm talking about, we started to talk about Mr. Fasto and Anna Walsh's text messages. But to the extent that they're the defendant's text messages, which were the subject of this, then that's in a different bucket in terms of evidentiary ruling. Maybe not as important to you either, which is why you went to the other.
Right.
Okay. Commonwealth number 15 is to admit internet history from devices in the defendant's residence.
Your Honor, the government has produced 2 binders that they expect to introduce into evidence. One is a binder of the gray MacBook, and then the other one is a binder of, I only have 2. Did we get it? Oh, okay, we have 3 now.
All right?
So we appreciate that.
Are these for my own, sorry to interrupt you, but are these similar, if not the same, from what came into grand jury?
They're not the same to what came into grand jury.
Okay, because I'm familiar with those from the prior briefings.
This is significantly more
This
material
is
than what came into
definitely
grand jury.
where people
Okay.
can start when you want some
Is it the
background
same
on the
sort of
case.
format, though? There's a
Those
search and then the
searches are
result
bad.
of the search?
No, Your Honor, this would, I would suggest, be from a Celebrate report, and we have copies here that we can give to the court to review.
Okay,
But the Celebrate report for the MacBook pulls from 2 different databases, so you see the same search twice or the same visitation twice.
so let me ask you this. I have some questions that I need to process in my head.
Yes,
They were pretty bad Google searches.
The searches that are done, is there forensic evidence that shows that the searches were done on the MacBook Pro
yes,
and not on the iPad?
Tablet.
yes.
All right.
Yeah, the
That's what I
kid's tablet.
suspected, but I haven't asked and nobody told me that. I assume that that was the case.
Yes,
Because that was not the state of the evidence, as you know, at the time the case was indicted.
yes, Your Honor.
So, and from that time, and that is March of 2023 when the case was indicted, are you saying that the forensic work has uncovered additional searches beyond what was known at that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what's the
Yes,
volume
sir.
of that?
So the MacBook report, that report that was generated is approximately 1,000 pages long.
Okay.
The,
Is that where this search, I hate to be so graphic, but well, it's not that, this isn't that graphic, but this, in paper number 201, I learned of a search that I had never seen before, which is
We're objecting to that one.
right,
okay,
so that was not part of the grand jury.
it was not part of the grand jury.
What is the date of that search?
That is, I believe, forgive me because there's so many, but I believe it's in and around Christmas.
So it's
It's before.
Pre-
before
January 1st.
Yes.
Got it.
Is it around the same time as the divorcing?
Yes,
Premeditation.
Around the 27th?
if I may, I have a
Premeditation.
cheat sheet for myself. 12:27. It's 12:27, Your Honor. And it is approximately 8 hours before the searches for divorce.
So, Your Honor, there were
Premeditation.
4 searches and hits in general on this topic, as you might see on someone's device. This particular search, the name was, I'm trying to be, it was also about having a threesome and impregnating someone. There's multiple searches for porn. He
Oh,
is an
boy.
adult male. So I think to just cherry pick this one, and
I don't care about the porn part, so to speak. I mean, that is it's inflammatory, but it's the second part of that search, cheating
Yep.
wife. So that goes to the issue that we just talked about before, about his state of knowledge and what reasonable inferences can be drawn from that search being done on the 27th.
And the jury has the right to do that. Yep.
That goes to that is an argument with regard to his state of knowledge.
Correct.
On the 27th, as to whether or not his wife was having an affair. Right? I could care less about the porn part of it.
no, I understand. I think, but without getting into a semantical discussion about pornography, I think that there's millions of different interests, predilections of what people
Sure.
might watch or like, and I think that it wasn't just cheating wife. It was cheating wife has threesome and gets impregnated. So
He even did a
to say
Google
that-
search about
that-
embalming.
That could have been ancillary to
You gonna
what
embalm her
the
yourself?
content of the material was. So I think it's inflammatory. So when the
Right.
court
So there's this body of evidence of searches now that are not in my mind because and it's not that it's inappropriate, that's why we have these hearings. But what would be helpful to me is if the Commonwealth, A, can provide me with those searches, and B, if you know, and it's not too much additional work, identify, and maybe it will become apparent to me because there's only the list of what you knew at the time of grand jury is pretty much encapsulated both in the grand jury
I would
transcript,
never
but
look that kind
also
of stuff
in
up
the
on my child's tablet or my child's
affidavits.
computer
Your
or.
Honor, we're prepared to give you the binders and a list of the items that we would seek to elicit at trial from the binders.
All right.
And we'd give that, of course, we've given the binders to counsel, but whatever we give to the court, we give to counsel.
And then if there are particularized searches that the defense is objecting to, I know you will raise them with me. And as a matter of logistics for how the jury is going to be presented this is even the stuff from grand jury, which I printed out because I'm still old school, is binders worth of materials that I have still with me. How are you going to present this to the jury?
So, Your Honor, we have, that would be tagged as an exhibit, a binder, but then it can be
Viewed.
broadcast on these different monitors. So we can ask the witness about a certain entry in the report and put the entry on the screen, and then have the witness testify from the screen saying, this is what occurred in this entry, according to the report.
All right. Just an awful lot of material for them to absorb.
We
They
understand that.
absorbed
It's
more in the
also-
Reed trial. I get it, but
It's also important material to
I
Cromwell's case.
understand.
And so it's not an easy
The defense
examination.
want
but
them to hear about
we-
anything.
We do believe that it's
Really,
important, and we've
which
tried
is
to make it as
standard.
streamlined as we can.
All right.
you can't cut off the legs
Your
of
Honor,
the
just so
of
the
the
court is
Commonwealth's
clear,
case
I
just because
believe
there's
the
a lot.
government's position is that they're going to
Or the
put
defense doesn't like
3
it.
or
Oh,
4
well.
actual binders into evidence, so the jury is going to get a giant binder of 1,000 pages.
Well, that's life.
At what point does that become cumulative and prejudicial when they just
Come on.
drop by? And I'm just trying, is there a way to streamline this, or is there a way to cull some of it? Maybe that's something we can all work on. I just want
I
the
need
court to be
something that's,
aware
I don't
that
care if it's 1,000
that is the
pages.
intention.
If I'm the jury, I want to look at all of them. I want to look at
More to
everything.
follow.
More to follow.
I want to look at everything. So if that's the way that needs to be done, that's the way it needs
All
to be
right.
done. I'm old school like that. I
Paper
need to look at
number
it.
16,
I still write
to
notes
introduce
on paper
Axios
instead of on the
investigations
computer.
hired
like it that
by Diana
be lost.
Walsh,
Can't be
December
deleted.
28th, 2022. Defendant is opposing.
Computer can't fail.
So-
I write it down.
What is it? Is the Commonwealth just seeking to admit through a person presumably that comes from Axios? Because Diana Walsh is not on the witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
We listed her as a witness, Your Honor. We don't know if we're going to call her, but we did list her in an abundance of caution.
all right, I'll make sure that she's,
I apologize, Your
I
Honor.
don't think she's on there.
It
She's
could
not
be
on
a
the list.
clerical error, but
Okay, so keep that, so that,
She's also present in the court right now, Your Honor.
well, do you want to do anything about that?
I didn't know she was on the witness list, so I didn't move to, I didn't move to sequester her for this hearing. So I didn't understand that she was going to testify, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right, so,
I can tell you what I would intend to introduce at trial from Axios. It's just very simple, a contract that was executed.
right, which I've seen.
Yes,
It's a grand jury exhibit.
yes, Your Honor.
What's the objection to that?
I do too.
So, Your Honor, what's the relevance of someone who the
2022.
government isn't calling as a witness to introduce something that they did on the 27th of December?
So 2022, early 2023,
Well, the relevance.
New Year's Eve.
Frankly, I'm going to ask that Ms. Walsh leave the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can speak more freely in a moment.
Okie dokie. Weird.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, the evidence that the government has provided us suggests that Diana Walsh contacted Axios Investigations on December 27th through email and phone calls, that she signed the contract, that she paid for it. In the grand jury testimony, Jeremy Dozier states that Diana Walsh specifically said, "I don't want my son to know about this." So they're trying to basically say, she did this, we have no evidence that he was part of it, knew about it, directed it, paid for it, and it's just prejudicial and
But there,
inflammatory.
I read somewhere, and it has to be in the grand jury, I read somewhere that the connection to the defendant is that she wanted to do this for some time because of the psychic, the whole, and
Psychic.
that she went to the defendant or said to the defendant, I want to
she's
do this.
family,
and
so
that
they're
he
usually
tried
allowed to
rebuff
anyway.
her and say, no, I think his words were, Anna's a good girl, and, she's not having an affair, something to that effect. But then I also read somewhere, it has to be, again, in the grand jury, that he then gave her the name of Axios. So even though he said, don't do it, he gave her the name of the company
Me too,
that she
girl.
hired, right?
So if the government is going to elicit that information,
The only way that comes in is through Diana Walsh.
and they did not list her as a witness.
Me too,
So
Christy.
even if there was evidence that the government was planning to introduce, that Mr. Walsh supplied the name, that doesn't indicate he paid for it, knew that she finally did it, was interested in the results. The evidence we do have is that the mother saw a psychic, and even the the evidence suggests that when Mr. Walsh was speaking to other people about it, he was dismissive of it and even told his wife about it. So I don't think it's appropriate that they get to introduce the contract or the fact that Diana Walsh hired a private investigator on the 27th unless they're going to call a witness to link it to him and that he knew about it, wanted it, and was invested in the results. Otherwise, it's not
Didn't miss it.
relevant.
Still on, my friend.
So, Your Honor, you were right about your memory
Still
of the grand
on.
jury testimony. That statement of
I
the
gotta
defendant
cross it off
giving
or check it
the
off,
name
too.
Axios, that comes from his mother. So
But you don't have her on the witness list, so how do you make that connection without her?
that's fair. We were suggesting it's a reasonable inference by the amount of contact the two of them had, and that he saw her frequently, and that he talked to her frequently over the phone. But again,
Oh,
we were
she
trying to
definitely
be
knows.
very limited with what we were entering. It was just the contract through the private investigator. So with that, I think Ms. Porges, her assessment of the evidence is correct. And so I don't want to belabor this issue. That was the only thing we were trying to get. We were not trying to get any statements of the defendant, nor were we trying to get any statements
Exactly.
of his mother, simply the contract.
Well, you make whatever strategic decisions you're going to make, but that may lead for a paucity of evidence on linking his knowledge to it. That's your choice.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
I mean, it's kind of weird for a judge to draw that kind of conclusion. That's not really
Number
her
17
job.
is
That's
paper number
a little bit
203.
over her job.
And
What she's supposed
no
to be worried
objections
about.
to the calendar.
There isn't, Your Honor, but given the fact that there is, my understanding is that there's going to be a blank calendar and items or notations may be placed on it, and I'm assuming then that is going to go to the jury. If that's the case, then the defendant would also like access to also add or denote things on that calendar, and we can color code it, we can figure out a way, but that's what I would ask for. Or we can have two calendars, which seems superfluous if there's one.
We were just looking to give each juror an empty calendar so they could make their own notes and it would be part of their notebook, not something like that witnesses would be using.
So if
Okay.
they just want to give a blank calendar to the jurors so they can keep track of days, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just got confusing during the grand jury.
All right. 206 is allowed, sequestration of witnesses. 207 is a review. Commonwealth took no position.
A view of what? Where?
Your Honor, may we be heard sidebar?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Sidebar. We're going to have to make a whole new sidebar thing for this trial, obviously. But ours is still funny. Just saying. It's insane to me how long these people can take in sidebars and how many. And I don't see in any other state the amount of goddamn sidebars that are taken. What is he? He's laughing about something. Oh my God. He's just like maniacally laughing. Did anybody else see that? Or is that just me watching him just laugh? And I don't know, like, what are we laughing at? I know it was. We played that all during the second trial, Karen's second trial, because it just goes to show how many fucking sidebars there were. I mean, both sides had to be just annoyed at the amount of sidebars that were happening in that case. And in Massachusetts in general. All right. I mean, I guess even Brian Walshe thought it was funny because he just started maniacally laughing out of fucking nowhere. At God knows what. We do. We need a new one. Like I said, we definitely need a new one for this trial. I'm going to have someone make us a couple new. I mean, we have the good old clip of Peggy O'Keefe in her face. You know, I'm like, what does Peggy feel about all the sidebars? Peggy's like, screw this shit on these goddamn sidebars. Peggy's a rock star. That lady has more strength than anyone I've ever fucking met. You know? I mean, I don't know how she does it, but she does it with grace and courage. She's one brave lady, that's for sure. I mean, we could play all the clips during this sidebar. It's a long ass sidebar. Oh, here we come.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, is it okay if Ms. Walsh comes back in?
No objection?
Sure.
Thank you.
You were gonna ask that? Cool. I mean, whispering, we
So
can still
paper
hear
number
you guys.
208, which is now we're moving to, did move at paper number 206 to the defense's motions eliminate. Paper number 208 is defense number 3. That is now mooted and requires no ruling.
That's her.
Paper number 209, defense 4. Commonwealth has indicated they will not seek such opinion, so no ruling is needed. Paper number 210, defense number 5. Commonwealth will not seek, no ruling is necessary.
Your Honor? Might we ask that a similar order regarding any awards or commendations?
Brian's mom,
by
I
defense
think.
Experts that may be called? That they may not elicit. from that.
I don't think I can. I can't move the closed captioning, unfortunately.
Well, to the extent that it goes to their qualifications, they need to do that. They need to know
can
that
move
the
those off,
person's
but
qualified, but no
I have no
excessive
control over
lauding.
those.
How about we say that? On either side.
I wish I did. I'm sorry. I can remove like the comments that we have and stuff
Paper
out of the
number
way.
6, defense's
best I
motion
can
in
do.
limine regarding any opinion that the defendant knew about the extramarital affair. And that was opposed by the Commonwealth at paper number 230. And as I understand the respective positions of the parties, is the Commonwealth's position is it's not seeking an opinion as to that, but is going to plant breadcrumbs such that a jury could, or could not, but they're hoping they could, infer the same.
That's right, Judge. They've told us they're not eliciting an opinion, so that
Right.
answers that.
So that seems to be the line that the.
Ooh,
rules of
coffee's a
evidence
necessity,
draws
my
from.
friend. It's a necessity. At least in my life, it is. I can't function
Paper number 7,
without coffee.
defense number 7. What did I write here? Oh. Is paper number 212, and it's regarding opinion evidence, and the opposition was at 231. And I wrote to myself, what more do you want? And under what authority?
Well, all I'm trying to do, Judge, and all we're trying to do is keep these witnesses from taking the stand and start offering opinions as opposed to the facts of their investigation, that they not be asked opinions that they have not provided in all of these reports. Because when you read through the hundreds of pages, and what they've given us is all this search data and everything, that's fine. But they can't then elicit, do you have an opinion about what this means? They can't do that, and that's why we filed this motion. That's all.
I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we've provided voluminous discovery in this case. Certainly, we expect that the witnesses will testify as to what they did in conformance with their reports. They'll explain their reports to some extent, but the defendant has all this material that has all been provided. So we would, if there's something specific they're looking for, but again, the witnesses will not stray beyond the reports that have been provided.
All right, then we have no disagreement. As an aside, by
Nope.
the way, it is somewhat surprising to me as I was looking at this issue.
That's
how
right. Experts
Little
can
is
offer
said
their
about
opinions.
experts in the context of, or how little is required by the rules,
Yep,
in
which
stark
is sad.
comparison to the civil rules.
That's right.
And I can't resolve that in my mind, why the drafters of these rules sort of
Made it that way? Yeah, who knows?
make a heavier burden on the parties in a civil case with regard to expert testimony than is
And a criminal.
expected in a criminal case.
Especially
I don't
when
know
you
why.
call people
Curious.
experts that
If I-
clearly
Yes.
I
are
suspect
not.
it's because in criminal cases, you have procedural due process bumping up against substantive due process, and that's not present.
Wouldn't you think that would then err to the side of more disclosure for
Caution.
the defendant?
Or
I
disclosure.
think less because fair trial strategy, and that might be different. That would be my thought.
My thought when I was sitting in the back is, why don't they have to produce what they have to produce in a civil case? But
don't,
I don't
though.
write those rules. I just try to interpret them.
I don't want to belabor this point at all, but I remember Stephanie Page filing motions for depositions because you allowed depositions in civil cases.
Right.
And we were always shut down saying no, and we asked the same question the court's asking.
Well, I'm asking that question, and I almost never allow depositions in a civil case, even of the experts, but regardless. It's just a curiosity.
It's a pretty
Anyway,
cool curiosity. I like this judge. I like her.
Defense number 8.
I'm like you, Judge.
Paper
Curiosity.
number 213.
I am a
opposed to
cat. I
232.
have 10 lives.
And then another
Small,
rebuttal
though.
at 281. To exclude defendant's request to consult with an attorney or statements of prior counsel. And I got more on that today, I think, too. Let's pause on that one. Bad acts, 214, paper number 9 for the defense. I think we've discussed this. It's opposed by the Commonwealth in a partial opposition at paper 233. And I had written to myself in my notes, question to the defendant specifically, what additional statements from the recorded interview does he want to exclude? But we're going to get to that in a minute. Paper number 215, defense number 10, motion in limine regarding witness characterization of evidence or of the defendant's behavior. The Commonwealth has said it will not seek character evidence, but will offer evidence of the defendant's behavior through observations. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that seems reasonable and likely where the line's going to be drawn. Number 11, paper number 216, asking the Commonwealth to designate and provide notice of specific statements and internet searches contained in the digital data seized to be introduced at trial. Anyone wish to be heard more on that issue?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth did file a responsive pleading, paper 234.
I saw that. I will say that the Commonwealth's opposition at 234 seemed to take a reasonable approach. And likely where the line will be drawn. Is the pillowcase in the pillow, that's all over, right? There's nothing there.
We're not going to introduce it, Your Honor.
And there's nothing other happened with regard to the, this is just a hanging, dangling from the prior motions, the dinosaur, teddy bear, that's nothing I need to worry about.
Nothing you need to work on. We sent counsel a list of photos we were intending to introduce. I think that we cropped out any images like that, and so if there's any issues, they'll let us know.
All right. So how do we take on this, what the remaining issue that I really want to address today, and then I'm happy to talk to you about anything that you need to discuss with the court, is these transcripts. And I had about 5 minutes to look at the case that the Commonwealth has now cited in its most recent briefing of this morning, and I want to give it a closer look. But one way that we can approach this is to literally go line by line. I know that the defense has indicated, and I appreciate the way that this was laid out in the briefing, because it makes it very clear as to what it is that you're seeking and helpful. So I appreciate the work that you did to get that in that shape. And you've stated your objections. So one way I could do this is to just go through on this list that you gave to me and rule at some time between now and before the evidence is played, and give you a little bit more time to brief it. I will say that, as I said to you at the side of the bench on Friday, that I think that there's a evidentiary issue that needs to be decided with regard to what the scope of the employment of Ms. Minor was. And I'm not sure how this new law fits within that analysis. If it does, if it's just a separate analysis, it almost seems like it's a separate thing completely. And a separate vehicle or avenue to admissibility, these adopted admissions. But I want to give the defense time to respond to that because it just came in this morning. And as to many of these statements, and so that you don't misunderstand where I thought I was on Friday, which was alerting you to the issue of agency, I'll call it. And I don't want either of the parties to be misguided by what I said to you on the side of the bench with regard to that. And what I mean by that is this. Even if Attorney Minor's statements aren't coming in, even if they weren't coming in, I never intended to not allow the Commonwealth to tell the jury that she was present there. So whether her statements come in is very different than whether her attendance at the interview was going to come in. And I think in the opposition that I saw, the papers that I saw flying, I think the Commonwealth, maybe based on what I said at the side of the bench on Friday, thought that I was excluding the latter as well. That is, her attendance at the interview. I also want to remind you of something that I said at the side of the bench on Friday, which is much of what Attorney Minor says is repeated by the defendant. And so the cumulative impact of those statements is not significant for the most part. There may be statements that she makes that are significant. It seems to me, and I'm sure the defendant is going to ask for the humane practices instruction. And if that is the case, it would seem to me that the dynamic of what is going on in that home during those interviews is relevant to that, specifically Thomas's role. I see you nodding your head no, but then I get to the later
She's like, "No,
interviews. Maybe there's not enough in there for you to care about it. So why are you nodding your head no over there, Attorney Tipton?
I appreciate the time to respond. I was reading their cases at 4 a.m. That's not the best time to be reading cases.
No, you think, Bob?
If the
I
court,
was blissfully ignorant of it at 4 a.m. I didn't see it until
Right,
7
no,
a.m.
to sleep. No.
so if the court's, we will file a written response. My understanding is this court's going to give us time for that. And when's a good time to have that filed? You said you would make a ruling before the evidence started, so I'm
Right.
just wondering.
I mean, honestly, the next couple of days, we're going to be busy with picking a jury and maybe even longer than that. So, I mean, I don't,
Just saying.
as long as I rule on it, yeah, as long as I rule on it in time for you to make the appropriate edits, and I don't.
I do
ruin,
remember that.
You know, the poor IT person that's going to be tasked with doing the
That poor prick.
edits Thanksgiving. How deep
That
into
poor
the
prick.
cases are these transcripts coming in?
Sir, soon, sir.
Well, great, thanks.
But the good news is like you said, a lot of it was cumulative. And so in going over that, particularly the interview in the 7th, when we looked at it, we're like, there's really not a big problem with a lot of these. So we'll start working on some of those redactions. And we gave a list to the court of the things that we didn't object to. So we're going to start working on this.
So curiously, and I just want to make sure that this was a conscious decision on the defense's part and not something that was unconscious. There's some of what she said that you kept in. You know that. Well, attorney,
No,
there are some statements that you did not ask to be, and so,
from Tracy Minor, Judge?
yes.
Well, then that was an error. That's the highlight, didn't carry through then.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
Because.
Threaten my children,
I don't
see
wanna
me go
interrupt
into mama
the
bear
Commonwealth,
mode.
I'll just- And we're going to file a written response. Let me just lay the groundwork for it, though.
Sure.
The court brought up the humane practice. We footnoted in a pleading. We never asserted humane practice. We're not asking for humane practice. Okay?
All right.
That is the bottom line here. And the Commonwealth's citation to sheriff in their latest briefing, they misstate what the law is. The law is if humane practice is a live issue, the court is required by law to give it humane practice. It's not a live issue. We've never raised it. So I want to set that groundwork
All right, I
now.
appreciate that.
Two, I understand what the court just said about you never intended to indicate you were going to exclude the presence of Tracy Minor. Our prejudice, contrary to what the Commonwealth argued in their in their memo they filed last night, we made it very clear what the prejudice is. The prejudice is from the fact that Tracy Minor is there and all these statements are being made. Not the statements necessarily of Tracy Minor, but the statements of the client. And we made clear what we think the prejudice is. And that prejudice, once again, we'll lay it out in more detail, but that prejudice is the same type of prejudice that flows from the Commonwealth's reaction to Proctor and I won't go into anything about Proctor except for the fact that once Proctor's integrity was impeached,
Here we
the
go.
Commonwealth moved away from it, moved away from him. Why? Because his impeached integrity reflected on this office, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Our prejudice is that what happened at these interviews, that Tracy Minor was there, that the jury can take that to say, as we said, either he's lying to his attorney, therefore he's lying to us, and they can't believe our representations during the trial, or his attorney was complicit in the misrepresentations he was making to the police because she chimed in, but she was there, and so now we're making misrepresentation on his
sake.
behalf. That's the type of prejudice we're trying
$150
to avoid.
of cleaning
And
supplies.
finally, we're going to be arguing, why is it relevant, especially when you take the humane practice out of it? There is no relevance to Tracy Minor being there.
Yes,
So
stop it.
we'll brief it, but I wanted to lay the groundwork for that.
All right. So I
Right?
appreciate that preview. And,
Just like appreciate
and I
your
appreciate
nonsense,
the
but-
reminder with regard to
Merp.
the humane practices, both for
Merp.
myself and also to the Commonwealth
Plus tax.
as we move forward and try to resolve this issue for you.
And could I just make one more suggestion? If the Commonwealth could take the highlighted sections that we provided to the Commonwealth and you,
Yes.
and just now go take those highlighted and maybe color code all of these statements they've listed, wouldn't it make it easier for us all?
Well, I think
just
we
to
can
look-
get down to, I think if you get rid of the cumulative stuff, you're really probably down to not a lot.
Right.
So that might be a good idea. What do you think about that?
I think you're right, Your Honor. I think that the issue became with the transcripts, once you started taking her out, it became confusing. So she would actually ask a question and he would answer it.
Right.
Or she would correct him on the restitution figure.
I feel like it's
3
still
times in a
doing
row.
it.
So then he's just shouting numbers out. It
I also
doesn't
feel like
make
they're just
sense.
they use it.
So a lot of it was just
Things don't apply.
confusing with what was being proposed. So we're trying to go back and be more strategic about this.
All right. And so my goal is to make things clearer and easier for the jury
Yes.
than confuse them. And so to the extent that that you're having that situation where there's a question that she's asking that he's answering, and it's cumulative, the relative prejudice, I understand the argument, and I'm not ruling on it right now, Attorney Tipton, because once she's there for one answer, she's there, your argument is going to be the prejudice attaches. I understand the argument. But it's also
forever. I was gonna
incumbent
scream
upon
that.
me to
Every
provide
case he
evidence
was
to the jury
ever
that
was
they
anywhere
can-
near.
in a manner that they can consume it. And if it's doing so, once I balance the prejudice in a way that allows them to digest the evidence.
Yeah.
But I'll
he's
think
part,
more
I know
about
he's
the
part of this case,
prejudicial
but it's
issue.
just like, damn, dude.
And maybe you can get, there really is
Just gonna keep
not
saying
a
his name
lot
is what's
that
gonna
she
happen.
says that he doesn't repeat. So how about Friday on that color coding?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right? That's all the motions eliminate, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, not much else that I have other than the jurors that were called in today were being used for a civil case. They're going to be told at the end of the day that they're being held over till tomorrow. And that's so that we will get a big yield tomorrow. And
Why do you
hopefully,
wait until the end of the day to tell them that?
both-
That sucks.
I'm hoping to take 70 of the jurors tomorrow, and the remainder will go hopefully to Crim 2 so that they can get their work done too.
Jesus Christ.
And then every day, they're going to be held over. So we will have jurors right through till Friday, because as you know, typically we don't get jurors on Friday.
What? That's weird.
And we'll seek to 16.
Morning, Sam.
Any
You could do another
questions
mass
that you
trial.
have,
There's a different judge.
lingering that
Thank
you
God.
need answered between now and tomorrow morning?
I think this one's a
On
little
anything.
more smooth, Sam.
No, but I would ask to come to sidebar on an unrelated matter to this case,
Okay,
What?
when the time comes.
Unrelated
Anything
matter
the
to this
Commonwealth
case? That's weird.
needs.
No, Your Honor, I think that we'll work together and try and figure out some of the other issues we've talked about today. I've been keeping a running list and just trying to make sure that we stay on schedule.
All right. I will see you at the side of the bench.
Mm-mm. Weird. Let's see. Yeah, I can't. I don't think I could do another Judge Canoni either, to be honest. I think both sides were really frustrated with her. The way she runs her courtroom is not a way I would run that I've ever really seen a judge run their courtroom. Some of the antics that she allowed there, some of the bullshit she allowed would never be allowed in another courtroom, even with a different judge in the same county. So, I mean, to have a different judge in the case, I think is important. I also don't think it's an accident that the two cases that Judge Canoni had, involving police officers, both the first trials ended in a hung jury. I blame that partially on the judge, because there was way too much nonsense happening in her fucking courtroom, and shit she was allowing that was just insane. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I've also never seen a judge be so bothered, by being, then don't be a judge. She's bothered by just being there. She's definitely defendant friendly. She was a defense attorney, but there were some things that were pretty standard that shouldn't have happened. And I wouldn't have seen, you know what I mean? The verdict forms weren't a problem for me, only because those are and again, I live here, so this is something I would know because I live here and cover this kind of stuff, but those are the same forms really that are used every fucking time, that she uses every time. So it's not the forms that were a problem for me. It was a lot of other shit. The verdict forms were changed for the defense, remember? Everything should be crystal clear for jurors. And I think part of the problem is, at the same time, that the judges have to interpret the laws they're given to apply them to criminal cases. And they don't have a good interpretation of what what, like, it needs to be defined. We need to have what is, and I know it would be hard to define, but we need to start catching these laws up with our, social media use and digital age. The laws have not caught up to the digital age of things, right? I'm going to tell you guys this now. I don't think any other judge would have allowed Judge Marie Russell to testify as a expert in something that she had never been an expert in something that she just was interested in and read about. If you're just interested in something and you read about it and you're not an expert in it in any way, shape, or form, other than reading about it and making an opinion, that would make me an expert on the law and probably some of you an expert on art, or, you know what I'm saying? No other judge would have allowed Marie Russell to testify as an expert. And I'm not saying this because I, think that Karen Reed is guilty and some of you think she's in. I'm saying this like just from an unbiased perspective. Even if I thought she was innocent, I still would have said Marie Russell shouldn't have been allowed to testify as an expert because she wasn't an expert. She just wasn't. And I don't see any other judge that would have allowed her to testify as an expert. There were way too many problems with that lady way ahead of time. But there was a lot that happened. Yeah, it was a standard form that's used. So in order for them to argue that it was somehow going to confuse the jury or something like that, then why wasn't any other jury in that court ever confused by it? You know what I mean? That's the only problem that I had with that. And they did ultimately change the form for the defense, made it what the defense wanted. And then we heard afterwards it was confusing. So what it was changed to was confusing for the jury, not the original one that she had always used. It was the version that she changed for the defense that the jury found confusing. So that's kind of on the defense, but that is the same form. It wasn't so much the form as it was she was very bothered. Like you could tell the huffing and the puffing and the, being bothered to having that and not making rulings. You know what I mean? Taking forever to make these rulings. A lot of times judges will take things under consideration, but she took them under consideration for an extended period of time. She never really made any rulings on the fly except things that they agreed on right away, which if you're a judge, you should be able to make a ruling on the fly. Read both sides, take the objection, listen to the argument, and make a ruling. She just couldn't do that, right? And that's a problem. Well, it should have been reported because that was very abundantly clear to everybody. And I don't care what side you were on. That was a big boo-boo that the defense made. And you're supposed to self-report to the bar when something like that happens. But, that also takes years to go through that process, That too, all the outside noise that was allowed into the courtroom, the clapping or the laughing, or that would have never been allowed in any other court. That would have immediately been stopped and shut down. She allowed too much so that it allowed both sides to just think that they could get away with whatever at that point. And that's on her. That's on her. Yeah, I'm very interested. You can be very interested. That doesn't make you an expert, and that's part of the problem is she might have been interested. She might have liked the subject, but she was not an expert in it. Right. I can agree there. I covered both trials. I covered the case well before the first trial. I was one of the first 6 people to start covering it. And sometimes I'm just like, why? Why? Why did I cover this stupid fucking case? To be honest, I covered it because it was something near me, something people knew, and it was a good way to just, start my channel with something in my area that I could easily get my hands on the documents and go over with people. And I could have never imagined that it was going to turn into the circus that it turned into, ever. I just figured I would start with something where I live, in the courts that I've sat in a million times and done research. Yeah, I mean, that's not, usually DAs don't do that. Usually the DA doesn't speak. You know what I mean? Usually that's not a statement that's made. I do understand the circumstances surrounding what he was trying to do. Do I think he should have done it? No. I'm also not a fan of Morrissey myself, to be honest, and I never have been. That is something that I've not held back on, that I'm not a huge fan of his. Do I think there was some grand conspiracy? No, but I also know that Morsi has his own problems. He's a politician, not a fucking DA, in my opinion. The guy's been in, voted in for far too long. It's time for him to go. We need, a fresh DA that isn't worried about what the public says versus getting justice for victims. Because even in the cases with Aiden, he's more worried about what Aiden's going to spin it to look like than he is justice for the victims of it. And that's a huge fucking problem. If someone is committing crimes and committing crimes and committing crimes, things like blackmail, extortion, and you're taking the reports but not actually charging him with the crime, even when there's plenty of evidence to it, because you're so worried about how he's going to spin it or what he's going to say on his YouTube show, then you shouldn't be a DA anymore. Bottom line, should not be a fucking DA anymore. Time to pass the baton to someone else, DAs are definitely not supposed to make statements like that. I do understand, because you guys have to remember, I've been harassed a lot myself, right? So I can understand where the DA's office was coming from in that aspect. None of them are charged with any sort of crime. People should not be engaging in the kind of harassment that they were. You can have your opinion on anything, right? But when you take it to a real life point to be sending people mail, emailing their employers, calling their family members, showing up at their homes, that's fucking insane, right? And so that's the stuff that was happening, and a lot worse even behind closed doors. And so there's a lot of stuff that the public didn't see. They heard about, but they didn't see. And there was a lot of things that they didn't even hear about that were pretty bad. And so where I can understand why the DA's office would be frustrated, there was a better way of doing it than what he did, I feel like, Same. I probably would have avoided it and just done something else, or a different case, a different, case in my area. I think that was just the one that was sort of there at the time, and it was just unfortunate timing for me. Yeah, that's the other thing. She dragged it on. Early days, half days, this, that, and the other thing. Lady, though, and that's part of my problem as well. The jury could have been let out a lot earlier in both trials had she not allowed all these last minute arguments of constant sidebars, sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. That could take up 2 hours of a day, which is a big time if you're not starting until almost freaking 10 o'clock every morning or after 9 o'clock. Realistically, they should be in there at 8:30 and they should be going until after 5. She'd end right at 4. God forbid they go up 1 minute past 4. It's just, I'm not a fan of the way that she operates her courtroom. I'm just not. A lot of that shit was brutal. And on both sides can agree on that, because I did it home. I love you. There's a lot of questions that should be. Yeah, I mean, that's what they do, messing with people's money. They don't give a shit. Let's make no mistake, especially the Switch doesn't give a shit. Oh my God, Sam. I obviously knew adults could be awful, right? I worked in a prison for the criminally insane, and it's a men's prison. It's exact where Mr. Walshe here just was, over in Bridgewater. And they just moved him, I think, from Bridgewater back to a regular jail. But he was nice and comfy over in Bridgewater the last 2 or so months. I worked there. I know how it operates, which is why I was able to tell you guys, like, he'll be found competent. I mean, of all the time I worked there, I think there was one guy that was found not competent. And even then it was like 3 months later and he was found competent. So it almost never happens that someone's just magically not found competent to stand trial forever. Like, that just doesn't happen. So I knew he'd be found competent, right? But I dealt with mental health for many, many years working with these people, right? And I did not realize, even working with really bad people who've done some really bad things. We have a whole lifer unit over there of people who are spending life there, but under the in Bridgewater, because they need that much mental health help that they cannot be put into a regular prison. So it's unfortunate. I mean, Bridgewater's different. There's a camera in every cell. I worked the intake unit, which is, every 15-minute checks. We had to check the cells every 15 minutes. We had what we call a trap, which is essentially an office inside of a cage, right? We have all the computer screens, the regular computer, the buttons to open and close, the unit doors, the cell doors, all that stuff. And the governor of Massachusetts at the time, who was Charlie Baker, fired the COs from Bridgewater, offered them jobs at other prisons. And the private company that I worked for took over that prison, that jail. And so essentially, the guards were only allowed on the outside perimeter of our jail. They were not allowed inside our jail. They were only allowed outside the outside perimeter. The DOC was only allowed on the outside perimeter. Now, I had to pass 2 background checks to work for the private company inside that prison. I had to pass one for the DOC, the Department of Corrections, and one for the private company I worked for. And so in order to, I had to do 2 just for the one fucking job, right? And essentially what happened was when the COs were fired,
So,
we took their jobs.
Plan is we'll see each other. We'll,
Except we didn't get the
end
title
today's work. I
of
appreciate
CO,
the commitment
and we
to
didn't
do
get the
some
state
further work on
benefits.
issues, but I think we're really in pretty good shape
Yes, Your Honor.
as we move forward to the start of this.
because
I
we
will
worked
get
for
you
the
later
private
this
company that
afternoon
contracted with the
the
state.
most, what I
So we
believe
got
is the
shafted.
most updated witness list, which will be attached to that supplemental questionnaire. Take a look
Oh my
at it
God.
carefully. And
That's crazy.
I made some changes, some other minor changes that you'll see in there.
And I think we'll be able to give the court the binders of the internet stuff with spreadsheets of the isolated ones that we're looking at.
All right, that sounds good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, and we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock
I can
tomorrow
agree.
morning.
LSU was torture. 9 o'clock tomorrow
Continued to
morning.
November 18th at 9 a.m. Thanks, everyone.
That'd be jury selection. Hold on. Let me pull this down. Well, actually, let's see if we can get them say anything when they're cuffing him back up. She was in the room, but oh my God, that would have scared the shit out of me.
No? Okay.
They cuffed him back up.
I like the keep it simple method.
It's his mom. Okie dokie. He promised. Trying to see what the mom's doing. What are you doing, Mom? You can't talk to the DA, so what do you?
I know
Oh,
someone
the
mentioned to you taking
defense
down your
attorney.
stuff for the court reporter. Court reporter's not going to be here till Thursday, so we'll need you at least tomorrow and Wednesday. All right? Thank you.
Okie dokie then. So that's just, that's just, they're going to keep talking about whatever. Like, regular court shit. This is done. But I can agree that, Alessi was mind numbing, to be honest. Right. Mine would be too. He's definitely doing target practice, but still, fuck no. He shot out my window. Hell no. You better be paying for that goddamn window. And why are you shooting near houses? Why is he even shooting in the direction of a house is the damn question. That my kid would have shit her pants. Just saying. You got a brave kid there. Oh, I would have. That's for damn sure. My husband wouldn't have had a chance. I'd have been already over there. Gun or no, I don't care if they have a gun. I don't give a shit. You could have killed my child, but you were friggin' insane. I'd have been over there faster than my husband would have been trying to hold me back because I just react. That's, especially, it's my babies, Don't get a mom going when it comes to her babies, Yeah, my level of not give a fuck would be higher. I don't think his mom has the ability to turn it into another circus, Yeah, I'm mad for you, bro. I'd have been pissed. And do more than paid for a window. The cops should have seized those weapons. Clearly, you don't know how to handle a weapon carefully if you're shooting anywhere near a house. Yeah, she lives like rural, which is people do a lot of like practice shooting. But why are you shooting anywhere in the direction of another house? That's the part that gets me. That's the insane part. Also, we have been here an hour and 56 minutes, and I have not done this yet because we just kind of delved right into the hearing. We have some other stuff to talk about, but if you would like to donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. We have one of a different bunch of ways to do so. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link that's in chat. It's at the top. You can click on that to use credit or debit. You can remain anonymous on any of these. You know, we don't read government names anyway when they come in. If I know your screen name, I'll read it. And even sometimes if I know who it is, I automatically assume that they don't want their name read, and I will just say anonymous anyway. Most people know that. So, you can remain anonymous. You can say right in the little note you want to remain anonymous. Some people I just automatically know you want to remain anonymous. So yeah, so I I did hear about that. There was a couple other things I heard about, Jim. I'm going to go over them in a second. I don't know what the reasoning for the tears was. I just heard that it happened. So there was a couple things that happened between, I guess, last night and today. I don't know. There was quite a bit going on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, you did. Okay. So, all right. First things first. When it came to my attention that there was a thing going on, at the same time as I was getting this information about Jess crying this morning, I don't know the context here of why. But I did hear that she lost her sponsors. And I could probably make a couple guesses on why. Kate Peters posted something that she needed written permission from Jess. Then she did it and then made a video and posted on X or something like that. Has to do with X. Interesting. Let me see what's on X. Let's look. Whoa. What is this? Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, well, this was 2 minutes ago. Nobody send me. Hold on. Hold on. This is. There's so much. Ugh. Man. Someone else did. Jess posted and copyrighted it because she wants to know who made the video. But you can't copyright something that you don't own the copyright to or that you don't own. Leaving KP out of it. Jess is a public figure, and what she says, good or bad, can be used against her. Jess bashes it, Mike, but when she can't. Yeah, well, that's the other part, is it's a lot of hypocritical bullshit. Oh. Well, didn't I tell you guys to keep an eye on the news this past couple days ago? There was a reason for that. There was a reason for that. When I say things to sort of hint you guys in the right direction, right? Like, this is why I keep telling you to keep an eye on the news. Very, hold on a second. I feel like it's just never ending with some people. Hold on. I'm going to share my screen. Hold on. This is crazy. Okay. I feel like so I told you guys, however, the video is literally only Jess's own words. Yeah, that's weird. And then it also have to do with she's doing tonight, talking about and speaking on. Yeah, so that's all right. So here's the thing. I was telling you guys to keep an eye. Let me show you this first, okay? On the news for a reason. The last couple days. Remember at the end of last week, I was like, keep an eye on the news, right? I'm going to show you why. This is why. This is an article, okay? That was out about a half an hour ago. I'm just moving onto the screen real quick so I can read it to you guys from this side of it. All right. I wish it would, but I just don't feel like it's going to, Jess. You know, it feels like it's never ending. All right. So this is the reason. Karen Reed case, Alberts, McCabe's, Higgins eyeing defamation claims against Reed and Turtleboy. Still hounded by conspiracy theories, months after Karen Reed's acquittal, several witnesses from the high-profile murder case are denouncing Reed's cover-up claims as a vile work of fiction. The outlandish frame job allegations were part of Reed's scheme to defame and wrongly malign prosecution witnesses and evade responsibility for the death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Lawyers for Brian and Nicole Albert, Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, and Brian Higgins argue in a new brief recently served on Reed's legal team. All 5 witnesses attended an ill-fated after party, blah, blah, blah. We know this story. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. In June, a jury found Reed not guilty of her most serious charges, convicting her of only drunk driving misdemeanor. However, Reed's legal saga is far from over. Still faces a wrongful death suit from the O'Keefe's relatives, who maintain Reed was to blame for killing the police officer. During a September hearing in the civil case, Reed's lawyers announced her plans to bring legal action against several witnesses and Massachusetts State Police investigators, further complicating the proceedings. Reed is seeking to combine her conspiracy and civil rights claims with the wrongful death suit for efficiency's sake, but a judge has yet to rule on that request. I don't think the judge is going to allow that. The Alberts, McCabe's, and Higgins are asking that Reed's motion be denied and her claims filed in a separate case, which is what I suspect will happen. The Commonwealth witnesses vigorously dispute defendant Reed's allegations and will defend against these false claims, their lawyer explained. They said their defense will include motions to dismiss, a potential request to move the claims to federal court, and counterclaims against both Reed and Turtleboy blogger Aidan Kearney for defamation and other torts that they have committed individually and in concert, which means together, right? A staunch supporter of Reed's innocence, Kearney racked up several criminal charges after he was accused of intimidating witnesses in the case, including the Alberts and McCabe's. Authorities later alleged Reed leaked non-public information to Kearney, though she was never charged with witness intimidation. Meanwhile, Kearney maintains his actions were protected free speech. Lawyers for the Alberts, McCabe's, and Higgins said they plan to seek justice in a separate action over allegations that Reed and Kearney defamed and substantially injured them through myriad false statements. Combining those defamation claims with Reed's conspiracy claims and the O'Keefe's wrongful death suit is procedurally improper at this stage and will make for a much more sprawling case, the lawyers argue. Notably absent from the opposition brief is Brian and Nicole Albert's nephew, Colin Albert, who was also present at 34 Fairview Road the night O'Keefe died. While Reed previously sought to implicate Colin Albert in her third-party culprit theory, she has not named him in her civil conspiracy claims. Well, that's because he had nothing to do with anything, and she herself admitted that in full in an interview. The wrongful death lawsuit is due back in court Friday. So that's this upcoming Friday. So the reason, right, I was telling you guys to keep an eye on the news is because these defamation claims for Turtle Boy and Karen are bringing themselves to fruition at this point. And so without sort of spilling those beans, that's why I told you guys to keep an eye on the news. So there you have it. It's now in the news. So, right? The little camera, the little mini camera. No, that wasn't a smart thing to do in my opinion at all. But also I think anybody would have to know at that point that you're willing to know what you're willing to deal with someone like him that is impulsive, makes really bad choices, and cannot stop himself when it comes from jealousy and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's the way he operates, no matter what. All right, so now let me share this other screen with you guys, okay? Down that goes, all right? We'll get rid of this here. And then we're going to go here, all right? Let's see. We're going to bring up this here screen from my X account, okay? So this one was 11 minutes ago. Bingo, Barb. He does have a separate lawsuit, all of his own. If he wants to do that, he would have his own lawsuit on that, you know? Plenty of tweets from last night of him admitting he was fed everything and asked and told to write certain things. Well, we all knew that. I've been telling you guys that forever. Whether people chose not to believe it, that's on them. But I had been telling people for quite some time now, you know, why do you think he makes these claims about JFK and what he thinks is happening behind closed doors between JFK and Karen, which I think is very different than being in the middle of a criminal trial, afterwards. But it's because they had communications where she would tell him what to say. Listen, let's go back to the very beginning. One of my very first red flags when it came to Karen's case was her trying to control what I said or didn't say on my channel, right? That was one of my very first hold the fuck on. Why would a murder defendant want to be controlling what a very small, less than 3,000 subscriber YouTuber has to say on her channel about her case? When Karen ever tried to exert any sort of control over what I was saying about the case, that is my first red flag. That did not sit well with me, right? I experienced that personally. So I could tell you that's my personal experience, okay? No murder defendant should ever try to control what's coming from a YouTube channel, ever, right? And she didn't like the fact that I was reporting on some information that I had gotten from a source about them testing the state police's DNA against her taillight to prove that they didn't touch her taillight. They had found like however many random people's partial DNA on the car. And so they went through the list of people who had been around and near the car, including Proctor and Buchanan, and their DNA was not on the vehicle. That was excluded. But for some reason, she did not want me talking about that. Well, I would guess the reason would be if people knew that ahead of trial, maybe the jury ahead of trial would know that their DNA was not present, which means they didn't touch her car, right? So, you know what I mean? Clearly, that's the reason she didn't want me talking about it. But you're not going to control what it makes it look bad. I don't give a shit. It's part of the story. It's part of the case, right? I'm not here to, make someone look bad or not make someone look bad. I'm here to give the facts of the case and the things that are going on, right? And anything that didn't look great for her, she would try to control who talked about it. I mean, the first time that happened, my immediate dismissal of that was like, yeah, that's not a thing. That's not happening. Like, I'm not doing that. No one's going to tell me what I can or can't say on my channel. That's my word. That's my integrity. I'm not bending that for anyone, right? Not doing it. Not fucking doing it. There's a reason why I wouldn't lie for Aiden and why he attacked me, because I wouldn't fucking lie for him. That's my integrity. That's my word. You want to lie to people, that's your prerogative. But I don't need to. And I'm not going to do it for you. Don't do shady shit if you need to lie about it. It's that simple. Fuck, man. It's not my job. And to be fair, it's not like I told on him just to be an asshole. Like, it was an accident. Actually, I assumed that Lindsay had already known about the Lauren situation. And I was wrong. And she had asked me, like, hey, where's Lauren? I want to talk to her. And I assumed she would have no other reason to say that other than she already knew what had just happened just 2 hours prior. So I was like, well, Lauren's not here. She just found out you existed 2 hours ago. Lindsay, she's not coming, Like, I assumed wrongly, but I assumed that she knew what happened, and that's why she wanted to talk to Lauren. Nonetheless, I was wrong, and that is not why she didn't know. And so he got caught, right? And that's not my fault. That's his own fault. But he would love to blame everyone else for being caught. That's not my problem. It's not my don't do that shit, bro. And then you put people in really shitty positions. I didn't know she didn't know. I assumed that she did, right? And that's, I guess, my bad, but at the same time, it's not my bad, because it's not my job to lie for someone when they're doing shady shit. Don't do shady shit and cheat on your wife with multiple other women and then have to lie about it, bro. Like, that's not my fucking fault, not my problem, right? I mean, but that's ultimately what led to his first attack on me, was I didn't keep his shady secret of that and a couple other things that that he knew that I knew that he didn't want out there, And he was also really pissed off that I broke the story about Natalie having immunity. When I broke that story, he told everybody that that was a lie. It didn't happen. Natalie wouldn't have any reason for immunity. I don't know what I'm talking about. Twist is just a liar. Nobody would have a reason to say that Natalie has immunity. I broke that story based on a source and proof of that. I didn't break that story without proof first, right? I sat on that story, as a matter of fact, for quite some time before I broke that story, right? But after he was very upset that I broke that story and he didn't. He talked to many people about how pissed off he was that I had broken that story and that he didn't get that information first. Like, dude, I sat on that for a while. So if somebody didn't give you that information, it was because they don't trust you, and there's a reason, right? And at that point, people didn't trust him a little bit because he was sort of throwing sources under the bus, and which he always does. I don't know why anybody doesn't realize that. If he's you're not useful as a source anymore, or you do something that pisses him off, or he's jealous of, he's going to throw you under the bus, whether you're a source or not. I don't throw my sources under the bus. It's not how I operate, ever. I protect my sources in the same way anyone else would. It's their safety at risk as well. I don't take that lightly, So TV said he asked Karen for the Fed contact after his arrest. She refused to give it to him. I would have refused to give it to him too. What the fuck? What is he going to, you know what I mean? A lot of stuff went down yesterday, apparently. You'd think she would be busy with her case. Well, that's the thing, right? You would. But why would you be caring about what I have to say on my show? I'm just reporting the facts, right? Those were the facts of the case at the time, right? And they're still facts of the case. But, I'm just saying. He went on to tell his thousands of viewers that story about Natalie wasn't true. Twisted broke a story that's not true. It's a lie. It never happened. Natalie has no immunity. That's not a thing. When in fact it was. He went on to do the same thing with Sean when Sean had announced that Michael Proctor was fired. We all knew that ahead of time. I knew it ahead of time. It just wasn't public knowledge yet. And so when Sean made it public, Aiden attacked him and said, oh, he's just a liar. He's just making it up. He says shit all the time. And Aiden was just mad that he didn't break it first. That's the bottom line. That's what it came down to. And instead, he decided to go after Sean for no real reason other than jealousy. But he can't tell his audience that he's having a jealous fit. He knows that. So he's got to make up a reason, which is what he always do. He always does. Well, that's the other thing. I think people want people to fight and not have at least some civil conversations. I mean, it's not bad to try to have a civil conversation with someone, you know? I agree, Holly, and I think that should never happen, ever, in any jury, for any case. And I do think that the Commonwealth should be more careful with things just like this, right? And how do you stop this exact thing from happening? How do you stop a jury or any juror from making their mind up after a first witness who was a first responder or lying to get onto a jury? That's a huge problem. That's why I say our laws got to catch up to the digital age, because this shit's just not working anymore. We're not getting fair trials. It's not happening. You know, I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, that's the thing, right? This was way back. This stuff was like way, way back, but I didn't know, you know, I didn't know that she didn't know, right? Like I had no idea. It was an accident, really. And, but don't put other people in that position. You know what I mean? Don't put people in the position. I mean, your mind could be made. If you feel the chain of custody has been broken, sure. But the problem with that is you'd still have to hear all of the evidence. So if you heard by the first witness, well, I think the chain of custody was broken, and then you get down to the last bit of evidence and it shows you that the chain of custody was not broken. This was the standard way that they did it. It was done that way. Actually, no chain of custody was broken. You know what I mean? So if you make your mind up based on what the first witness says, then you're not listening to what everybody else says after that. And someone else might say something that completely debunks what the first person said. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a reason why juries are supposed to not make up their minds until they're in a room with other jurors, going over all of the evidence and talking it through. You know what I mean? There's a reason why that's the way it's supposed to work. A runaway jury. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. All right. So this is a tweet. I don't know. Kate made it. Well, it's more than 11 minutes ago now, but it says, excuse me, Jess Machado, but I did a little research into the woman you are literally crying about and look at what she's posting. You can't just download a video I made using your own words covered by fair use and post it to YouTube to, quote, copyright it. No, that's not how it works. That's not how this works. It's mine. Well, that's the thing. If Kate posted it first, even if it's her own words and it's fair use, like you can't then post it and then say, it's mine, copyright. You A, have to own the copyright to it. B, it couldn't have been like publicly available. There's rules around this. That's not the way copywriting works. It's mine regardless. I don't enforce any, quote, copyright on it because it's satirical public commentary sourced from your own words. You have no problem attempting to, quote, tear down women like me and anyone your turtle daddy declares war on. Well, that's very true. But you're acting like a huge baby over things you voluntarily said and posted online. Be better. Go make a compilation of me or something so you can watch me not cry and act like a lunatic about it. So I don't know if this is an email. Yep. Kayla, it has been brought to my attention that you have shared a video on your social media platform that contains copyrighted content. That's not the way a copyright works. This video is my property and covered by YouTube copyright protections. No, it's not. It cannot be shared without written permission as stated in my video. That's not how it works. Remove the video from any and all of your social media platforms immediately or all content. Okay, well, you can contact your attorney. It's not the way it works. You can't, first of all, it says I will contact my attorney and take legal action in partnership with YouTube. YouTube will not partner you in taking any legal action. It's not the way it works, number one. A copy of this message has been sent to you as well. I would advise Jess Machado to actually talk to a lawyer before she says and does some of this crap. That's not how copywriting works at all. I do, right? Like have to, I mean, do I have to explain like for 2-year-olds how this works? Copyright claims on YouTube don't work like that, right? If you posted it publicly and you like, there are certain things on my YouTube where I shut off. It'll ask if you want to give people permission to use your videos or not. Mine's off. I don't give people permission to use my videos. But you also, it's a video. It's a video of Jess saying things. I don't know what she's saying either. I don't know. I haven't seen the video. So let's see. I guess the video is making its way through the Mass GOP. I guess it's this one. This, I've never seen this.
Hey, Somerset residents. My name is Jessica Machado.
We're buffering. I don't.
And I'm a candidate for your K through 8 school committee.
Opinion, I've thought about it. I think teachers make way too much money, and there are a bunch of greedy fucks who probably should be working year round, and if they don't, then they should take a significant pay cut.
You want a committee member that has a
What?
secret agenda, that looks for adulation and attention, that fears speaking up for what is right, then
blowjob. It's just this weird thing.
That doesn't matter to me. Just the act.
I don't know what's happening. I've never seen this. I mean, I don't necessarily care about the sexual stuff. We're all sexual beings. But Jim said, yeah, the video was posted originally months ago, and Jess said she was fine with it, ignored it. She didn't have a channel yet, so now it affects her money, and she's pissed. All right, so here's the thing, right? The problem I have here is not the porn or the sexual stuff. Teachers being paid too much, that's a problem for me. That's not, teachers are not paid too much. She recently lost her sponsors, she says, right? And I maybe guess there's a few reasons why that would have happened. A, you go on political rants. That's a freaking no-no, dude. All right. First of all, you live in a very blue state, Massachusetts, right? You choose one side over the other and go on political rants, then you can expect that at least 50% of your audience is going to be pissed off unless you're a political channel and you started that way. Politics is something you should probably fucking avoid like the goddamn plague, because it is a plague. Okay. It is. It's like shock jockeying, kind of like what Aiden does. It's a, shock jockeying in a way. But I don't think that's an old video from I think she was like a guest on a different show or something like that. That's not from now. That's from a really long time ago. I mean, I don't know how many years or whatever, but I know that it's from a long time ago nonetheless. But you're going to lose sponsors if you're going on political rants because you don't know what, policies or political affiliations your sponsors have, right? There's a reason that if you don't start as a politic channel, you should probably avoid politics in general, unless it's something that's affecting you know, you're where you live and like something very serious is happening, you should probably avoid politics. That's like a no-no, right? I mean, kind of a common sense no-no. Most people know that, right? I get that she's a known Republican, but at the same time, that you have to remember not everybody has X, not everybody has Facebook, right? So a lot of people who watch her might not have known that. You know, they might only watch her on YouTube, right? So if you ostracize 50% or more of your audience by going on these rants about why, you know, this side or that side is bad, and I understand that, and she is entitled to do all of that, right, in her area, but discussing it on your show that's sponsored is a whole different animal, right? You want to do that, cool. Do it, but make sure that like when you start your channel, you let people know like this is what I'm going to be talking about, because politics is one of those things when you're a YouTube creator that if you're not telling, like if you didn't start by telling people like we will also discuss politics, you know, because otherwise you open yourself up to that. You know what I mean? You know, that's what you're going to do. I mean, but not everybody has time to do that either. Not everybody has time to do research on to see who's going to, you know, the show itself is not one that is, you know, a politic show. You know what I mean? Like it's not this is going to be about politics, right? And I think, you know, you have to remember that with sponsors comes a responsibility to not ostracize your sponsors. I don't have sponsors, right? There's a reason. I'm A, too small of a channel for sponsors, and B, like sponsors come with now you got to make someone else happy, right? There's a reason why I don't even reach out to attempt sponsors. I'm an independent. I vote for what's best for my family, regardless of party, right? But there's a reason why I don't do politics. You know what I mean? Because I know who's ignoring you. No, I'm not ignoring you. You know what I mean? Yeah, she has a stream that she has just started on politics that she's going to be doing like Wednesday nights or something because she delved into it at one point and some people liked it. I get it. She has every right to do that. I'm just saying when you take those risks and your channel isn't front facing as a politics channel, those are the things that are going to happen. It's you know what I mean? That's okay. And that's the thing. I respect anybody who wants to take, you know, like she wants to take her stand on politics. Cool. I respect that. I don't have any problem with her taking her stand on what her politics are. I'm just saying if you have sponsors and you're a YouTube creator, a smaller YouTube creator, that's what comes with it, right? You're taking sponsored money for your channel to run, right? So then there are certain things that you might want to be careful on delving into, especially if you didn't make that clear with your sponsors ahead of time. You know what I mean, I don't have any, you know, again, we didn't hear the full context of that. I'm sure there's a full context to all of that. And you know, I have no problem with sex or porn, or I was a stripper for 10 years. Obviously, I have no problem with any of that. That's, I mean, we're all sexual beings. We all have kids mostly, right? Like we know we're not children. But at the same time, I feel like that's not the problem, right? That's not the problem. I think the problem most people have is if you're going to be hypocritical of other people in their shows, talk about them, then you kind of have to expect that it's going to happen to you. I expect it's going to happen to me, but I don't just jump into anyone and everyone and do that, right? Like there's certain people who are sort of like chaos agents and part of the sewer squad that just do these things, right? It is what it is. Jesse said she answered you. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't think we have to remember porn is not like that's not real. You know what I mean? Like they might call it that, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any problem with people watching porn or talking about sexual stuff. I mean, we're all adults. That has nothing really to do with anything. I think the bigger problem is what Jim pointed out earlier, which is if you're going to be hypocritical of other people, you're going to talk about other people, and you kind of got to take it on the chin when it happens to you. I don't know the context of what the crying was about. Like I said, I was just told that it happened. So I don't. And then you guys said it was a video. So I'm assuming that is the video. I think that's been out for a while, as far as I understand. I don't think that's new, because when I just played it, I think it was back from like, oh God, I don't even remember. But the date was like more than a month ago, 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago. I don't know. It was months ago. So I don't know why it's just becoming an issue right this minute. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Well, then I encourage everybody to always check out, whatever, whoever, and see, if that's something they vibe with. That's on you guys to decide. I'm just saying that I know that she recently lost her sponsors, and you don't just lose sponsors, out of nowhere, right? There's reasons. And I think part of the problem, if you don't tell your sponsors ahead of time that you're dealing with politics in your show, is partly that, right? I don't think old videos necessarily are a way to show who someone is now, although I have my own issues with Jess and the way that she has done things. And the way that she just sort of jumps if Aiden says jump. That's a huge problem for me. That just tells me that you can't really objectively think yourself, and that you need to jump when he says jump, or you say how high. And that's something she admitted to me publicly when she released the Flip and Olivia recording. And I said, so let me get this straight. And I have this screenshot. You're just releasing this to deflect for Aiden. And she said, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. And I'm not going to hide or lie about it or whatever. So it's like, okay, well, I respect the fact that you were honest in that second, in that moment of writing that, but really just to deflect for him. I mean, come on. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Come on. Also, the other day, you have to remember, she was just telling everybody how they need to be authentic, and how she's authentic and Mike's not, which is ridiculous, and that she's authentic and other people are not. Her and Aiden are, but no one else is. And then you lose your sponsors. I mean, that doesn't scream authenticity. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It just, I know you do. I have my own personal thing when it comes to her. Okay. I just do. Right. And you guys know, I don't care who you guys watch. I don't care who you guys like. I'm not Aiden. I'm not like royalty demands here and nobody else. I'm angry troll turtle. I don't do that. You guys can support who you want, love who you want, chat in whoever's chat you want. That's on you, right? That's for you guys to choose what you want to do. Sponsors are finicky. That's why you wait until you're much larger until you get sponsors, because then when you're much larger, then you can dictate. Like, you can say, okay, you can sponsor by, this, hey, brand, I'll do a 30-second segment on your product and you pay me X amount of dollars. And this is what my channel is about. And at that point, usually the sponsors just want their product in, so they don't really give a shit what you're saying. As long as you put their product in there and you're not being like vulgar, they don't care. But when you're a small channel and you're getting sponsors, they want to exert a lot of control over your channel or the things that you talk about. And so that's going to backfire. I'm too small of a channel to do sponsorships. Most places don't want to sponsor smaller channels anyway until they're bigger. You know what I mean? Where are you going? Well, that's probably part of the problem, Wallflower. That's probably part of the problem. Jim said, to be honest, I'm not sold on she lost sponsors. She talked a lot recently. Sponsors signed up for 3 months and not sure if they were new using sponsors or go without. Interesting. Has it been 3 months already? 3 months already? Has it? you know? I mean, it's a good point, Sam, but at the same time, I don't, tell people who they can and can't support or who they can or can't watch. That's their choice. But that's why sponsors are finicky if you're small, you know? And I think Barb's right. I think her supporting Eden, it's going to backfire, and it is backfiring, you know? Leave us, Sam. So, okay, so there was that, right? But then there was quite a few other really random fucking things that happened. So there was a Spaces last night, and there was a, dare I say, argument? I don't know. You have a couple people in here, Wallflower. You're not the only one. You're not the only one. Amber comes in a lot. There's other people. And remember, there's a bunch of people watching right now that just aren't chatting because they're either at work or they're maybe vacuuming or, whatever. But you're not the only one, my dear. Okay, so yeah, so all right, let me say this, all right? And I will prerequisite this, Jim, with saying Valerie's not a fan of mine, which is fine, right? But I'm hoping at this point she starts to understand our points that we were making. Yeah, our bushes are, you were right about that, our bushes are full. See, Christy said she's listening, see? Yeah, and see, Benny's listening, you know what I mean? So here's the thing. I'm hoping that she understands a little more. It was, I think, her and Larry on Spaces at one point. They waited until I hopped off, which I thought was, I mean, come on, dude. If you want to talk about me, why don't you say it while I'm there instead of waiting for me to hop down, right? That, in my opinion, that was a little cowardly, just saying. But their whole thing was, no one could be friends with me who thinks that Karen Read is innocent because on my channel, I think that she is guilty, and I did my trials in my opinion of that she's guilty based on the evidence. So how could anybody be friends with me? Yeah, exactly, Scorpio. Exactly. How could anybody be friends with me? How dare they, right? And Lily and Chris made a good point, which is you can still be friends with someone and not agree with them on something. You know what I mean? I don't agree that Karen Read is innocent. I think she's guilty, right? I think she's guilty. Agree with what? I'm confused. I am confused. You guys are confusing me. I agree with her saying, say it to my face, like, because they waited until I hopped down and before they came up, right? Like they came up after I was already down from the Spaces and I wasn't able to speak again. My kid was sleeping next to me, so I couldn't just jump back up into speaker. I was already speaking, right? So it to me, it's like, wait, why didn't you wait? You know what I mean? Why? Right. Exactly. The case is over, right? The case is long over. People have had civil conversations since and found common ground with each other on other things that they agree on or love or whatever, and realize that a lot of the hate and anger and vitriol that was sort of spat at each other was from the sewer turtle. Oh, do I have a delay? Is there a delay? I think there is a delay. It shows up, I think, on my YouTube where there's like a delay of, I don't know, however many seconds. Let's see how many seconds. Yeah, I can see it on my YouTube because there's a delay on this. So when I'm doing it live, I can see my mouth moving as I'm talking. But then when I see it on my YouTube screen and it shows me live here, it's like I don't know, 10, 15, maybe even 30 seconds behind. I mean, I guess that could be a good one if you want to swear and hit the bleep button. Oh, thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. And no, but you're right? Right? Like you're right. People can still disagree on things, be friends. You know what I mean? Like that's a real thing. And I think a lot of people, like I was just gonna say, are starting to figure out that a lot of that vitriol and that anger came from Aiden himself. right? And he needed people to do that. He needed people to be that way. He needed that to happen, because if it didn't, then he's not boosting his ratings and making money and creating controversy, right? So he needed it to be that way. He needed people to be arguing and fighting with each other, even infighting, which is just sad, but you know, it's what it is. It is what it is. There's nothing, you know, I friggin' 100th that opinion, right? I have had so many conversations with people that I thought I would never have a conversation with, that I would never talk to, right? And people would be shocked to realize how many people have actually apologized to me for the things that they've said about me, or them realizing that the things that some of them that they believed about me were very untrue, and that they only thought so because they were blindly believing a sewer turtle, right? And so my point, I think, specifically to like the Valerie situation, is I hope that she understands at this point, right, that all Aiden does is spin and lie and push narrative and gaslight. Like, that's literally what he does. It's what he does. It's literally what he does. All right. It's literally what he thrives and is good at, is tearing down mostly women, by the way. Okay. And so I hope that she understands and realizes all that anger and hate that she had for me just a very few weeks ago on that Spaces was misplaced. She doesn't know me. She knows what the sewer turtle told her of me. She doesn't know me as a person. She doesn't know who I am, the things that I like, the things that I do. She doesn't know anything about me. She knows what the sewer turtle and his minions told her, or their opinions on it, but not me as a person. She didn't get to know me as a person, right? And this was the point that like Lily and Chris tried to make to her last time, which is the case is over. You can agree to disagree on the case and still be friends with someone, or have a common goal, or have common ground on other things. It's the same thing, in my opinion. I use this one all the time, like religion or politics. You might not agree on religion or politics, right? But you're not going to hate somebody who has a different one for just no reason, right? That doesn't make any sense. You're not going to attack them. You're not going to call them names. You're not going to use every tiny mistake they ever made in their lives as some sort of gotcha, or some weird. We were all young and made stupid choices once. No one has clean hands. Everyone has done something they're either not proud of, or said something they're not proud of. Or, I mean, we were all 18, 19, and 20 at some point, right? Like, I'll be 39 next week, right? I'm almost fucking 40 years old and 3 kids later, you know? We all learn and you grow as a person, you know? I love that. I love that I came up randomly on your feed one day. I love that. Thanks, YouTube. But that's the thing, right? They can pick on me all they want. They pick on so many people. I'm just one more person. Like you said, I'm just one more person. And now Valerie's one more person. And I hope that she understands now, from sort of being in that position, that his minions are going to attack her. They're going to say awful things about her. They're going to make shit up. They're going to lie. He's going to make shit up. He's going to lie. He's going to gaslight. And so I have not watched the back and forth. Apparently, he had her on his show last night. No idea that this happened, because again, I went to bed, right? So I had no clue that she went on his show. My body feels like it's 85, I promise. But hold on. So she went on his show last night for whatever reason. I don't know why. Right? It was like, I love that. All right. So at some point, I'm skimming through. Okay, here it is. He has her on. Oh boy. I have not seen this, right? But I was told that it's worth listening to or watching. And apparently he says some shit about Karen too at some point. I'm not really sure. Oh, he says that. All right, hold on. trying to revise history himself in this part that I'm looking at right now. I don't watch him, right? I do not watch Aiden. I don't watch his shows. People will send me clips of things that they think are interesting or they think are they caught in a lie or something like that, right? So Valerie went on Aiden's show last night. Something like this is worth showing. So hold on. We don't do this often because I do not watch him. I think he's disgusting and deplorable. But even in this clip, at this moment, he is currently telling people how Karen Reed benefited more than he did in that relationship between me and him and her, right? I haven't watched him in fucking years, 2-3 years. You know what I mean? So that's what people were telling me to just go see that part, which is what I'm going to do in a second. But this part is titled like Karen Reed relationship. So like I was skimming to get to that, the part you're talking about. And yeah. And this is what I caught that he said. So he calls it a revision of history to say that Karen was benefited more than he did from this relationship. I argue, at least in terms of money, he benefited way more than anyone, than anyone. He made more than enough money to cover actually his own legal fees, but chose not to. Valerie, her name's Valerie. He's definitely still the same. Same. I just refuse. I don't find a reason ever to do it. I feel like one less view is go fuck yourself. I don't care if it's only one view. He's not worth my time or energy. He's just vile. All he does is lie. And it's like, who wants to listen to the dude lie for 3 hours and gaslight? He gaslights the fuck out of his audience. So even this clip here, which I'm about to show you, is him gaslighting his audience into saying that he didn't benefit that much. Like, poor him. He didn't benefit. She did. She's not a YouTuber. I know his voice. She's just on social media. So she's just like one of you, she's just a person, So yeah, he's talking about Valerie. I just went to see Val when she said she was going on. Yeah, I didn't know that any of this was happening. So I had no idea it happened until this morning, and I have not had a chance to watch it. But I will play this little part and then we'll go right to the Valerie stuff.
Yeah, that there's a federal investigation. It was only reported by me because he told me, but it was true. It was 100% true. But you see what I'm saying? How this idea that I fucking benefited from this is fucking more than them is fucking insane. It's fucking madness if you actually believe that. Like literally, he wanted the world to know that a federal investigation was going on into the McAlberts and into the Commonwealth. So he told me that. I reported it. Okay. And we know this because they have my fucking phones and they've gone through this. So it's not a fucking secret.
It's actually,
so he gives me this shit.
He got a Plymouth County
report
judge.
it.
That's not going to be good for him.
And then he says in court on May 3rd that there's an investigation, a federal investigation. It's been reported, he said, right? By me. That's fucking crazy. Without me, who's reporting that? Like, how does he get that out there? How does he get news?
So you're
of
saying
the federal
that the
investigation out there? Without me, how?
He's implicating Karen's defense team right now in essentially a kind of conspiracy. They gave me information, I reported on it, and then they could go into court and say, well, it's been reported on. That is not the way things are supposed to work at all. But again, here he goes throwing his because the money's dried up, right? He's not getting free Karen Reed money anymore. He's getting money, but he's not getting free Karen Reed money anymore, right? So now that he's not getting free Karen Reed money and he's mad that she's not signing on to that documentary, which would have made him a ton of money. He knows without her, that deal is way less lucrative, right? And so he is so angry that he couldn't, coax her into getting onto this documentary with him, right? And so now, the well is dry. And so now at this point, he's going to do what he always does, which is implode the whole relationship and blame her and pretend to be the victim. Now, I'm not saying either one of them are victims in any, but I'm just saying he pretends to be the victim in every scenario.
How do they do it? He can't go online and post it, right? So they're going to use me. So this idea that I benefited more from this is fucking retarded. if you believe that I benefited more from this relationship than she did and they did, you're fucking retarded. It is a complete dishonest revision of fucking history. That's what it is. A fucking lie.
He
fucking
revises
lie.
history all the
And
time.
throughout our
on.
relationship, Karen wants her story out there. She wants her narrative out there, which I agree with. I'm not some person that would fucking post something if I didn't believe in it. So I believed in all this because it was fucking true.
That's
okay.
bullshit.
Everything I reported was fucking
bullshit.
true.
He
Karen
has
Reed
to
is
say
not
that.
guilty. She was being.
By the way, I'm just going to put the full disclosure out there. Even if he believes all of this, he was used, even if he believes he was used by Karen at this point, he still can never admit that in public, right? Why? Because if he admits that, yeah, he forgets all that money came from there, right? Okay. If he admits that in public, then he has to admit that all the things that he reported was a narrative. Like he just said, a narrative. Wanted her narrative, not the truth. Notice he didn't say she wants the truth. Okay, but this is his point, right? Narrative. He wanted her narrative. This is a way to sort of poo-poo the defense and poo-poo Karen, and at the same time, try to play the victim. Oh, they wanted their narrative out there. But you guys, but everything I reported is true. Now, this man has a very serious problem with the truth. Like a very serious problem with the truth. He has diabetes and it's non-curable. So I'm just saying, him and the truth have a very shitty relationship. So he has to say this, right? But he's also at the same time, it's like a backhanded, like, well, she's innocent and everything I reported is on the up and up. Well, okay, what about the time you told everybody taillight was on top of the snow? That didn't happen. What about the time that you told everybody there was library missing footage? That didn't happen. What about the time where you told everybody that Proctor sprinkled the taillight? That didn't happen. So everything you reported is true. That's interesting. I'm just saying, I mean, that's not true either. So nonetheless, this is his way to implode the relationship. He just said he reported what he was told to. That's not reporting. That's blogging. If you're told something, like I am all the time, you then have to look into it, right? Or give the disclosure to your audience. Listen, this is something I was told. I have not looked into it. I will do it with you guys right now, but it is not something that I had a time to confirm or know. I would have, you know what I mean? You can't he runs by rumor mills. Somebody tells him something, he says it as if it is fact, when it is not, in fact, right? He knew it would make him money and clicks and views, and that's all he cared about. It's all he's ever cared about. Somebody who talks, the dude talks about his numbers the more than I've ever heard anybody talk about numbers.
Framed, okay? And I had to tell the fucking truth, and that's what I did. And I did more than just that. I went out and I went down to Canton Town Hall.
Gaslighting.
And I did public records requests and I interviewed people.
Oh, no.
And I
Public
went to
records
every single court date and I questioned these people outside of court because they had the audacity to show up with just.
They had the audacity to show up. They're witnesses. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're witnesses, you dumb fuck.
Justice for JJ Buttons. And I did all that shit. Right. And
they
loved it.
Everybody else did.
They loved every single minute of it.
You hear that?
Why the fuck would
they loved it? It wasn't about the truth for him or getting the truth out there, right? It was, they loved it. Everyone loved it. They loved all the things that I did. They loved me out there. That's all he cares about, the adoration. Everyone loves me and I'm awesome and amazing. Pure narcissistic personality right there, right? There's no I want to get to the truth in that statement. That was everyone loves it. They loved everything I did. Oh yeah, he said that. Or his pants might catch on fire. Don't ever let him go into a church. Just start friggin' flames start burning before he gets in the door.
Wouldn't you love it if you were them? Why wouldn't you love that? Like you're watching these people who are trying to put you in jail for the rest of your life for a crime that they committed.
Yeah, I don't know.
And all of a sudden this fucking dude comes along who is a complete stranger to you, who has no history, no loyalty or allegiance to you whatsoever.
Oh, it'll happen.
Just comes
unless
along
he takes a deal.
and dedicates his life to protecting fucking your life. Right?
That's a gaslight if I ever heard one. I dedicated my life to protecting Karen Reed's life. No, you dedicated your existence to money, dollar signs, and saying whatever someone told you without checking on the information, as you've done for 10 years. But he's got a gaslight said audience, right? Also, where the fuck are his pupils? I mean, are they in his pocket? I feel like I'm looking at a peanut butter and jam sandwich right now. Like, what is happening? Buddy, where are your pupils? Hello, sir? Where are they?
And in getting the word out to as to what happened. Okay.
I wish we
and
had
that's
more
exactly
of those in
what I
my
did.
area.
And if I didn't have the flair that I had, if I didn't have the
his texts are
controversial
worse.
style that I had, it wouldn't have been as
If I didn't have the flair and controversial style on the awesomeness of myself. I mean, do you hear yourself, guy?
effective. That's why it worked out.
Effective.
That's why there was huge fucking crowds outside.
But it didn't work out, right? They had to hire crowds on demand, number one. Number two, there were bigger crowds in the beginning of trial one, and I'll tell you why. Because when people started buying into the story, right? But then shit started happening that was proving that he was like just saying things that were being proven to be untrue when evidence was coming out little by little, right? And some of the things he was saying were debunked completely. And so then people started pulling back and not showing up. And so that's when they had to start hiring the crowds on demand, because he would pick fights with all sorts of people. And so he would pick fights when people got more numbers or better numbers than him on a show, when they made more money that night, when they got more donations that they could give to Karen's defense fund that night. He would pick fights and jealousy problems within the sort of inside circle of people that were supporting Karen in the grassroots movement and like all of these people. And he would pick fights, whether it's over jealousy or over some little perceived, and someone didn't give him the information first, whatever it was, right? And he would pick these little fights and people would be like, I'm out. I'm done with this. I'm not taking this kind of bullshit from someone like him. And so he harmed it more than he could have ever helped it. If someone else had been running that, first of all, you wouldn't see the fucking pure hate and vitriol you see right now, even right now. Okay. Number one, people would have believed separate things, but there would have been nobody attacking one another the way they were. Number two, there would have been more people. There would have been more people. Why were there more people? Because you wouldn't have an asshole like this picking, little jealousy problems behind closed doors with a bunch of other people who bowed out and were like, wait a second. People at some point started to realize who they were dealing with and looked further into him. And then when they looked further into him, they stopped and they went back to the beginning and they were like, all right, you know what? I no longer support this or him or any of this. I'm out. See you the fuck later. He did damage, a lot of damage.
Because I don't just report the news. I bring it to life. Okay.
You can't bring the news to life, bro. It happened before you existed, sir.
Make it fun. I make it interesting.
You make it fun? Well, please tell me what's fun about calling a victim's mother the C word. That's not fun, sir. That's deplorable and disgusting. Fun? The only thing fun or even funny is the dick on your nose. All right. I'm just saying.
I go up to these people. I confront them. That's the Turtle Boy way. I've been doing it for years. Okay. And now I got this big case.
It would
to
just
do
be a
it to.
difference of
So
opinion.
I blew this shit up. And what happens when I blew?
Oh, you blew it up. All right. You blew it up into a million kabillion pieces. You threw acid on something and made it so bad and so toxic and so disgusting that most people don't want to be anywhere near it anymore. You certainly did do that, sir. Right? Very unfortunate. I'm fucking delightful today.
This shit up. Well, a gigantic movement started that ended up
I can't.
Raising $1.1 million because
oh, here he goes with the 1.1. It raised $1.1 million. Not of your money, of everyone else's. How many cents of the free Kieran Reed merchandise, the hundreds of thousands of dollars of merchandise that you sold that said free Kieran Reed on it, how much of that did you donate, Aiden? Oh, that's right. $0.00. You did a whole live stream rant about it, right? Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. I forgot. And you know what's funny about that, Jim, is when they realize that it's not funny anymore, is when he targets someone that they care about, their friend, their loved one, a family member, an extended family member, or themselves. And then when they realize that he could lie so easily into a camera of thousands of people just to try to shit on you because he's mad that you didn't agree with him on something, well, then they start to realize that it's not as funny as they thought it was, right? It's actually dangerous for someone to exert that amount of control over everyday people who can't see through it. That is exactly why it is like a cult. And it is kind of like a train wreck that you can't look away from.
Yeah, the defense fund, that was my fucking idea too.
Actually, that's completely false. That was her lawyer's idea, okay? And they put that in motion. It had nothing to do with him.
I'm like, you should start a fucking defense fund. I have a defense. It was my idea because I have defense funds.
Her defense fund existed before his did, just FYI. It had nothing to do with him. That had zero to do with him.
In the past because I've been sued so many fucking times. So I told her to start a legal defense.
Gee, I wonder why you've been sued that many times. Could it possibly be for defamation? Let me just throw this out there. The reason that he used to win his defamation cases is because he used to say that he's just a blogger and it's just his opinion, right? It's just his opinion, so you can't be sued for his opinion, which is correct. But now he's been screaming from the rooftops the last 3 years. He's a journalist. Well, coming with being a journalist comes ethics and telling the truth and not just making shit up and giving opinion. So good luck winning those lawsuits, sir.
Defense fund. She's like, do you think anyone will donate to it? I'm
Or
like,
post
yeah,
it.
they will. Hell yeah.
Post-its.
And
He's gonna claim he invented post-its soon.
I will promote it. And I was the first one to do a fundraiser for
He
it.
doesn't.
I
He
think I
thinks
only
he's
raised
like an A-class celebrity when he's like an F-class.
$1,500 or $2,000 for her, something like that, the first night. But we got that ball rolling, right? And it
I can't listen.
give
more
me the
of this.
respect to like text me back and explain why.
I'm sorry. He thinks he deserves respect for somebody to tell him why. Well, gee, I don't know. You tried to blackmail her in trial 1. That happened. Yep. You threatened to go to Tully and tell Tully that she's the one who gave you the addresses and told you what to say to Jen McCabe, which is conspiracy, by the way. If you didn't get a court seat because he hadn't got his credentials yet. And so he was playing that sort of, let me dangle these things over your head until you do what I want, which is what he does with pretty much everyone and anyone, except people like me who it doesn't work for. And we just laugh at him. But other people it does work on, and people are afraid. And I don't blame them. It's fucked up. But I don't give him that power over me. He can go fuck himself. So you think someone's going to tell you what? The lack of self-awareness is really the part that gets me. Oh, that's illegal. You have to have a way for people to be able to cancel it immediately. That's illegal in the state of Massachusetts, and it's federally illegal. That is bait and switch or deceptive business practices, and you can be sued for that. You have to have a way to have people to be able to cancel it. That's why I only do it through YouTube, because there's a way to cancel it. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Yeah, I would have filed the dispute too. That's smart. Smart girl.
Or you know what? Or just tell me.
Or what?
But
you don't know what?
Nothing. Just complete
Wiretapping,
ignoring
blackmail,
me.
extortion,
And that's fine.
threat. I don't know
And
why.
I don't, whatever. It's like I'm working for a bigger cause here. So I end up getting in the
Are you?
courtroom on my own because I get the fucking media badge.
Oh, okay, cool. This is the thing.
Right.
He failed
And
to say that he
so-
blackmailed her, though.
There's nothing for me to give up. I get out of jail, I try to contact some people, and I text her, she doesn't get back to me.
Shocker. Huh?
I try to contact her brother, he doesn't get back to me. He did say something to me at the hearing on the 26th. He's like, I got your message, but we're not supposed to talk to you, kind of, like we're laying low because obvious reasons. And I'm like, okay, I get that.
Mistaken again.
And in hindsight, they're like, I get it, because they're trying to tie her to me as much as possible. Right. And I'm like, okay, so I get it. And so I don't get in the courtroom, right? Because it's in that small little courtroom and I can't get in.
So he throws a fit, tries to blackmail her, tells her that through the Roccos that he's going to go to Tully and expose her if she doesn't give him a court seat. Now he leaves that part out here. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, there's the tiniest violin in the world playing just for him.
And I ask her if I can get a seat in the courtroom one day. It's like I worked really hard, to build this case up, and now it's the trial and I can't even go in there.
Bingo.
And I'm like, can you tell me no? Can you at least tell me no? Can you at least give me the respect to
Doesn't have
text
to.
me back?
No,
and
she's only
explain
tied to you for a reason.
why?
To her.
Or
I
you know
wouldn't either.
what?
The fuck?
Or just tell me. but
No.
nothing, just complete ignoring me.
Yeah, gee,
And that's fine. And I don't, whatever. It's like I'm working for a bigger cause here. So I end up getting in the courtroom on my own because I get the fucking media badge and I get in that way. Right.
He leaves out completely that he tried to blackmail her in between that because he was so mad he didn't get a court seat.
And we start
Leaves that part
talking for the first time 6 months later in June when the Michael Proctor text.
He does.
come
He
out. That
acts
was
so
like
confused
my
when he knows
icebreaker.
exactly what
I'm like,
the
I'll
fuck
try it
happened.
one more time. I sent her a text, you know, and I'm like, now the whole world knows what he is like. And, you know, she's just like, yeah, like, because we're talking about her. So she wants to talk about that. So, you know, so then she's obviously, we have the hung jury. And we start talking after that, and more, she's like, she friend requested me on Facebook. More and more as time went on between the two trials, she didn't give a fuck about being associated with me. And I'm like, good.
Gee,
this is
I
the way it should
wonder
be.
why.
Fuck them. You should be able to talk
Nobody
to
wants
whoever
to be.
you
No,
want to
that's
talk
not
to.
the way it works,
You know, and say
dude.
whatever you want to say.
Yeah, keep doing
but
that.
as you're gonna
that works
see,
out for you in
like,
court there, bud.
it was very when you fuck up, you get yelled at. And I'll show you some of the flipperhead stuff today. We'll get to that later.
Oh, gross.
But
yeah, let's do more deflections. Great
remind me
idea.
to talk about that because that's fucking crazy. too.
Nobody wants to remind you to talk about a deflection, sir.
You get, you know,
free flip.
You get yelled at, and you're like, you're doing, and I'm like, but you put up with it because you're like,
Because you're getting money.
She's really stressed, right?
No, you put up with it because you're raking in the fucking money. Let's be real. He didn't put up with it because, oh, she's stressed and it's a trial. And he put up with it because he's making money hand over fucking fist. Let's be honest here, dude.
You know, she's
same.
She's being framed for murder. I can only imagine the pressure. And you give somebody like that, you don't expect. It's like, I just can't imagine going through what she went through, how hard that must have been. And so you're just like, you know,
I'm not buying what he's selling right now.
I'll give you grace. You know, I totally get it.
You grace.
He
gives nobody grace. Stop it.
It was all worth it when
I made all that money
acquitted
and bought a brand new vehicle and banked the rest of it.
You know, when I heard those words of, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. It's the greatest feeling in the world when I heard those words. And so I'm like, it's over. You know, it's over. And then I go to the dinner, and I've talked about the dinner before, and like how that worked. Like basically, afterwards, Alan Jackson called me at like 5:00 that day, and he just was so gracious and thankful and appreciative, and it was really nice with the things he said to me when he called me, and I really appreciated that. And I'm like, so. What are you guys doing now?
He's already been.
You guys going out? He's like, yeah, I think we're going out to dinner. And I'm like, okay, I'll text Karen. So I texted her.
You should find it disturbing.
And she was there's.
And I'm going to highlight this, Liquali, because you hit it on the nose, and you should find it disturbing. Everybody should find it disturbing, right? So they said, saying again and again that he freed Karen is indirectly admitting he influenced the jury pool. I'm free Karen Reed, and I find that disturbing. Anyone should find that fucking disturbing. Nobody should influence a jury pool. That's a huge problem, a large problem.
She's going through, there's obviously mobs outside the hotel, media outside there. And she's like, yeah, we're going to go out later. And, but yeah, hit me up and I'll let you know what we're doing. So I forget how the exact text exchange goes, but I'm like, yeah, so
I'm going to get it.
I'm like,
I heard it was about
because Alan
signing on to the documentary, but
yeah, you guys can come. And I'm like, okay. And so I'm like, I texted her like 7:30. I'm like, so sorry to bother you, but am
I
trying
invited
to
to
make
this
plans,
dinner?
see what's going on. And she told me where and when they were meeting, and they saved 2 seats for us. So like, I didn't invite myself to that.
He did.
But like, if I didn't ask them what they were doing, I also wouldn't, you know what I mean? It wouldn't have.
So you
whatever.
invited yourself.
Anyway, it's fine. So
Wallflower says, hit that
we
like
did the whole
button.
fist thing that night, and I'm like, okay,
248
now we're
of
gonna have a
you,
good time.
100
Now
of
we're
you
gonna fucking now
are
it's the revenge tour. Like and that's what I would be like if I was her, like the fuck you revenge tour. That we find it's finally
That's what
here,
he thought was gonna happen.
And then I'm like, I'm seeing less
He thought that revenge tour was going to happen, right? So he thought that him and Karen were going to run off into the sunset and do book deals and documentaries and make hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions and be a millionaire. And he had that whole thing where he was talking about, you guys want me to be a millionaire, right? Like that'd be good for me and it'd be good for you. How the fuck would that be good for everyone else? You selfish piece of shit. It's not like he's someone like me that would love to like hit the lottery and like, you know, take all the empty schoolhouses and build condos for people who like electricity and gas. If that's like legally allowed in some loophole that I could buy it and do that, then I would fucking absolutely do it, right? Or make people pay $1 in rent if they had to pay it, right? Like he would never do something like that with his money. He's too selfish and greedy, right? So how would that benefit fucking anyone? It wouldn't, you know? He would never help people, right? Like there's no better feeling in the world that you will ever get than helping someone. And I know I can't exactly monetarily help people because I'm a low-income family who lives paycheck to paycheck myself. But I mean, there are plenty of other things you can do for people. What little I have, I share. I just gave my neighbor a bunch of clothes that my daughter no longer fits into for her daughter, that they can't afford to buy brand new clothes. Like you can do little things, right? He has no intention of helping anyone. I mean, look what he's done thus far. What has he done to help anyone other than him fucking self? Let's be honest here, really.
See, and Yannetti going on all these channels, and I'm like, hey, you want to come on mine? And he's just like, I can't. And he doesn't say why. And then I asked Victoria George, you want to come and do an interview with me? And she's like, I can't.
Nope.
And then I text the interns.
Nope.
And they don't get back to me. And
Gee,
I
I
see
wonder
Nathan
why.
Reed goes on BLT's channel for the cry session. And
Greedy, yeah.
you know what I mean? Like everyone's like here, it's over.
Except you.
Everyone's interviewing all
got
these
picked.
people related to the case. And I'm left out and not told why. Like that was the thing. Can you at least tell me like why?
You
Like,
tried to blackmail her.
Sacrificed tremendously for this.
And
And this
you
whole
screwed them
bullshit
17
about, oh, he made so much money off it, blah, blah, blah.
he did.
I didn't make you made money off Karen Reed's story. It's not
He
Karen
did.
Reed's story. I don't know who the fuck. Karen Reed's a fucking victim.
He just said it's not Karen Reed's story. Remember when for years he said it's Karen Reed's story? I just want to throw that out there. I'm just throwing that out there.
In this, right?
And when he harped on other creators, basically telling them that he made this story, it's his. And then, but he would tell the world publicly, he doesn't care. Everyone should cover it. We should all help and we should all cover it, right? And then privately, he was telling people it's his story. And if he's not allowed on court TV, you can't go. You should say no to them. I mean, dude just literally cannot get out of his own fucking way. He talks out both sides of his mouth. The gaslighting is amazing.
It's Michael Morrissey's story. This is Michael Proctor's story. It's the story of them, not the story of Karen Reed. It was never the story of fucking Karen Reed. It was always the story of the state police and the district attorney's office and
He
their
said it was
blatant corruption.
before.
Everything that they
saying.
fucking did, right? To her. Because if they could do it to, you know why there was crowds outside? Not because of Karen's
Not 'cause
charming
of you.
personality. There were crowds outside because if they could do it
Crowds
to
on
her, they
demand
could
was
do it
paid.
to any one of us. They could do it to our sisters. There's no
There he
doubt.
goes again with the nonsense.
And maybe she
Hi,
didn't see
Molly.
it that way. Maybe it was just like an oversight in her. I don't fucking know. But it was just like, I didn't say a word after that happened. You go back and check the record. I did not say a fucking word. People expected me to. I didn't say a word. I go, I have nothing to say about this interview. That's
He
all I
did,
had to
though.
say. I have nothing to say about
that's
this
a
interview.
lie. He
It's been for-
absolutely went after before the Howie Carr interview, I think it was, or maybe it was after. He went after the producer by posting his old DUI from like 12 years ago or something ridiculous. Like, you have nothing to say. That's making a fucking statement. That's having something to say without saying it. Like, knock it the fuck off with the gaslighting. I had nothing to say. I didn't say anything publicly. Well, Aiden, why don't you tell everybody what you said privately about it? I know what you said to a multitude of people, but you're not telling the people what you said privately about it, right? You're not doing that. So you're lying to these people once again and saying you had nothing to say about it, but then you went on a pretty bold statement and posted the director or the producer's old DUI from 12 years ago, and that's saying something, sir. Yeah, it's like a fish out of water. It's like weird, at this point.
For itself. And Valerie's here. Cool. I'll bring her up in 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Here
you,
we
Valerie.
go.
And so I'm like, and then of course, so then after that,
No, he
that's-
didn't actually think it was for him. And good for him for doing a 24-hour stream for Children's Hospital. You know, Children's Hospital was like a second home for my kid for many a moons. Many a moons. And I respect, and we spent some time with Gronk there. They had a whole dance party. I have some pictures of my daughter doing that dance party. It was so much fun. For him to think it was about him, that's fucking hilarious. Also gross, but hilarious.
that's when she calls me screaming at me on whatever day that was. And so now she's real mad. Of course, recording gate, everybody talks about that. And
Yeah, we
to
sure
that,
do.
I say,
Thought he
like,
said nobody talks about that anymore.
who
We do.
cares?
Oh, he says who
You know,
cares?
I'm not saying anything. This isn't a comment on
Who
that
cares?
at all. But like,
You just said,
that
I say to
happened to
that,
you,
who cares?
like,
Got it.
considering like she wasn't blackmailed with anything.
Oh, no?
Nothing was shared by me. I didn't share anything. Nothing.
Stop it.
Who cares? And what has been done since then? Like, what has been done since then? Like, in response to that, let's just be clear what happened here. You went to something called Joe Flipperhead, and we've seen the text message, and urged him to tell everyone about this thing. Tell everyone about it. And then she went on JFK and
Yeah,
said
that's
how
not good.
outraged
I don't
she
want.
was
I don't know
about
anything
it.
about him.
And she
you know?
grilled people.
Yes,
And she
I
grilled
did.
Will about it. Did you know
So-
about this?
There was a reason why I was saying this earlier. You weren't here, Mindy, but I was telling people at the end of last week to please keep an eye on the news, and that was the reason. That was the reason I was having you guys keep the eye there on the news for that announcement. I don't know much about the guy, but I think it's funny that he thought that the 24-hour stream was for him. That's fucking hilarious to me. It's unfortunate. Right, why not? Yeah, this is last night. This is
Did
it.
you know about
We're
this?
about to
And
see
Will
the
didn't know
Valerie
shit.
part.
So Will
Will-
told her shit because Will didn't.
Will told her shit because Will didn't know shit. Well, Will had heard it. So what do you mean he didn't know shit? Obviously he did.
know anything. And and then he got in trouble. Then that's why he's out. Because he didn't.
No, he's out because he lied. He covered for you because he's so far up your ass you could spit him out.
He had nothing
By the way, he says it's warm up there. Will says it's warm up his ass. Up Aiden's ass. I don't know. That's what he said.
to fucking tell her. Nothing and so he's out because she thinks he's in on it too. And it's just like, you know what? The more I think about it, I don't want to put the band back together. Why
Nobody
the fuck would I
wants
want to do that? I don't care. Like, what do I care? I don't want to get along with this person.
Why are
I'm
all
done.
of my text
I'm out.
messages
Like, I don't
coming
give
in
a
right
fuck.
now?
I'm sick of pretending I do. So anyway, that's my rant about.
So if you sent me a message an hour or more ago, it is just coming in right now because the times on them are like 11 something, 11:10, 11:20, 11:30. Like, what? Is happening? Why am I just getting them now? Hold on. Mm. Sorry, I don't know why my texts are like just coming in now from an hour ago. This is weird. A bunch of them all together. Weird. All right, let's finish this.
I'm gonna bring Valerie on for a little bit. I'll give her a chance to
This is
talk
where
about
it
this
gets
because I like to give everyone their say.
interesting.
Hello, Valerie.
I
Hey.
guess.
How's it going?
It's going good, actually. How you doing?
I'm good. I can't complain. Tired, but
Yeah, everybody's tired, right?
yeah.
That's life, right?
Yeah. So what were you saying?
so-
What was I
There's an
lying about?
upgrade on
So-
X. If you're missing messages, there's an
Well,
upgrade.
You lie about a lot of things, actually, right? If we're being for real, right? And, you know, I mean, like what I was listening to what you were saying about, you know, the Karen Reed movement and how you felt like I'm very sympathetic to that. And I feel like you really did like put yourself out there and, you know, the story, you know, you took the story on and I get it, but I feel like at the end of the day, I feel like you did some like bullshit, right, to her. And I feel like you lied about it. And then it's like after people found out that you lied about it, you tried
What
to like,
specifically? What the recording? Is that what you want to talk
yeah,
about?
I mean, listen,
Is that
so
it?
everybody-
Besides
so-
that, is there anything
so-
else besides that?
Yeah, so everybody's talking about this recording, and I get it. It's like the recording is not a big deal, right? Oh, you record her. Listen, I have recorded people too.
I'll tell you
Like,
how, Jim, after
I
this is
get it,
over,
right?
how to upgrade it.
I
and
get
fix
it, but it's like, why did you? My question to you is this, right? If I could say one thing, maybe, because it's a lot, right? But why did you do it? That's what I want to know. Why did you do it?
Will you give me time to answer that when the time is right? Because
No,
I'm gonna.
I want to know. You brought me up, so you brought me up on your show, and if I can ask you one question, and you know what, I respect you in a lot of ways, and I've always followed you through this movement, and I feel like you've done a lot of good. And even when you were just talking, I was listening to you, and I'm like, you know, I was sympathetic to you. I said, you know what, he's right. Like he's the one that did all of this. And you know, when the interviews came out with the jurors, the fact that you didn't get those interviews, like, yeah, that was kind of fucked up. I was like, when you were talking, I was like saying to myself, yeah, he's right. Like I was empathetic to you. Like I would feel that way when you gave so much, you know, and you created this movement for somebody, you know, to like, you know, I mean, you created it. I get it. But at the end of the day, it's like your behavior sometimes makes me, I don't know. I just feel like I'm turned off by it. Like why? I just want to know why. Why would you do that?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You know I can't answer that
Barb.
question. There is an answer to that, but
But you can answer it. Why
I can't though.
you answer
I
it?
can't though.
Why?
Yes, you can.
Why?
You know I can't. You know
But
know
why?
that
But why? But why?
because I'm on bail.
Oh,
Yeah, but no. You can
But
answer
what?
it.
I can't.
and it's just
You
an
know why I
excuse
can't.
to answer it. Come on, stop it.
You know. There's nothing I'd love more than to answer your question. There's nothing I'd love more.
I don't know what you
but
mean by,
went
like,
on the spaces and you said,
anti-TV.
oh, I didn't record.
I mean, I'm anti him because he's a horrible
And-
person.
I said there's no recording.
There's no recording.
Yeah,
but there is
because as far as I knew, there wasn't.
bullshit.
I mean, but be honest, right? Do you
Bullshit.
think that
I am being
was
honest.
really like,
There is a craziest story you've ever fucking heard behind this, and it
He says
fucking
that about-
as somebody who speaks openly,
For years,
right?
about all
It
the
is
things that have gone
painful
on.
for me
It's so crazy.
to have to sit here upon the advice of counsel and not fucking
He doesn't
talk.
listen to his
This is
counsel.
very fucking hard for me because there's nothing more
but let
I
me ask
want to
you-
do
all
than
right,
fucking talk.
Okay, so my question to you is,
Excuse.
why did you record her? That's
I'm not
that's
saying
what
I
wanna
did.
know, right? And,
I'm
and you're
not
saying
saying
you
I
can't
did.
answer that.
I'm not saying I
Okay.
did. I'm not saying I did.
Well,
won't
we
say
know you
that.
didn't, right?
We know you
that's
did,
what you
bro.
say.
But
So,
let me tell you
so
something.
what do you? So what did I lie
He gets
about?
so
What,
mad.
what did
But-
I
but
lie
Lied
about?
about
on-
recording her. You
But
did.
can I just say
Stop.
something
Stop.
too? If you want to gain people's respect,
I have
think-
plenty.
I
No, no, no,
think-
no. I have plenty
No,
of
no, no,
people's respect.
let-
I have
That's
plenty of
gross.
people's respect.
All
I'm
right.
good with respect.
can I speak though?
Yeah,
Let me
sure.
know when I can speak, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure thing, bud. Cool story.
I think the first step is just like being honest about whatever it is, right? Owning it. Listen, I did record her, and this is why I did it.
So
If
you want
and-
me to
and
admit
if
to a
you
felony?
feel-
So you
hold
want
on,
me
if
to?
you-
Let me get through. No. Give me. Just,
But you keep cutting me off. Like, can I
But
speak?
you're telling me that I
always
should
does
go
that. He
online
claims
But
you
I-
won.
and admit
Can
to
I
getting me a
just
felony.
say what I want to say?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to say what I want to say.
Oh, please.
Okay, so you're saying you didn't
Ridiculous.
record or
Yeah,
whatever,
Pinocchio.
right? My thing is, we know you did. It came out. Just let me speak, right? Just own it. Listen, I recorded her.
I mean,
'Cause
Barb,
we all
I'm
know
very
you did. You
anti-TV.
know you did,
He's a
right?
horrible person.
I just want to know
He's
why.
a horrible
right?
human
and,
being.
And you're saying you can't answer that question right now. Okay, I can respect that. You know what? For whatever reason, you feel like
I'm missing
you
what
can't
you
answer
mean.
that right now. Okay, but you did record her. There is a recording, and you did it. For whatever reason you did it, right?
Probably.
So, okay,
Not
That's like,
so you
you're
just to
still
be clear.
trying to fight the fact that there's a recording or
So
that you
you-
recorded her. We already, so you're, it's
Can
like,
you listen for
you're
1
not
second?
owning-
Can you listen for 1 second? You want me to come on here and admit to committing a felony
Well, that's what you
while
did.
out on bail.
So yeah,
That's what you want
you
me
did
to
that.
do.
That's
I
on
mean,
you.
Listen,
What? Yes or no? Is that what you want me to do? Admit to committing a felony. Is that what
That's
you
just
want
an
me to do?
excuse.
okay, so
It's
you
an
didn't record
excuse.
her, right? Okay.
So you want
fine.
me to come on here and admit
so-
to committing a felony?
So you know what? No, I don't
Right.
want you to do that.
So then why the
let's
fuck
say
you
that-
telling me to
so-
do that?
No, matter of fact, I don't want you to do that. Let's just say hypothetically.
You just told me
All
to
right,
fucking
you
do
know
that.
what?
Yeah,
You
say
know what?
hypothetically. Good idea.
I respect that, what you're saying right now. I'll say, you know what? You're right. I don't
Has
want you
that
to do
thought-
that. So let's say hypothetically.
no, has
let's
the
just
thought
say
crossed
you
your
record
mind
her.
that not
We're
committing a
not saying you
crime
did,
on bail
but
is probably a good idea?
hypothetically, if you did
Just saying.
record her, right? Let's just say that, right? Why, if hypothetically you did it, why would you do it? Can you answer that?
If
he's a
you
coward.
admitted before you've recorded people, why'd you do that?
I mean, I did it like years ago, like with my ex when he was like bothering me and stuff. I was like recording him. It was stupid. It wasn't like anything.
So it's no big deal, right?
It was like something. Well,
Right.
the reason I did it was something stupid, just to like.
Was it
It
malicious?
wasn't anything like.
Was it
But
malicious?
that has nothing to do with me. It's like
No, but
I admit
my
that I did
my
that
I'm going,
years
but I'm
ago.
going
I
I'm
think
going
I did
somewhere
it
with
like.
this.
I
So
think
what
I
you're
did it on a,
saying?
like
No,
a
hold on.
Nextel bleep phone that I recorded.
Hold on.
something. Like, it wasn't-
Hold on.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it's not a big deal.
No,
that you
I
did
think
that,
that
right?
no. So excuse me.
Was it a big deal when you did that or no?
Is her
I
ex
think I did it
Karen
probably
Reed?
like
Was that
15
like
years ago, right?
So was it a big
Uh,
deal?
Come on, bro.
At the time when I did it,
44-year-old man.
Yeah, was it a big deal?
no, because it was something between. First of all,
Oh, it's something between
the
what?
pers-
Between
the
what?
person
Between
that I
what?
did it to wasn't on trial for murder. It wasn't
Oh,
somebody that was in.
well,
I wasn't in any type of
Time out.
legal
Oh,
situation
so let
with
me
that
get so.
person.
So if I have this straight, it's a big deal to record someone. First of all, Karen Reed's not on
You-
trial for murder.
Okay, but she was at the
Stop
time.
No,
it.
she was
did it,
not.
I
She was
mean,
not.
Okay.
She was not on trial for murder in August.
Oh, so are you admitting that you did it?
No,
So
I'm
are
saying
you
this all
admitting you
came up.
did it?
This
In
all came up
August?
in August. I was.
So when
she
you
was on-
recorded her, she
Okay,
wasn't
you're.
on trial for murder.
I didn't say. I don't know anything
No,
about
'cause
this.
you
I don't know
kind
what
of
you're
did
talking
say
about.
that.
I
No.
did not say that. See, you're wrong. You got caught. You're saying that this happened when she was on trial for murder.
That's all he
And
does.
that
is
it's
flip-flop
different.
back and forth.
But now that you know when this allegedly happened, that I wasn't on trial for murder,
By
now
the
all
way,
of a sudden you're moving the
congratulations, Shannon,
goalposts.
for
So you
getting
don't.
the membership
let
yesterday.
me say this to you, right? And then we can end
Somebody
this conversation, right?
Bought
Listen, I think you
gifted
did
one
a lot
membership
of,
and you
you
got
have
it.
done a lot of great things for Karen Reed in this movement, right? I'm never going to take that away from you. And I respect you
I am
for
because he
that.
didn't.
And I've always, looked at you like,
The
wow,
gaslighting
like,
is
he
unreal.
created this movement.
Unreal.
And I think you're a great person for that, right? But I think you struggle with accountability. And
Right,
you know
because-
what? I
so-
think, hold on. I think that,
Hold on.
I think,
The recordings
no,
make
hold
them
on. Okay,
both
well, I
No,
talk-
because
okay,
because
you
because
think
listen
the way I
because
talk now?
no I'm just saying what I'm
Yeah,
saying to
'cause
you
hold
is like
on, I
we
talk-
haven't addressed
I
we
talk
haven't
the
addressed
way
this.
I
bad.
talk.
We haven't
And
we haven't
raises a
addressed
lot
this.
of questions.
We haven't addressed the fact that you admitted a minute ago that you've recorded your ex-boyfriend and it's not a big fucking deal, right? It's not because it's not a big fucking deal, is it? Right? It's not a big
Can you
fucking deal.
unmute me? Can you unmute
I just
me?
unmuted you.
Thank you. Can you
You're
unmute me?
because you're on my show.
No,
So,
I was saying I recorded him like probably like 15, it was like 15 years ago that he kept calling me and calling me and calling me, right? And I remember like there was this thing on my phone where I could like record like my messages or my voice. I forget what it was. And I remember I recorded him and I was like, oh, I have you on my phone. You kept calling me. But that was years ago. It wasn't, I don't even know why I just told you that because I feel like you're using that against me.
No,
Like,
but
oh,
I
you
am
record-
using it.
Well, yeah,
against
of
you.
course.
But
That's
the
what he
Just need
does.
point
to
is
point out
this,
that you
right?
don't care about a recording. You don't
Well,
care.
And you don't care about free
You
speech. You're
don't care.
muting her.
You
Come
don't
on,
care.
I
stop
know-
it.
You've done
I
it
know
before.
why I-
You don't care.
So I know why I recorded my ex because he was
I say
he was
less than the bar,
stalking
but
me
that's
and,
what's gonna
and
happen.
driving me
He's
crazy.
like a
so I did that.
oh, he's like a
So my
puppy.
question to
So
you
let me
is
get to show my question.
So my
So when
question
somebody
to you
drives
is
you,
why? So why did you record Karen Reed?
my-
Because I know
so-
why
so-
I recorded my ex.
okay, so you're saying that when someone's driving you crazy, it's okay to record them. That's what you're telling me.
So was Karen Reed driving you crazy?
I'm not saying that. You told me that it's okay to record
No, I
people
feel
when they're
like my
driving you
ex
crazy.
was kind of like,
So what you're saying is
all
that
right,
they're
but
all. So
you
what
know
you're saying?
Don't make this about that. Because
No. So no. So what you're saying is there
Oh
are
my God.
there are circumstances. What you're just telling me right now.
I mean,
because-
like,
no. It's my turn to talk. My turn to talk because it's my show. So what you're saying to me, Valerie, is there are circumstances in which you think it's perfectly normal and okay to record someone. That's what you're telling me?
Can you unmute me?
I just did. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Oh, am I unmuted? Okay, so because you keep muting me.
Yeah, so answer the question.
Do I think it's for yeah, people do that sometimes. Yeah.
Right. So it's okay. So it's okay. There's situations in which it's okay.
So
That's
let
what
me
you're
tell
telling
you.
me.
Yes, I would say
Thank
yes.
you.
Nobody
yes.
Okay, there you go.
Yes, but my question to you is, I know why I did what I did, right? Or let's say Joe Flipperhead, right? That you brought out his recordings with Olivia.
I
So
haven't heard this
when
yet,
I heard
Lisa.
it's funny because I was like pretty much.
I
never really paid attention to him. I was kind
told
of like
that
not
he
for
kind
him.
of
But when I heard those
admitted
recordings,
and then didn't, it
it made
tried
me
to back
think,
it up a little.
Like, yo, this guy is like pleading with this woman because she's lying to him. And it was like, you thought those recordings were going to make him look bad. And I felt like they didn't. You know what? That's a good example.
No, see, that's the thing about
But that's
it.
a good example.
No,
because
the thing about it was I don't really care. I don't really care what Joe sounded like. That you're missing the whole point.
Well, the point is this: in that situation, I felt like yes.
Okay, so the Turtle Boy talking time because you talk a lot. So I'm just gonna mute you when you got to let me talk.
But
okay,
I can't even. She's
the
not
beauty
even
of
get a full
the Joe
thought out,
Flipperhead thing was that he was clutching his pearls about a recording, and he's done the same thing before.
Oh, girl,
because
listen, me neither. Me
nobody
neither.
cares about recording.
This specifically
Nobody.
is a one-time
So all you guys
deal,
out there
unless
who are
he
like, "Oh my
somehow
God,
admits
there's
to
no
some
fucking
crazy crime,
reason why
I don't
anyone ever
play
do
him for a
this," it
reason.
turns
I
out
don't
there
wanna hear
fucking
his
is,
voice
and you've
or the
proven that a
lies or the
million times.
gaslighting.
But can I just say something?
You said a lot of things, but go ahead.
So I understand why Joe recorded Olivia. I understand the reasoning behind, and I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. Listen, I get what you're saying, that it could be wrong, right? My question to you is, why did you record Karen?
I don't know anything about that.
Why? Because
I don't know. I never admitted to that. I never said that.
Let me tell you, I could tell you, you know what? Okay, fine, I get it, right? I know why I did what I did. Joe knows why he did what he did. I want to know, why did you do what you did?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why did you do what you did to Karen?
See, so you said before that I was lying. What have I lied about?
I mean, you've lied about a lot of things.
Like what? Tell me. Let's go over all my lies.
That you recorded.
What are the lies? What are the lies?
That you recorded Karen Reed, because you did.
I know you talk about that a lot. What else you got? Anything else?
I mean, what else? Let me
Anything?
think.
Yeah, anything? Let me know. Let me know if you got anything else. Such a big liar, right? What, you must have a whole bunch of shit. Let's hear it.
I mean, you lied. You lied on your live that day when you said that Joe was like talking shit about Olivia, saying she was fat. That was a lie. That was a lie, because actually it was a private message he had with Meredith that he said, "Oh, I think maybe she gained weight." But you told your audience that Joe was like, "Oh, she probably is fat now."
Yeah. What do you think
fat,
gaining weight? Yeah.
All over social media, because that's what you do. You lie.
Okay.
You try to make people believe a story that's not really the truth. You do that. And I think your
like what? Like what? Because I said that Joe Flipperhead
does it all the time.
Said that Olivia was
you
fat.
lied on your live show, and I was in your chat, and you were like, "Oh," they were talking about, "Oh, Dag and Chrissy were like going in on Olivia."
Yeah. Okay. So do you have any? Do you have any like examples? Okay. So like I'm asking you for examples of how I'm a liar. Okay. And all you want to talk about is a recording, but you can't think of anything else. Nothing. Because you just said that what she just said.
I can think about what a million
Joe Flipperhead. I said that Joe Flipperhead told Meredith that Olivia was fat, and it turns out he's just said that she was gaining weight.
I'm just pausing this for a second because I'm just seeing this now. I got a Cash App from Claire earlier, and she sends $100 and says, "Happy early birthday." And I say, "Thank you, Claire. I appreciate you, my friend, very, very much." I just wanted to say thank you. to Claire for that happy early birthday present, and point out that while we're listening to this, if anybody would like to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you can do so. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Revolut. We have a link in chat and the description of the video. It's pinned to the top that you can click on. You can use your credit or debit card there. You can remain anonymous on any of these. We have an Amazon wish list. We have a private one. We have a public one. You can ask for the private one because that's where the most stuff is. You can super chat, super sticker, membership, gift memberships. We had a gifted membership yesterday that that Shannon got, and I was happy to see it was somebody who's here a lot. All right, back to the fucking train wreck of the turtle that this is. I'm going to take the big one down. The little ticker on the bottom is always there with all the information for how to donate to the channel. Thank you. Claire is right. Appreciate you, Claire.
Heard that she was gaining weight. So, because somehow gaining weight and fat are not the same thing, like in your mind. Okay, so I got it. You're right. The word he used was gaining weight, not fat. You're right. That was a little bit different. But I guess anything else you got for examples of lying?
Can you stop unmuting me? Or
No, I can't because here's the thing. I will mute you.
Shocker.
When you talk over me, because this is not your show. This is not the Valerie show.
Talk
okay?
over.
This is the Turtle Boy show. So if I'm the host, I ask you questions, we talk, and you don't talk over me. Okay. So I'm asking, do you have any other examples of lies? Yes or no?
Those were two examples that I gave you. So I don't have a list of examples. I mean,
yeah.
If you lie one time,
didn't think so. That's the thing. You got to have receipts. You got nothing. Like you just proved my point for me,
receipts.
right? You don't have anything. What the fuck do I lie about? I'm not lying about anything. I've been honest about this from the beginning.
Please. That is the biggest lie.
Can you stop muting me though?
Oh, if you don't talk over me, yeah. If you're respectful, we could have a conversation.
But all you do is say, I don't lie, and you put me on mute when you say all that.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
So why do you do that?
Because you're talking over me.
I'm not.
All right. Do you have anything else to add?
Like, are you afraid of what I'm about to say?
No, no one's afraid of you. No one's afraid of you.
He's afraid of what anyone has to say. That he.
Why would I be afraid of you?
I don't want anybody to be afraid of me, but I feel like at the end of the day, you should come clean and admit to what you did.
Okay. We'll see.
Stop gaslighting people and being a narcissist.
So just to be clear, you want me to admit to some sort of felony?
I want you to stop acting like, first of all, you're not facing 90 years, 105 years old.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, how much am I facing? How many years am I facing then?
Let's be for real.
What? How many years? What's the maximum? What's the maximum I'm facing?
Why does it have to be the maximum? You're not going to get the maximum.
Even if you got convicted of all these charges, you might get probation. You might.
No, you don't think judge?
I can't agree on that. That's not true.
Hold on. What do you? How do you know?
Jail time. Maybe
First
7
of all,
to 10.
I'm on bail. I can go to jail at any fucking moment, right?
That's on you.
I live in fear every day of the police knocking on my door with some made up fucking charge over any. They've tried revoking my bail not once, not twice, not three times, but 4 times. They've been successful once. One of the times they tried to. Actually, the 3 other times they tried revoking my bail was all over comments that I made on my YouTube show. One about Brian Tully, how I hoped that he burned or something like that. Another one about how Liz Proctor sucks cop dick, right? And I forget the other one that they tried to revoke my bail over. They tried to do it
usually see the
4
on anything,
times.
Right?
All right.
Right.
And I live in constant fear of going back to jail because I've been to jail. And they can throw me back in at any time because I'm on bail, right? If for some reason I was convicted of any of these crimes, which as you saw with Ronnie the juror situation, I don't want to put my fucking fate in the hands of a jury. These people are crazy, right? These people are retarded.
Want to try to take a deal.
And so I'm like, why would I want to fucking put my fate in the hands of these people?
Do it.
And if for some God-forsaken reason I was convicted of, I don't know, like Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and Julie Nagel or whatever, and the maximum they could give me is 30 years in jail. Yeah, I might not get 30. They'd probably not do 30. But they could do 5. They could do 10. What the fuck does it matter? It's still fucking horrible. So what's your fucking point? You've never done a day in fucking jail. One night in jail is fucking horrible. A week is fucking horrible.
Blackmail.
2 months in jail is fucking traumatizing. It's called right? Behavior. And you guys are just like, yo, bro, 90 years. Oh, fucking, you're just going to go to jail for 5. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, stop committing crimes. You wouldn't go to jail for anything.
Thank you.
Were you talking the whole time? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just waiting for you to unmute me because No, I wasn't talking no time, but you know what I have done? I did a week in, I did 7 days in jail,
Okay.
22 years old. So I remember it, right? I get it, right? Nobody wants to be in jail, but I was in jail for 7 days and it was a long fucking 7 days. So I get it, right? But at the end of the day, I feel like,
That's what he
let's
does.
be for real, right? Like, I feel like you're trying to act, you're like inflating this, like, oh, I'm gonna go to jail for 105 years. It's like, let's be for like.
Okay. So you're right. You're right, Joe. The odds of me going to
That's
jail
not
for
the
100.
truth, boy.
The,
Listen.
the odds. Oh, hold on. The odds of me going to jail for 105 years are slim, but that is what
Right.
I'm facing.
But why would
And
you?
the-
Why would you? Why would you? Like, why would you like say that to your audience? Like, oh, I'm facing 105. Why would you push that narrative?
So I'll answer that question for you right now, Val. Every time you turn on the fucking news and someone's charged with a crime, what do they always say? He's facing up to X amount of years in jail. That's what they always say. Because you always say you're facing up to, if he's convicted, he could get life, right? It probably won't get life. If he's convicted, he could get the death penalty. Probably won't. If he's convicted, he could get 20 years in jail. That is what he's facing, right? The mere fact that that's even fucking possible is horrifying, right? The mere fact that you could go into jail court one day and leave with probation or 20 years in jail is horrifying. It's traumatizing. So that's why I fucking talk about it, because it's fucking traumatizing. Who gives a fuck if it's 90 years, 20 years, 10 years? It's fucking horrifying either fucking way. And you guys are sitting, oh my God, you're lying. That's the best that you can come up with a fucking lie, is that I point out that what the maximum punishment is. That's the closest example you can come to a lie. That's it.
Yeah.
Can I talk? Oh, thank you for.
Go ahead.
But at the end of the day, somebody that's fighting corruption and fighting against whatever, you should know. And you have these lawyers,
Not to
like
be corrupt.
Bettero was a high paid lawyer. Like, your lawyers know what the fuck they're talking about.
They do.
Did your lawyers tell you you're facing 105 years? Tell
Yes.
me, answer me that question.
Well, they have
Yes.
to. They have to tell you the
Yes.
maximum.
They told you that.
They told me that.
They said you're facing 105 years.
Yes, because it's a fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anything else?
So
That
wow.
didn't go very well. Yeah, that wouldn't. That
No,
didn't
no,
end-
that's
yeah, that didn't go
your
very well.
tell you
Yeah.
that you're facing 105 years.
Yeah.
They have to
That's
tell
what
you
they
the
said.
I
maximum
feel like
that you're
any
facing.
lawyer would not say that.
But
Well,
they
they
do
did.
tell you-
So
I had
they
a
did.
Parking.
I know. Yeah, you're an expert. We know you're an expert.
Violation.
They do tell you that. They do tell you I have to disagree with her, because they do tell you the maximum amount you're facing, but they also follow that up with saying you're facing X amount of years if you got the maximum on everything. But because you don't have a record, because you whatever, you will probably see, if convicted, anywhere between, they make a guesstimate, 5 to 10, 3 to 7, whatever. So yes, they do tell you what the maximum penalty is for all of them. But right after that, they do say you probably will not see that. And so he full well knows that he was never going to see 105 years in jail. He full well knows that just using that number as a way to make people feel bad and be like, oh, all the charges he ever, you just hear him just a few minutes ago. I'm waiting for them to make up more false charges and arrest me. You're waiting for them to come knock on your door and arrest you because you keep committing crimes and you just don't care. There's a difference. Everything's made up and everything's a conspiracy against him. He can't admit to doing fucking anything wrong ever. I mean, it's right in front of these people, and yet it goes right over their heads. I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me, You know what, Shannon? I don't think it will. I don't think it will muzzle him, that pending suits, because he's already said so much. It's like, what's the point now? He can't hide any of what he's already said. So, let's be real here. If a judge's very specific order in New Jersey that said, you cannot talk about this case, cannot talk about this person, if you do, you're subject to arrest. He chose to go on and say, I don't give a fuck what a judge in New Jersey says. Too bad, so sad. They can't control me here in Massachusetts, which is false, by the way. It's an order that's between two states, which is interstate, right? So New Jersey is giving an order to somebody who lives in Massachusetts. Massachusetts, legally and federally speaking, has to abide by that interstate order. Now, VASPA is a newer thing. It is an order, though. And so sometimes the courts interpret it as, not being a domestic order or whatever. the bottom line is this. Ultimately, he does have to face a judge. Ultimately, saying, oh, hey, judge in New Jersey, I don't give a fuck what you say, I'm going to do what I want, isn't going to help you in any significant way. And the judge can order a warrant to be issued for your arrest. I mean, they can extradite you. He thinks because it's like saying, hey, I went to New York on vacation. I punched someone in the face and then I came back to Massachusetts. Haha, New York, you can't do anything because I'm in Massachusetts. Not the way it works, dude. And I highly doubt any of his attorneys told him that, even though that's what he claims. I highly doubt they told him that. If they did, they need to be fired and they're horrible at their job. Just saying.
Right.
No lawyer tells me, hey, listen, you got a moving violation.
So just to be clear, you asked me a question. Did my lawyers tell me this?
I have no idea.
I told you yes. You didn't like that answer. And now you're talking about yourself.
But I don't think it will.
I think you're lying about that.
Okay, so you asked me a question.
100%. You're lying.
Okay, so I asked
There's
you a
no way
question.
your lawyer.
So you asked me a question.
But they definitely told him right after that. Like,
and you're like, I don't like that answer, so I don't believe you. That's what your position is.
No way a lawyer told you that.
Well, they did.
You're lying 100% right now.
Okay.
No way a lawyer told you that.
Well, he did.
No, it's no way the lawyer told you.
Okay, so I mean, this is like retarded. I mean, what are we doing here then? I mean, you asked me a question. I gave you an answer. It fucking backfired on you because that was not the answer that you were expecting to get. And now you're just being retarded and saying
180 days. He's broken it like 4 times, 5 times, maybe.
Like you're just like, I don't believe you. Okay, then why'd you ask?
Yes,
I mean, I'm telling you what
they do.
You
exactly what they do.
That's what they've told me. That's what I am facing as a maximum.
Bullshit.
Do you have anything else and so let's talk about this, Riley. You said that I have good lawyers, better as a really good lawyer, and that I should listen to him, right? And yet you want me. Has it ever occurred to you that I have been advised by counsel not to answer the questions that you're asking me? Has that occurred to you at all?
That's also just an excuse to not admit anything.
Oh, you're unmuting me now? Thank you.
Has that occurred to you?
No. First of all, I'm going to go back to what I said before.
Okay, so I'm going to mute you until you get. We're going to try this one more time, Valerie. Has it occurred to you?
Till he gets the answer he wants.
My attorney, you just said, gives really good legal advice.
Cool.
Right? Has it ever occurred to you?
I agree with that. I don't think Bettero gives very good legal advice at all.
He has advised me
we'll go with that.
Not to discuss this matter and not to answer the questions specifically that you're asking right now. Has that ever occurred to you? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean,
Bettero never told you you're facing 105 years.
Has that ever occurred to you? Answer the question. Yes or no? Yes or no? Can you answer it?
You're lying.
Can you answer it? Yes or no?
You're lying.
You can't answer it. You can't answer it. You can't answer it. You can't answer it.
Can you unmute me?
You're not fucking muted. Can you answer the question? Yes or no? Has that ever occurred to you? Yes or no?
Has whatever occurred to me.
I'll try this again.
Scorpio's right. He never listens to his lawyers. Now, this one time he needs to listen to his lawyers. He doesn't listen to them about the other orders in the other states because any good lawyer would advise you to not talk about it. And at one point he did say his lawyers told him not to, but then he decided he was going to do it anyway. He never listens to his lawyers. But this one time on this one thing, he has to listen to them on. I mean, he's basically admitted it like 17 times, bro. Enough is enough. He alludes in this that it's someone else that recorded it. Basically what he's alluding to is Meredith did it and it's not his fault, which I think is just like crazy at this point. Like clearly you yourself, Aiden, recorded her. I mean, to claim it was someone else, and I don't care who it is, and I'm not a fan of Meredith, but to claim it was someone else is fucking crazy at this point, all right? You recorded her the same way you do everyone else with one phone on speaker and the other phone on video. Bro, like, I mean, she technically could bury him in very significant ways. I don't know why she hasn't yet. Well, probably because she's got civil cases and a criminal case that they're investigating. So maybe that's why. But if he told him he can't discuss it, there's a good reason why. Yeah, well, because he committed a felony. You know? I mean, I said earlier, you might not have been here, Emily, but I was like, hey, where's his pupils? Are they in his pocket? Like peanut butter and jam sandwich? What is happening here? In my opinion, he does not own pupils at the moment. He must have given them back to the store because, I mean, hey, that peanut butter and jam sandwich must have been good.
Has it ever occurred to you that my attorney, who you just said gives really good advice,
I told him not to
has
go
advised me
to Lindsay's house, did he?
Not to discuss the topic that
no.
you keep
What the
wanting to
fuck
discuss.
does that have to do with anything? It doesn't matter.
Right? He didn't listen when they told him not to go. Why didn't he listen? And I'll tell you, it had nothing to do with anything else. It didn't have to do with the breakup. It didn't have to do with a kid. It didn't. All he cared about when he got to Lindsay's house is what she said to Kate. He took notes on what she said to Kate and how long she had been like having any conversation with Kate. That's all he cared about, right? So he didn't listen to his lawyer so he could look through Lindsay's phone and see what she said to Kate. How fucking bonkers do you have to be? I mean, we're not talking about a sane man here, people. All right. That's my opinion. The man is not okay in the fucking head, right? I'm just saying. True story. Facts. That's a fact. You know, I think he secretly thought that, once again, he thought they were going to, and this is things he said privately, he thought they were going to, you know, do all these book deals and movie deals together. And he tried so hard to get her to sign on to that documentary he was on because he would get more money and it would get more attention if she did. And I mean, at least she did that one smart thing and said, fuck no. But he tried to gaslight her into it, tried to basically like threaten her into it. He tried 17 ways from Sunday, pressure to get her to do it, which is pretty much what he does to everyone. And now that she won't do it, he's salty, real fucking salty. It's like a train wreck though. But I mean, I agree with you. A lot of people agreed with you from the very start on that one. I mean, he wrote the love letter. It was more apparent after that when he wrote in prison.
You keep using your lawyer as
so
like
would I, but he's not going to
that
because the
shit doesn't
recording
matter,
doesn't make
yo.
Karen
We know
look
what
good
you
either.
did.
Oh, I shouldn't listen
And
to my
you
lawyer?
just stop
So
with
you-
the stop.
Okay, so okay, this is when she gets a little ghetto here. So
I'm sorry, what? It's ghetto to tell you to stop gaslighting because he keeps saying she's speaking over him, but she can't even get an entire sentence out without him muting her. So I'm just saying, what's ghetto about telling you to stop making fucking excuses and gaslighting? Because it's what does ghetto have anything to do with anything? What the fuck is he talking about? Again, I haven't seen this yet, so some of you have and some of you have not.
yo, stop, you whack. So let me explain something to you.
I'm sorry, what? What the fuck is wrong? He's such a trash bag.
Ballard. Since you're obviously not a very, I mean, sometimes you say okay things, and then sometimes you just go full retard. All right. And I'm gonna give you one more chance.
Everyone's full, you know, R word if they don't say something he likes, or they tell him a little bit of truth about himself that he knows is truth he doesn't want his audience to know, then he has to gaslight into oblivion. You know, she can't go off on him because he keeps muting her. I haven't seen this either. He keeps muting her, so she can't even get an entire thought out without being muted by him.
You said earlier that Beto is a smart person.
He keeps
Has
saying
it ever occurred
over
to
and
you,
over
yes
and
or no,
over. It's like
that
a fucking
Beto
owl.
has advised me not to discuss this topic? Yes or no? Do you think she's going to answer it? Yes or no?
So Beto is a smart lawyer, and I like him a lot, and I respect him. And I know for a fact that he didn't tell you you're facing 105 years. You're alive.
Can you answer the question?
I answered it.
No, that wasn't my question. What was my question?
Me too,
Lying
Ray.
right now.
What was my question? What was my
I was literally just saying how the time change screwed me this year, and it's never really affected me otherwise, other than it being darker earlier and it being a little more stressy and depressy. But other than that, it really hasn't affected me. But this year, it's been a doozy, my friend. But I also, like I said earlier, blame it on my new med that just has all sorts of wacky, crazy side effects like headaches and nausea. And so I think it's that too. It's also making me tired. So I feel like it's both, you know, but the time change got me almost immediately this year, and it never does, you know, it never usually does. So I feel you on that, my friend. Yeah, this is why I keep pausing it to give us like a break, because it makes me want to break a screen, and I love my screens and I need them. So he did this to himself. He did this, you know? Oh my God, that would be amazing, right? Imagine. Here's the sad part. Even if he said he was abducted by aliens and faked insanity, people would believe him. That's the saddest part of all of this, is he would gaslight his viewers into believing all of that actually happened. And I mean, I kid you not, that would really, like, these people would really back him up on it. Some people would even lie and be like, I saw the spaceship, take him. Just because that's how bad they need his attention and his like pat on the back. I kid you not when I say this is the length some of these people have been willing to go forever now for this man because he holds some sort of weird control over them. And again, that boils down to more of the gaslighting and the mind manipulation, which is exactly how cults start. It's repeating the same things like, I'm seeing 105 years over and over and over to get the result of that, right? And finally, after you repeat something for so long, people just start taking it as a fact and believing it, right? Messing up my feng shui too. My chi, my juju, my wusa, you know?
Question.
To-
What
that
was
you're-
my question? What was my question?
You're a liar.
Changing
Okay.
times and shit, messing
All
up my juju.
I'm not going to answer that.
Yeah, I didn't think so. 'Cause you
lying.
can't answer it. You can't answer it. So
Well,
anyway,
that's why.
Valerie, I have fucking
Fucker.
owned you. I have made you look like a fucking fool
what he
in
always
front of a
said.
whole bunch of people. I have shown the world
You have
that
not.
the totality of the people who give a fuck
You've muted
about
her.
what the
So
topic
no, you
you're
didn't really do
interested in
shit.
are a bunch of ratchet ass hoes like yourself, because that's what you are. You are the epitome of a ratchet ass pick me hoe.
That's
You are the
all he has.
typical kind of person
That's it.
that is attracted to the JFK nonsense because
No.
that's the kind of stuff that you like. I am
Love
I couldn't be
JFK.
happier
Come
that
on.
somebody like you is not a fan of mine. But what you said before, at the beginning, when you were saying you did this, you did, you
Well, you
concede
agree
that
with
I'm right about everything. You concede this all, but you just like are so fixated on a recording.
Imagine saying to people, I'm right about everything, Like, what the actual fuck? That's weird. I love you. I mean, that's just strange. I'm right about everything. You could see, but this is where he gaslights the audience, right? Clearly, she does not agree with him on everything, but this is where he gaslights his audience by being like, you can see people, she does agree with me on everything. See, she does. She just doesn't like me because of one recording. Like, this is how he gaslights his audience. That's not the case. Obviously, anybody with eyeballs who isn't in a cult can see that's not the case, but this is how he gaslights his cult. And that is what they will take. They will take she just doesn't like him because of the recording. And someone else recorded it anyway. And they will take that part and they will run with that for the next year. It's insane. I mean, I can literally predict this shit when it's happening and then watch it happen in real time.
Which you also don't care about. You don't care about a recording because you recorded your fucking boyfriend and Joe recorded someone else. And you have said that there are situations in which it's normal to record somebody, right? That's what you're saying. I didn't say that. You fucking said that.
No,
you said that.
There is not
That's
any
what
normal
you
situations
fucking
you
said.
should be doing
so
that
clearly
unless
you
someone's
don't
gonna
care
murder
about
you.
a recording because you've done it fucking before. Everyone's fucking done it before.
No,
nobody
I have not
fucking
done
cares.
that before.
Nobody cares.
Not recording
That's it.
people without their knowledge.
So
'cause that's
anyway,
weird.
And in the best part, Valerie,
Narc
is when you
101.
asked me,
It's correct.
did
Scorpio.
Bettero
You got
and
that,
Brady
girl.
ever tell you
Hit
this?
that
I
right in
said
the head.
yes. And you were like, fuck, that was not what I was thinking he was going to say. And what am I going to do now? I guess I'll just go, no,
You knew he would
no,
lie.
no, poo-poo, you're lying, turtle boy, you're lying. And you made a fucking...
He just literally not only just gaslit his audience, okay, but he literally just did projected. And I told you guys, this guy projects more than anybody I've ever met in my entire life, but he literally just accused her of doing exactly what he does. No, I didn't. Nana poo poo. No, I didn't. And then gaslights his audience. That's not what she did. She disagreed with him. She said he was lying, right? And he kept muting her. He didn't like the answer to her, what she had to say. And so he kept muting her because he didn't like the answer, right? That's what happened. So instead, he gaslights his audience. No, you just say no, and nana poo poo. That's literally what he does almost every fucking stream. It's telling his audience, you guys didn't hear what you heard and you didn't see what you saw. I'm going to tell you what you saw and I'm going to tell you what you heard. That's just how he operates, Yeah. I've never recorded someone without their knowledge. So for him to be like, oh, everyone's done it. It's a way to sort of discount what he did and make it okay, right? Take a step back from it and be like, oh, it's just no big deal. It's just chill. It's fine. People could do that. Like, no, it's a felony in our state. And I don't care how many states it's not a felony in. In my state where we live in Massachusetts, it's a fucking felony, Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? We played a little bit of that before this. We played some of that. And that's the point that I was making, is there's a reason, although it was stupid to hire him in any capacity because he's a liability. You know what I mean? Right? Most people have never recorded someone without their knowledge. Tuberculosis. I love that he calls him tuberculosis because he is like a fucking disease that just spreads, you know? That's why I call him the sewer turtle, because he swims in the sewer and lurks in the dark with the shit. He's full of shit and he's covered in shit. Right? Damn goddamn felon and whatnot. On the Sam's Hill. Should say it in Boomhauer language. You know, like King of the Hill, Boomhauer language. That's all I hear when Aiden talks, because it's all lies. Sewer turtle. That's what I hear when he talks.
Answer yourself. So anyway, at least you came on. You
But
did,
I didn't speak in
it didn't go. Oh, you did.
Would you let? Why don't you let me speak? Can you let
all
me
you
talk?
fucking do is
Let me
speak.
talk.
Okay,
You
go ahead.
keep
What else you got to say?
You mute me. So
Yeah, because nobody wants to hear your ghetto ass. Ain't no one want to hear your ghetto ass.
mute
Why don't you
me.
say
Don't
something?
mute me. Stop muting me.
No, stop being a ghetto ass hoe. Stop
muting
acting
me.
like a fucking
Can
ghetto
you
ass hoe,
stop
and I won't
muting me?
treat you like one.
Stop
What else you
muting
got?
me. Hey,
Oh,
everybody,
God.
he's muting me so I can't talk. Can you stop muting me?
All right, gotcha.
That's what you do.
Yeah. Okay.
You
what
mute
else
me
When he
got?
doesn't want to hear.
the whole time. I took screenshots. You mute me the whole time. Like, you
Okay.
talk and you mute me so you can. Yeah, you're laughing because you know what the fuck I'm saying, right?
Yeah, because we're laughing
And
at
you
you.
know
We're
that I
laughing
know
at
that
you.
you're full of
We're-
shit.
We.
No, we're
And
laughing
you know
at
what?
you
And
because
at
you're
the
a
end-
See, he says we, right? He includes his audience in that. We are laughing at you. Me and all of my audience are laughing at you because he didn't like some of the things she had to say. He had no answer for them. So instead, and this is what he does, he deflects, he mutes, he goes on and tries to play the whataboutism, his favorite thing to do. What about what you did? What about what you said? What about what this person did? What about what this person said? Instead of just being honest, right? Calls her ghetto, calls her a hoe. Like, bro, I mean, I've been called names like that by him. I've been with the same man 11 years, sir. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just like, there's no rhyme or reason for any of the things he says. It's just a way to insult or call you names. And it's like, bro, you think you're dealing with people who are like, you know, thin-skinned or something. Nobody fucking cares what a man with a dick knows who goes, I'm a turtle and I need to blackmail people and threaten people into my will says, bro. Most of us don't give a fuck. You're a joke. Okay? Sorry, not sorry. You're a joke. You keep shooting yourself in the foot because you can't stop lying. That's what happened to Lieutenant Dan's leg. It is enraging. It's gaslighting. It's abuse. It's, narcissists at their finest. It's not even that I feel bad for. I just wanted to hear this sort of like back and forth to see what was said because I didn't get to hear it. But I pointed out earlier because I think you hadn't popped in yet at that point. She's had some things to say about me, and she doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. So maybe this right here, this interaction here, will maybe teach her that the gaslighting, the shit that he says, you don't just believe what he says because he said it, right? There's always a reason behind the shit that he's saying. She said some pretty shitty shit about me. She doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. She doesn't know who I am. She tried to assert that I changed my mind simply because I don't like Turtle Boy on the case. That's not only completely false, but everyone knows why I changed my mind, and it was one of a million different things. Yeah, it is. Yes, it's that one. Yes. And so it's like, cool, that's great and all. She can believe whatever she wants via the case. But maybe she'll learn now that this man is not the epitome of truth. Okay? He spins, makes mountains out of molehills. He, decides that he's going to make whatever narrative he's going to make where he's the victim and everyone else is bad and horrible. And maybe, just maybe, the people that he says are bad and horrible aren't bad and horrible. They just know things about him that they shouldn't, right? Or they don't lie for him, or he has some sort of jealous issue. And maybe it's time to take a second look at the people that he told you were horrible and bad and terrible, because he's going to tell everyone else that you're horrible and bad and terrible. Watch the amount of lies that he spews about you over the next God knows how long, because that's what he does, right? This is not new.
Ghetto asshole. You're a ghetto asshole. You are JFK, baby.
I'm not
That's
even
what you
a
are.
ghetto ass
You
nigga.
are.
That's
You
the
are a
crazy
ghetto
part. I'm
asshole.
not.
Look at yourself. Look at the
I'm actually like a
You
very
are a
classy
ghetto
person,
ass.
right?
You look like, oh, you're real
Um,
class. Bitch, you look like somebody
I
real
don't even
class.
know nothing.
You're real class, yeah. You're a
You wanna
ghetto
let me
ass,
speak?
ratchet ass.
So she was just about to say, you don't even know anything about me, right? And I would say to her, you don't know anything about me either. You know what I mean? So maybe we'll learn not to judge people based on what the fucking sewage called mob mentality. When you can't step outside of that and say, hold on a second, I can't take what all of these people are fucking saying as some sort of truth because it comes from this man. This is where it all comes from. Like, you know, anybody who's gotten to know me knows who I am as a person. And it's almost the complete opposite of what he claims. And this news flash, like he keeps saying, yes, I did cover some of that. He keeps saying now that, like, first of all, I've been very, open and honest about the fact that I was a dancer for 10 years. So now he keeps throwing in like, oh, this is a stripper. I think he called me a dropout at one point, which is not only completely and utterly false. I literally have a picture of me in my cap and gown with my daughter because I had my daughter 3 days after my 18th birthday graduating. So it's just funny to me because he just says shit. So he now calls me the dropout stripper, and it's like, A, buddy, I didn't drop out. That's false. And B, you wouldn't know that I was a dancer unless I told the world that because I don't have anything to hide, unlike you, sir. There's a big difference. I'm also not ashamed of being a dancer for 10 years. My family isn't ashamed. My grandmother knew I was a dancer. There's no secrets there. I mean, come on. But yes, I did cover some of the Jess stuff this morning. I'm not even too sure exactly what prompted all that except the video. I haven't been able to see all that. I got little bits and pieces of it, so I covered what I knew, and that we kind of looked at a little bit of it ourselves together, and that was kind of it with that. But we did cover a little bit of it.
I'm
That's
not
what
ghetto.
you
I'm
fucking
not
are.
ratchet.
You are. You are the
everyone's a
definition of
ratchet.
fucking ratchet. Look at
I'm
you.
from New York. And
Look
have
at
an
how you.
accent.
Y'all from New York, yo.
I'm not.
Yeah, that's how you.
Okay, not for nothing, but this man here is the king ratchet. He is the ratchetest ratchet of ratchets. His entire life is a fucking dumpster fire, and he has the audacity to call anyone else a ratchet. By the way, he just calls everyone a ratchet. He calls every woman a ratchet. Everyone's crazy. Everyone's a scammer. Everyone's a loser. Everyone's, doesn't make enough money. He says the same, 10 things about everyone. I could have predicted that. Anybody
Fucking talk.
could have.
But I'm not ghetto.
Ass.
I'm not.
You are. You
I'm
are the
ghetto,
definition of
and I'm
ghetto.
not ratchet.
You are the definition. You are wanna be
This
ghetto.
is what you want me to be.
You are wanna be
me
ghetto.
to be this? And
What else you got? What else you got? Anything?
why are you speaking that way? First of all, I don't speak like that.
Oh, you should hear yourself
so-
fucking talk.
Well,
Yo, I don't speak like that, yo.
So I do have an accent. I am from New York, and I do
Yo,
have.
for real. Yo, well, go ahead.
But
Yo, go ahead.
actually, I work in a corporate America.
Oh, ooh,
I work
yo,
in
impressive.
finance. I make $300,000 a year.
Oh, big shot.
Yeah,
We got a
right.
baller here.
I
We got a
do.
baller.
I work at New York Life. You can look me
Ooh.
up. And yes, I am very professional.
Ooh, very.
So, but yes, I do have an accent. So I'm sorry that I don't, right? But I'm very educated and
Very
I speak
educated.
very well. And I'm very,
So well. You're very
So-
smart. Yeah, you're real smart.
shame on you, right? Because at the end of the day, I respect you and I looked at you like somebody, wow, this
shouldn't
man,
have.
look what he did for this
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Found out that you did that recording, I still said to myself, you know what? I don't know. Maybe he didn't do it. Maybe he didn't. Right? He did it. And then your behavior after,
He doesn't know how.
I was
We
like,
know that.
wow, this man is like, he's gaslighting. You know what you
Ooh,
did?
yeah. Ooh,
Even
so bad. So
Joe,
bad.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Apparently
Oh,
she
yeah.
had a
Joe,
meltdown
don't get
today.
up.
I don't
Me and
Oh,
Joe,
Nick.
never
Nick. His
got
name's
along.
Nick. His name's Nick. Nick
Well,
Miller.
Nick, whatever, Charlie Kirk, right? So like me and him didn't even get along, right? But I was like, I just saw the truth for what it was.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. You did see the truth for what it was. You saw the truth that Joe Flipperhead, Nick Miller, does not care about recording people. That is not something that he considers a big deal.
Neither do you, bro.
Fucking all.
Clearly.
You are completely right about people recording other people. That
Gaslighter,
is not
manipulator.
something that he is remotely at all disturbed by. You are correct about that.
Dumpster fire.
Can you stop muting me, please? Thank you. Because you keep doing that, like, for your audience, and just...
No, well, yes, it is for my audience. You know, you're mostly here at this point for comic effect, right? We're just everybody's kind of laughing at you. That's why I've kept you on for so long, because I've kept you on for so long to point out the absurdity of people that share your position and to just kind of mock you in general. That's all.
I don't know how we can have a conversation like if you keep muting me. It's like you want to say what you want to say to make me look bad, but at the end of the day, you're making yourself look bad.
Oh yeah, I'm the one that looks.
And that's the thing is he's so unaware that he thinks that he looks great and he destroyed someone and he made them look horrible and terrible and that's just that's what he does every time. Oh, I won that, no problem, everyone. I look amazing. The lack of self-awareness that he makes himself look like an idiot by the way he does things and the way he talks and the things that he says and the lies that he tells that contradict the other lies that he tells is fucking amazing. Now, lack of self-awareness is the most lack of self-awareness I have ever seen in someone, and also the projection I've fucking ever seen. And I lived through an abusive narcissist, okay? This abusive narcissist, in my opinion, takes the fucking cake. Like, takes.
Oh yeah, I'm the one that looks bad here. Read the fucking chat and then tell me who looks bad. Who looks bad right now? We'll find. No. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. We're gonna put this to the people. This is a democracy. Oh, you don't believe in democracy? You don't believe in democracy?
Let me speak.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna start. You don't believe in democracy? Let's do it.
Come on. This is like, you're like a bully, right?
No, I'm just asking you.
No, but you're being like a bully, right?
How?
You want to be some journalist and you care about injustice.
I don't want to be. I am.
If you really cared about injustice and all these things, you would welcome like a debate like this and have respect for the person that you're speaking to.
Not a debate.
You're not.
Oh, you're right. You are correct. You are correct. I have zero respect for you. That is 100% accurate. Respect is earned, it's not given. And you're right. I have zero respect for you, but you don't want to debate. Again, you asked me earlier, did your lawyers ever tell you that you're facing 90 years in jail? I said yes. And you go, no, they didn't. That's not a debate. That's not an adult debate. That's just you being a child and having a tantrum because things didn't go your way.
Because I think you're lying about that. I think
okay.
That no lawyer,
then how are you supposed to have a debate?
No lawyer, you can ask any lawyer right now.
I can ask any lawyer. I mean, the word is ask. The S comes in front of the K, dear, and that's not ax.
So you want to talk about the way I speak, right?
Yeah, yo, I want to talk about the way you speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not ratchet or nothing, yo.
Like so I don't know why
you don't talk like that at all.
It is kind of like breaking up. I don't know why.
Let me ask you a couple questions.
So you want people to have respect for you and look the way you act.
He doesn't.
I don't give a fuck if you're a ratchet asshole like you respect me at all.
It's all of us. That's the way it is.
Yeah, look at me.
Listen, I'm
fucking killing it. I'm fucking killing it. That's the way I act.
I act things, whatever, but look at the way you mock me and speak about me.
As I should. As I should.
Why should you do that?
Because you're fucking a joke. You're like a cartoon character. You are a ratchet asshole. That's why I'm laughing.
Actually, I supported you for a long time.
Yeah, and then only fucking fucked with your head.
Pointless
so
to try to talk to a lunatic.
And at the end of the day, you kind of realize, actually, I don't really care. I don't care about a recording. So, but you are so invested in the drama, and you want to know every fucking detail about shit that doesn't concern you. It is none of your fucking business. None of this shit was anyone's fucking business. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you are the kind of crowd that Karen Reed was hoping to appeal to. Like, and that's the ultimate tragedy in this all, is that she tried to appeal to you because that you're
no. Your fucking face and voice and lies are the tragedy, Turtle Boy. Let's be honest there, Sewer Bud. Lots
you're
of
one of the
projecting
very
happening
small
here.
select of people who actually gives a fuck about this. That's it.
Can I say
I
one?
feel like it is kind of like music, like pop, crackle, snap, crackle, pop, like Rice Krispies. Wow, you guys, we've been here 4 hours already. That's crazy. I didn't know that. All right. We've been here 4 hours and we will finish. We're going to finish this before we go today because there's only a little more of it. Yeah, there's only a little bit more of it. Tiny bit, like this much left on the thing. But if you'd like to donate to the channel in the meantime, while we're listening to the rest of this, there's a lot of projection going on here. And yes, the in and out crackling is not any of you. It's the way it was recorded. And so that's the way we're all going to hear it. He's the only one who doesn't care about the recording, right? And then he goes, what recording though? Exactly. You know, nobody cares about the recording and then what recording? I mean, he talks about both sides of his mouth. Yeah, it's kind of like a radio station not being all the way in tune. We're going to play the rest of this, but in the meantime, if anybody wants to donate to the channel, get yourself a membership or gift membership, super chat, super sticker, any of those things. I might have to move the Sunday show this week. It depends on my little's birthday party. I'll let you guys know if I have to move the time of it. Not necessarily the day, but the time. But I will let you guys know before then, obviously. But if you'd like to join the channel, there's one of a bunch of different ways to do so. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have the debit and credit link that's in chat, and then it's in the description of the video. We have the Amazon wish list. We have the private one, which has all the stuff on it, and the public one that has like only a couple things on it. Yeah, that's his norm now. Is just attacking Karen and anyone who calls him out for his bullshit, which is normal for him. But it's new to some of the people who followed him. Like she said, she supported him for a long time. She followed him for a long time. Well, now I hope she sees who it is that she was supporting. Because this is what he's doing to her is what I'm going in and out. What is happening? Why am I going in and out? That's weird. Hold on. I shouldn't be going in and out. Let me make sure my mic is set right and they're not going into my earphones. I had myself muted for a little while there. That might have been why, but no. It should be good now. Might have been the delay because I had my... Yeah, I just moved the microphone closer to me because I was... Sorry. Because people said I was crackling too. All right, let's get back to this. So you guys can hear this.
Before I end this, because I know, listen, we've been speaking for a while, right? I'm going to tell you what I care the most about, right? Yes, at the end of the day, for me, it's how you treat people, how you treat people, how you fucking treat people. And the way you have treated people, to me, like, I get it. I argue.
Like Ben McCabe?
Listen, I can argue with people all day. But when people had questions or them recordings came out, how you treated people and the smear campaign that you had and what you did, I paid attention very closely. And you know what? I don't respect it. And that's what I judge you on.
But you liked it when how
pointed at you.
Did you like but did you like how I treated Jen McCabe? Did you like that?
Yeah.
Did you like how I treated Jen McCabe?
I'm disappointed in you.
Did you like how I treated Jen McCabe?
And I think you're better than that. And you know what?
I'm trying to ask you some questions here. I'm trying to ask you if you could please answer my question. I'm trying to ask you, did you like the way that I treated Jen McCabe? Yes or no? I could try to ask you again because no one gives a fuck about you. People want to know, did you care about the way that I treated Jen McCabe? Yes or no?
Nobody will respect you after this.
Did anybody? Do you care about how I treated Jen McCabe?
You're a disgusting person, actually.
I'm actually the fucking
He is
man. That's what
disgusting.
I
You're
am.
disgusting.
You fucking love it, and you're
Shame
never
on
gonna stop
you.
watching. Ever.
Shame on you for the way you treat
You
people.
can't get. You
It
can't.
is a shame on him, but why are we realizing that? My point to this is, why are we just realizing it now? And I agree with you there, Emily. He's right. If you are okay with the way that he treated Jen McCabe, but you're just not okay now, it's like, or anyone for that matter, any of the witnesses, Colin Albert, he's a kid. Allie McCabe, she was a kid, right? These were kids. You're fine with your abuse as long as it wasn't directed at people need a good waking up, you know? it needs to stop, right? It's not okay no matter who you do it to. And I get a lot of flack for even saying that, because sometimes anti-free Karen Reed doesn't like when I stick up for people who got harassed by him, who were free Karen Reed, that had nothing to do with harassing people, right? They just thought Karen was innocent, right? And so if someone like that, who had nothing to do with harassing anyone, right, got harassed, and I would say I don't find it cute, right? And I get a lot of flack from the sort of anti-side from being like, oh, that person was a free Karen Reed person. Okay, but they weren't, in the middle of going to these people's houses. Like, no one deserves, I don't care who you are. No fucking buddy. No one is okay. It's not okay to do to anyone. It's all he does is mock, lie, fucking take advantage of people who are looking for a place to belong. And I don't care. People are looking for a place to belong. So she did have a space after this called Fuck Turtle Boy. I have not heard it yet. Still respects him. And when a lady tried several times to explain to her who he really is, she talked over her, wouldn't listen. Well, that's unfortunate, because I don't know how realer it gets than this for you to know who he is, right? I don't know how you could respect anything he does at all, knowing this is the way he lies, mocks, treats people. Like, this is what he does, right? I don't respect any of it. None of it. Absolutely none of it. You know what I mean? Not a goddamn even tiny bit of it, Right, we've been known. It's not. And I mean, some people did wake up by watching my show and watching some of the things he's been doing for a really long time that we've put receipts out about. This is not new with him. This is all old tricks. He doesn't have that many.
Enough of it. You can't get enough of it.
Way you treat people.
Shame on you,
Shame
girlfriend.
on you.
Shame on your stylist, girl.
Look at the way you
Shame on your stylist.
that come and speak to you. Shame on you.
Oh yeah, okay.
Shame on you. And
You
the way
still
you're
respect
mocking
me.
and speaking
As I
badly
should.
about me.
As
Shame
I
on
should.
you.
As
And
I
I'm
should.
trying to have a conversation with you.
You ain't trying to have a
Look at the way
conversation.
you're treating
You
me.
ain't trying to have a conversation.
Look at the way you're treating me.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome how I'm treating you
No.
exactly how I should treat a ratchet ass hoe.
Oh, DJ
Shame
was
on you.
explaining it?
Yeah, don't act like a ratchet
I love
ass hoe when I
Deidre.
won't treat you like one.
I haven't
Period.
listened to it yet.
Yeah,
I
wow.
haven't listened.
Let me tell you, you'll never have another story like Karen.
Karen Reed.
And
No
you
one
know
will
what?
listen. Nobody will.
What?
You need some work. Maybe go to
No.
therapy. You need some help.
So you agree that I
Like
had
some
the
serious
story without
therapy.
Karen Reed? You agree with that?
I'm not agreeing to nothing. I'm done with you.
Oh, really? So how did I find out about the story? How did I
Matter
find
of
out
fact,
about the story?
I'm gonna let you
Good
go.
for you.
You know
Yeah,
what?
you can't debate.
Might have taken some of us a
Have a
minute,
good night.
I know.
night.
What is a stylist?
Bye.
It's her avatar, by the way, not even her.
All
Her
right.
avatar.
So anyway,
Somebody
that
gaslight.
was
Brown
productive.
guess.
A lot of people are like, you should have hung up on. Nah, I want to let her keep going.
What is her
'Cause I like
stylist doing?
fucking
To do anything? Her
owning these
face isn't
people.
even
I like
on the
making
thing.
them look stupid.
It's an avatar.
You know what I mean? I like letting them make a fool of themselves on you.
The only person he made a fool of really is himself. Because it goes to show everyone, if you just disagree with him on one thing, this is how he'll treat you. Every person in that chat who was egging it on and saying hang up on her and barking back and parroting the shit he says, just remember, one day if you disagree with him, why don't you test that theory? Go disagree with him publicly about something. See if that doesn't end up being you. Just saying, all these people who respect him so much, right? See if that's not him. I'm buffering. Fuck. Hold on. Better now? Is it better now? I tried to reset the internet a little. I have to look it up, Carol. It has her name in it, but I don't know the @ If anybody else does, maybe they can pass that along to Carol. He did the dirty work, but the case was out. I heard about it in the news. I didn't hear about it from him. I heard about it in the news. The first time I ever heard about this case was the news, not him. Yeah, well, that's half the problem, is not letting him gaslight, right? I'm still buffering? What the? God damn it. Let me see. Hold on. So let me just get rid of this first of all, because nobody wants to hear the rest of that fucking gaslighting anyway. Nobody needs to hear the rest of that fucking gaslighting, because that's all he's going to do right after, I'm guessing, is gaslight the audience. Like, oh, I'm amazing and awesome, and you guys, I'm so cool. No, you're a clown. Yeah, I don't know. It's not, usually when it's glitchy, I can see it on my end, and it's not glitching on my end, which is the weird part. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, a lot of it's spread on social media, you know, unfortunately. I'm sorry I can't make it go down anymore. And that's part of the problem, right? Is all that anger and hatred that he helped spread, which is what he just did in that show. People were clapping like seals, I bet, in the chat. There's a reason why I didn't bring the chat up, just because I feel like it's way too toxic to even want to read any of that. And I'm going to guarantee it was just people making fun of her, talking shit about her, spreading lies and rumors. It's what they do. You know, yes, the wind is really bad at my house. It's been really bad since last night. So it's not just you, believe me. It's been bad since last night. The wind is horrible. It's really cold too. Like, really cold. It gives me anxiety too. It just watching the gaslighting. You know? I don't know how you could still respect anything he does. You know? And she should have listened to Deidre, because Deidre knows what she's talking about when it comes to him, you know? How could you willingly trash people like that and then gets his minions to do the same thing? How could you support that? Well, that's the thing. He uses control tactics, blackmail. I mean, as far as I understand, you know, I don't know if it's still happening. I guess it would be, but he was like threatening Meredith on like a daily basis, according to something that Joe Flippa had said yesterday or 2 days ago. So, I mean, I called that when they started dating. I'm like, it's not going to be any different when they break up than it has been with any other woman that he's ever been with, right? It's going to be, he's going to trash her. He's going to threaten her into silence, right? And that's how this is going to, and then eventually it's going to come to a head and explode. And it's the same thing over and over and over. Oh, you're making me jealous, Grave. You're making me jealous. You know, I was looking at the weather, and this weekend it's going to rain. And I was like, oh God, thank God the birthday party's inside. But I'm like, obviously you guys know my birthday is Black Friday. So it's the day after Thanksgiving. And I'm like, oh, fingers crossed, please don't let it be pouring on that day. I would love, like, no rain. I don't want rain. And then watch, what will happen is it'll freaking snow instead, because that's my luck. That's what's going to, that's what's going to happen. You know? I'd have to look for you, Carol, the exact name of it. Yeah, they were like wild, and they're still like wildfires. You can tell any line just spreads like a wildfire, and then people keep saying it like it's a fact when it's not even close to a fact. But I would love for it to be mid-70s here still. I was just saying that to my neighbor this morning. I was like, can we get some Florida weather here? I'm so tired of this cold. I can't. Yeah, the wind is howling here. It's bad. That's all I can hear is like it blowing against my windows and creaking, you know? Yeah, that's how bad the wind is. It's too windy, man. You can't fly away. Dun, 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 dun. No, we don't need snow. No goddamn snow. They can keep their goddamn snow. Grave, send us your good weather. We would like some of your sunny 70 weather, please. We would like some of our weather. I'll find it for you, Carol, after the show and get it for you, because I don't know it off the top of my head, but I'm sure I can find it. Well, so yeah, so there was a space. So after that happened, she went on to go on to Twitter, which is X, now called X. I hate calling it X because it's Twitter in my mind. It's just Twitter. I hate calling it X. It's a stupid name, and it's forever will be Twitter. But she went on Twitter and did a spaces called Fuck Aiden. And I didn't get to listen to it yet, so I have no fucking idea what was said in it. But that is something that you guys should probably check out if you're interested in hearing like what her rebuttal on the things that he wouldn't let her fucking speak on are, because he just kept muting her, because that's his like MO, is not let you say anything too damaging about him, you know, that he doesn't have to explain away. It gets cold at night. Oh, see, I wouldn't mind if it got cold at night, if it would just be, although I do like sitting in front of a fire when it's not too cold, like outside. I have like a fire pit sort of built into the ground in my yard, and sitting around that thing when it's nice outside is just like, even sweatshirt weather, but not too cold. It's way too cold to be doing that now. But I would take the cold at night if I could get the warm during the day. I would make that exchange. You're welcome. I can text it to you after the show. But I would make that exchange. I totally would. Absolutely would make that exchange. All right. So, geez, yeah, that wind's knocking. I just heard a barrel go rolling. One of my neighbors probably. It's not mine. Mine are Phil, because tomorrow's trash day. But let me real quick check for donations before we end this. Well, when he resorts to attacking all that kind of stuff, the way you look. I mean, what does her stylist have anything to do with anything? Even in that avatar picture, her hair looks nice. She's not a fan of mine, And again, I think that comes from, unfortunately, that mob mentality mindset of listening to the sewer turtle and his minions. And to be fair with you guys, and anybody who's been through this knows this, there actually is like a deprogramming stage where these people start to not respect what he's done, and they start to see him for who he is. And still, you'll find them sort of sticking up for him in different ways for like a couple weeks afterwards, that they have to actually deprogram themselves from this kind of thinking. I kid you not. I've seen it over and over and over again. Like, I kid you not. I will, Carol. I promise I will. But nonetheless, this is what I've seen happen over and over and over. What's an upside down fire? What's an upside down fire? You want good heat with an outdoor fire. Try either the upside down. You're going to have to tell me how to do this, because that sounds cool. But I need to know how to do this upside down fire thingy. I need to know. I was actually just watching, you guys know I'm into like paranormal stuff, so I was actually watching like most shocking, ghosty moments caught on tape the other day. I forget the like title of the video, but it was pretty cool. And a couple of them were in Tennessee. And I thought about you. You immediately popped into my head, and I said Tennessee. I was like, oh, I know someone who lives there. Someone and his wonderful, smart, amazing wife. All right. Let's see. Let me just check email real quick and make sure I'm not missing any donations to read. I don't think I did. Right? Apparently, I gotta do that. I gotta call hotel leases manager. I still gotta put my shelves up. My poor shelves are over here sitting on the ground. I have not figured out where I'm gonna put them yet in this room. I'm gonna put them somewhere. I just don't know where yet. But maybe I could, call the hotel leases manager. How about that? The manager is my husband, because he's the one who puts that stuff up for me. Although I did build my new dresser myself. I built that. He was at work, and I wasn't going to wait for him to put it together, so I did it myself. Philly. I need to visit Jersey at some point. I've visited New York before, but I would love to do like another Jersey, New York visit where I actually get to visit more of Jersey than New York. I haven't been to New York in years. I've driven through it many times over the years, but not actually stopped and spent time there in years. Ooh, I'm going to have to look this up. Now I have to write this down. You know that, right? Now I have to write this down with my pens that Scorpio got me, that are very handy, by the way, in my little pen holder here that I need. Love it. You can't handle the truth. I forget what movie that's from, but anytime someone says that, my automatic thought is the movie. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Miss GNX. Thank you. There you go, Carol. There is the answer, my friend. Perfect. Thank you. We appreciate you. So yeah, if you guys want to check out that Spaces on X, you don't even have to have an account if you know the @ I think you can just scroll. You don't even need to have a Twitter account, I don't think, to be able to just look at things or listen to things. But I'll listen to it, obviously, and then tell you guys any of the footnotes, details tomorrow. We have another hearing for Brian Walshe tomorrow. Again, we will cover again. So I guess plan to be here early like we were today because we're going to cover the hearing. So, A Few Good Men. That's right. A Few Good Men. Such a good movie, dude. Such a freaking good movie. I'm just saying. Yeah, and I'm sure it's got to be everywhere on X at this point, Yeah, see, I didn't think you did, right? I think if it's public, you can just look without using a Twitter account. You can just go and like look up the @ or whatever, or the name. I love it. Love it. All right, I'm going to wrap this up. Do me a favor, guys, on your way out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We'd appreciate you. And remember, we don't have sponsors. There's no corporate overlords here or other content creators that are crawling up our butts telling us what we can and can't talk to, like the sewer crew, or talk about, for the foreseeable, however long the Walshe case is, we're covering that, and then, so that's going to be the case that we're doing currently. We're going to kind of do a little bit of a timeline tomorrow to sort of catch people up on the case who didn't know about it before. It is a high profile case. So I'm going to go over some of the things that maybe other people didn't know about the case tomorrow after the hearing, because the hearing shouldn't be as long tomorrow as it was today. So we're going to do that. I love your stinking faces. On the way out, definitely please hit the like button. We appreciate you. Hit the subscribe button if you already are not subscribed. If you'd like to help donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. Because again, we run strictly on donations from you guys. That's all we run on. It's been a tough 2 weeks for us. So any and all support is well appreciated. We have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. You guys know, Chime. All that's in the description of the video, along with the debit and credit link, which is pinned to the top of the chat as well. And then we have Amazon wish list. One is private, one is public. The private one has mostly all these stuff on it. So just ask for the link if you need it from a mod or from me, and we'll happily give it to you. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys in the morning, right? All right. Have an amazing day, everybody.